Well, hello again, everybody, and welcome into the Dream Stream on a Tuesday with a bundled up Christian DeAndrea who is either doing it for fashion or his heat just doesn't work anymore. I am Adam Kaufman, happy to be with you. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, Cough. You should know as well as I do, I'm dad now, so I watch that thermostat intently, like a hawk. If it goes above 63 degrees, there is hell to pay in the DeAndrea household. So we go scarves, we go hoodies, we go layers. We're in Wisconsin. You gotta steel yourself for the cold, just like this Colts defense needs to steel itself for potential Rookie of the Year candidate before he got hurt, Joe Burrow.
Okay,
Like
well, listen, I think we have lots to talk about when it comes to thermostat watching, temperatures in Wisconsin, little children who are keeping me awake at night, but you have steered us on course to begin things. We may as well stay there. What are you looking for in this sim?
This is a good offense versus a bad defense. That Bengals secondary not there, does not have the Madden ratings. Other than Jesse Bates, there's no one in that backfield who really threatens to disrupt even a mediocre passer like Phillip Rivers. Not saying real life Phil is mediocre. He had a great bounce back here, but here in Simland really has not been producing much. About 15 fewer than 15 fantasy points per game, which is not what you want to see out of a quarterback. So for this one, saved a little money, put T.Y. Hilton in my captain spot, and then just kind of loaded up on those Colts skill players, Nyheim Hines, Trey Burton, Marlon Mack, Zach Pascal. Those savings allowed me to throw Joe Burrow in there as well. Yes, he's going up against the tough D. Yes, he's probably not going to score a ton of points. He's been on a little bit of a cold streak lately, has not broken the 15-point barrier in his last 3 sims, but still capable of giving you some pretty good value at 10-2 in the flex. So I got him in there in my Phillip Rivers. Where are you, Cough?
So my lineup is, well, we have some overlap. This wasn't originally my plan. Originally it was Nyheim Hines, but I flipped it out because I had the salary. So I have Joe Burrow in the captain spot.
Ooh.
I do have Hines in the flex because you know how I feel about Nyheim Hines. He's hashtag team always play. Also have Phillip Rivers, and then a little bit of balance. I have CJ Uzomah and Zach Pascal, and then my punt play, just because he was too cheap to ignore, Joe Mixon, who is getting 9 points a sim, was only $2,800 in the flex. I kind of felt, how can I not? How do I not do it? You got to take advantage of the savings.
You'd be foolish, although he has had some bum games lately. He has not broken double digits in his last 4 sims. But, I mean, at that price, you're just happy he gets on the field. He makes a catch, and you're getting some profit out of him. So I like that idea. I like the way you're thinking there. I paid down so much on T.Y. Hilton. The revamped, revitalized T.Y. Hilton. The guy who finished the season and possibly took you all the way to your fantasy postseason, your fantasy championship. I know I have a guy in my league who did just that, would not shut up about it, especially after I said T.Y. was definitely washed. He was not. But here I think he's going to have a nice big game in Simland. Wide receiver 1 going up against a lacking defense should provide plenty of opportunities for him to get looks downfield, create space, and hopefully we're going to see a nice running game led by Nyheim Hines, the speedster, and Marlon Mack, the power back, creating space for him downfield. Mack, by the way, an absolute revelation in his last game, 6 yards, a pair of touchdowns. He's had 18+ in 2 of his last 4 sims, and his price is going up a little bit, sure, but still a pretty reasonable play for the Colts out there. He can keep up that pace and be his best, truest self.
Thanks for being with us. This is the Nooner, the I can't come up with a link between the Colts and Bengals free roll that we have going on. And by all means, Christian or anyone in the chat, if you have got a good, hopefully timely one, for instance, the next game, the Madden Matinee, is the Khalil Mack Bowl. It's the Raiders and it's the Bears, and the two of us will be together for that one as well. If you got a good link for this sim, I was too tired to come up with one. I apologize to the people. Trey Burton with a 12-yard catch to get things started. For my tardiness, I didn't even create this free roll until, I don't know, an hour ago, something like that. So I'm thrilled that we even have almost 100 people or whatever it is that are in there that were, patiently waiting, scouring the DK Sim Fan Friends League, wondering why do we not have a free roll contest yet? Well, here we are. 2 for 2 for Phillip Rivers for 24. Zach Pascal, that grab. He has a dozen of his own. We are almost a minute gone. No score.
Yeah, I mean, the link for me between these two teams, I used to live in downtown Indianapolis, and somehow I went to roughly as many Bengals games I did Colts games in the 2 years I lived there. Because it's only like an hour and a half drive from Indianapolis to Cincinnati, and the Bengals were so bad. One game we got in buying $5 tickets on StubHub. The other game we got in because we literally found 2 tickets on the ground. People could not even be bothered to pick them up. It wasn't even like you had to dig through the trash to get. No, someone just left these tickets on the ground, and people just walk by and go, "No, no, thank you."
A hard pass. Don't want it. 2nd and 10, that ball is completed, and it's going to be no gain, just right back to the line of scrimmage. So we got a 3rd and 10 on the way after the catch from poor Jack Doyle, who is unable to capitalize there. Does get the PPR catch. Top ownership in the free showdown, the larger one, Naheem Hines. I love it. You've been listening, folks. Hashtag team always play. 75% owned. Joe Burrow at about 68%. Phillip Rivers, 57. Trey Burton, 51. T.Y. Hilton, your captain, at about 44% owned. We have a completion right there. Only a 4-yard pickup as Rivers 4 out of 5 for 28. But after the Hines grab, his first for 4, we are going to see a punt on 4th and 6.
Yeah, it looked like the Colts were dealing there, but the Bengals defense came up strong there just at the right time, making sure that they can't get into Rigoberto Sanchez field goal range. And, well, I appreciate that. Sanchez, my guy, don't really have a ton of leg strength, but is one of the most accurate kickers out there. Definitely was a legend at the University of Georgia. Not just because he's a good kicker, but the rec specs, man, the goggles, the sport goggles. I'm glad he's bringing them back. I want to see more guys out there on the field looking like early 90s Horace Grant. That's all I want in this world.
Steven says, what backs do you like Saturday, Christian, besides Jonathan Taylor? And we do have much to talk about as it concerns the playoffs, including a very unfortunate happening this morning surrounding the Cleveland Browns. We'll get to that momentarily, but just to adhere to the question from Mr. Roach here, who do you like from the backfield this weekend?
I mean, you can't really fade J.K. Dobbins with the work he has been doing lately. Yes, it's a little bit of a tough matchup against the Tennessee Titans, but that's a game. He's played the Titans before. He had 70 and a touchdown. Had a couple catches in that game, and then he's coming off a year. Yes, his value is going to be high, and he may be a little overvalued at his salary, but you can't argue with the recent production. And it seems like there's finally some clarity in that Ravens running back rotation. And now, granted, Coach Harbaugh can always go back on that side. He's going to pull in a little Mark Ingram, a little Gus Edwards, take away from that J.K. Dobbins running share. But I feel like the whole point of that load management was to keep it like Dobbins fresh postseason. They don't unleash him now. They're probably never going to do it. So I think this is a game where we see Dobbins get in there for about 50% of the snaps, take something like 15 carries, a couple targets. If the price is right, I would go with him for sure. And then other backs, David Montgomery, man. We know what the we know what Bears are going to do. They're going to keep the game close to the line of scrimmage. And there is no one tougher out there than David Montgomery, who hyperextended his knee and took like 4 plays off in this Week 17's loss to the Packers. It is a little bit concerning that he didn't have a bigger game against the Packers defense that can't really stop the run that well. He only averaged about 3 yards per carry. He's going up against New Orleans team that has not been great against the run. It has shown some defects, although they do rank 4th in the league in yards per carry allowed. So if you want a guy you know is going to get the usage, you go with David Montgomery. But if you are scared off by that Week 17 performance on a shaky knee and the Saints rushing defense, I can see you turn away from him. But those are my 2 guys I would like more than most, Dobbins and the guy who's been getting it done all year, David Montgomery. Although, let's not forget Nick Chubb, who is just an absolute monster, an absolute beast, and I still can't believe the Patriots drafted Sony Michel over Nick Chubb.
1st and 10, halfway through a scoreless opening quarter, ball to 46. Bengals with it. Joe Burrow healthy in sim lane. You love to see it, and you like that too. A catch. He is 4 out of 5, 35 yards. 1st and 10, pickup. Gio Bernard, his second grab right there. He is crossed over 10 yards. Ball to the 44. Going back to what you were talking about, the Bengals and Colts and going to games and the close proximity, Jamie says, my husband went to 2 NFL games in one day. Bengals at 1, an Indy night game. They wore the Bengals gear, and it was pretty awesome.
That's a long day. You got to break it off in between. You're fighting traffic to get out of Cincinnati, but it's a nice little drive out through the eastern middle portion of Indiana. You go through some farmland and some farmland, a whole bunch of billboards about Jesus, and then some farmland. But eventually, you make it to populated areas out there, so you can hit up Cincinnati and get your bowl of terrible diarrhea chili.
Closest thing I've ever done to that. Look at that. Escapes the tackle multiple times, cruises in for the touchdown, a 40-yard score for one Mr. Value, Joe Mixon.
2,800 for all that. What a play if you got him in that lineup. Not one of the top 5 most owned guys out there, but clearly should have been. You could have captained Joe Mixon and you would have had enough money to throw at both quarterbacks, both wide receiver ones, and maybe even a Trey Burton type as the Bengals get on the board here first.
Mixon is owned in about 48% of lineups in our smaller free roll, the 97 people that are along for the ride here for this one. We appreciate any and all new members to the DK Sim Fan Friends League. In fact, we added about 100 or so people yesterday, which is just awesome, making the push to 1,200 in the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Once again, Mixon, larger showdown, free roll is owned about 29% of lineups, captain at 2.4. So yeah, if you got Mr. Mixon, fantastic. All I was starting to say, by the way, before that was the closest thing that, and it's really not the same thing, but the closest thing that I have achieved compared to that Bengals-Colts doubleheader that Jamie was just talking about is I did a Cubs game in the afternoon, the White Sox game at night. So it was 2 baseball games in one day, but not nearly the proximity, obviously, between the 2 locations.
I did a Purdue game during the day, and then at night was Celtics-Pacers, and then the Sunday after that was the Colts-Patriots game at Lucas Oil where Belichick went for it on 4th and 2. And Kevin Falk drilled the pass just long enough to not convert. The Pats blew a 17-point lead to Peyton Manning. And really just a miserable experience all around. No one is tortured quite like us Patriots fans.
Yeah, we are really due. 7-0 Cincinnati on top in Indianapolis. 2:46 to go, opening quarter, ball to 29, 2nd and 4. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman. We got producer Madison. We got Drew, our technical director, our great game ops crew, Joe and Tate. Joe, I believe, one of the newest members of our DK Sim Fan Friends League as well. What the heck took you so long, Joe? Come on. We've been talking about this forever, but glad to have you. Everyone, smash that like button. Sitting right around 50, north of 500 people watching. It's the first sim of the day. You got 5 more after this. The 2 of us will be along for the next one. Jump aboard. Let's have a good time. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page. If you're watching elsewhere, that is appreciated as well, including, of course, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Emerson's Forehead wants to know, Christian, is that blue shelf behind you from the set of Elf? And I just want to add, too, I don't think, I'm sure they're not new, and I just never noticed them, maybe because your noggin's typically blocking them. I didn't see previously the bobbleheads on the shelf as well. I love it.
There used to just be the one, the Alexei Kovalev, which was a remnant of the old, terrible Pittsburgh Penguin teams that they were following the Pirates' lead and trading off players for prospects. So for $20, WDVE sponsored the Student Rush promotion. You get the best seat they hadn't sold yet if you had a student ID and $20. So we'd go to terrible Penguins games and sit like 5 rows off the ice for $20. Amazing time to watch bad hockey. But one year, a month and a half after they'd already traded away poor Alexei Kovalev, they had his bobblehead night. So that's one of them there. He's been there from the get-go along with my innocent gun glass. But lately, picked up a couple new standouts, including a Carlos Gomez Cerveceros jersey bobblehead and the Hall of Famer Bob Uecker.
Oh,
right back there. No, here,
I'm not sure there's a single bobblehead I own, and as the people know, it's a vast collection. I'm not sure there's a single one I own that I wouldn't trade for a Bob Uecker bobblehead doll. That is fantastic.
And it's classic Uecker. It's batting 198, Bob Uecker, not in the booth.
I think I'd want the in the booth Bob Uecker.
Yeah,
I should hit up eBay because I'm sure those things are available.
Yeah. That's one of the nights, though, like, no one, all right, it's Chris Day bobblehead night at the Brewers. Okay, we can probably get a ticket. It's Bob Uecker bobblehead day with the Brewers. All right, we're going to have to scout. What's going on. People in Wisconsin know what's up. I'll pull them down. I'll bring them down. Yeah, this is even old school Milwaukee Braves Bob Uecker.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I searched Bob Uecker bobblehead, and the very first one that popped up is the one that you've got in your hand there that I know that people can't see yet, but you'll be with us in a few seconds here. Looks like that's going for 20 plus or so on eBay. Not too bad.
Ooh. This guy was a Goodwill purchase, actually. $3.
Is that right?
Yeah. Again, that's
keep on searching. We reached the end of one, by the way. It is 7-0 Cincinnati, courtesy of the 40-yard sprint by Joe Mixon, Mr. Value play here.
There he is, the Uke himself.
Mm-hmm.
Treasured, Bob.
Good.
Yeah,
that's good.
One day Bob Uecker is no longer going to be with us. He's no longer going to be calling the Brewer game.
You bite your tongue.
I know. I want the man to live forever. I have such fond memories of him saying, "Get up, get out of here," and the masterful calling of WrestleMania 3, where he let Andre the Giant throttle him. There's no shortage of Uecker highlights. In fact, once we get,
you haven't even mentioned Major League.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go onto YouTube and just stare down the Uecker highlight reel when we get the break between games here. But this game so far, not a ton of scoring. Joe Mixon, clearly the guy so far, although a few receivers from the Colts standing up, doing some work, getting their team but very near the red zone here. So we will see if we can get a little Zach Pascal, maybe some Paris, maybe some Trey Burton as the Colts look to even this up, down 7-0 at the quarter. And again, that one touchdown scored by the ultra cheap Joe Mixon, about 40 rushing yards from him in the first quarter here.
If anyone hasn't seen Bob Uecker's Baseball Hall of Fame acceptance speech, by the way, just go ahead and step away. Just put us on pause on YouTube or something. Go watch it and then come on back, because it's that good. It's about 15, 20 minutes, and it's just a laugh a moment, folks, if you like Bob Uecker. Even if you don't like Bob Uecker, it's really funny, so you should check that out. Steven says, if there was a Rossi bobblehead, would it be life-size? It's a good question. He is about 4'2", 4'6", something like that.
Oh, man, he trimmed his beard. He looks like he's about 6'3", so...
I know, he's suave.
Yeah. From schlub to schwab.
Obi-Wan says in the Chat Kings conference room, "Good morning, Simians." And I've never heard it before, but I like it. I like that. That's got a nice ring to it. The Simians of the DK Sim fan.
Another classic Uecker moment, which unfortunately you cannot say on this broadcast because this is a fan show, but if you want a good laugh, just find the Norm Macdonald interview when he talks about being in the booth with Bob Uecker and how Uecker comes in and out. And it just, your stream of consciousness is not safe for work, which is amazing because he does it while at work.
I've never heard that. Now I have to, though. Roland says, "Koff, can you tell me more about the C's Peyton Pritchard? I played him yesterday. He helped me win, but I know nothing about him. Like smashed." Well, real quick, and, I think we've got some fun NBA DFS related content coming your way in future streams as well, something that you should be on the lookout for. But Peyton Pritchard, it was just, for anyone who played him yesterday and he had, 25, 30 fantasy points on DraftKings, something like that, it was just a must roster day for him. He was sub 4K, ultimate value play. Marcus Smart, Jeff Teague were both out. Obviously, Kemba Walker sidelined. There's only so much trust in Carson Edwards. Tremont Waters wasn't going to get serious minutes. So Peyton Pritchard, he is just a fast, aggressive, headstrong, talented shooter who is feisty in all the great Marcus Smart sort of ways, active hands, obviously. And so he's a guy who's a fantasy machine if you know that he's going to go out there and play a lot, which is what he did yesterday. So, I mean, I could tell you much more. I don't think most people probably care. So that's kind of your quick synopsis. We got a 1st and goal from the 6, a couple minutes gone by here, second quarter, and the Colts on a color rush Tuesday in their blues, threatening to even up this game. It's a handoff and a run up the gut, and will he make it? No, Nyheim Hines stopped at the 1.
Ooh, this could be a Mac Vulture touchdown here after Hines did the heavy lifting. We'll see what we get. The thing I love about Pritchard is that, yeah, he might not have a very high ceiling. You know, he played 4 years at Oregon. But the fact he can step right in, he's not intimidated by the moment. Dude's been taking big shots his whole life. And it's going to be Hines. No. Loses a couple feet there.
No, I mean, he is extremely confident. He's a ton of fun to watch, and people are now having a field day with the nicknames because there's a, you know, I mean, honestly, I think part of it is that it's, you know, he's a shorter, you know, scrawny looking, not to say he's not built up a little bit, but thinner white guy with a crew cut, and so everyone's comparing him to Eminem, and so it's the, you know, people are calling him, Jason Tatum has started calling him 8 Mile. As we got the touchdown finally here, and Nyheim Hines gets himself in to almost tie up this game. He need that extra point still. Jason Tatum has started calling him 8 Mile. A lot of people in the Twitter community and analysts have been calling him, as opposed to B Rabbit from 8 Mile, P Rabbit. That one is starting to stick as well. Either way, I mean, the kid who is all of 8 games into his NBA career is quickly becoming a fan favorite. There's no doubt about it. And looking like, it's very early, obviously, but looking like the steal of the draft right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you can get that guy in the high 20s, you're doing something right. It was one of those situations where the Celtics do this every year. They come in with a ton of picks, and they can't find a way to trade up or consolidate them, but it still somehow winds up working out for them, or at least seems to. Pritchard is working out a little bit better than, say, Romeo Langford, although Langford is still a young gun.
Well, and hasn't even played this year because he's got an injury.
Yeah, that's a guy. That was the height of Bryce Drew at Vanderbilt. He got 2 5-star, almost got Romeo Langford as well. Instead, Langford decided to stay home in Indiana, and Bryce Drew went on to win 0 SEC games that year and was promptly fired. But he did have Darius Garland, Simi Shatu, and got not a single conference win out of it. 0-19 SEC teams. And then we had a bit ado to poor Bryce Drew.
James Saxton said, it's not as fun picking on Rossi now that he looks like a normal human being again. Don't worry, much like the rest of us, I'm sure even though he's nice and clean cut, got that fade and no beard and all that, at least that was the case for our Simper Bowl. I don't know what he looks like today. He'll be a schlub again. Just like we all will. I'm basically there already. My hair is out of control. Desperately need a haircut.
Oh my God, get out of here.
Well, I mean, I'm not talking compared to you. I'm talking compared to how I prefer to live my life. If my hair grew nice, and if I could pull off the nice wavy look as you can, I would do it. My hair doesn't grow that way. It turns into a fro.
That sounds even better, man.
No, awful.
Let it grow. That's
awful. Puff it out.
Be 2 inches taller with a fro. Make it work.
Make it work. Live a little, would you, Cough?
Make it work for you.
My God.
Box it up. Do the kid and play thing, man. Come on. Live a little.
MMG on Twitch calling for a 75-yard score to John Ross. Like to see that blazing speed. There's a catch, and it was Ross, but not 75 yards. Burrow 5 out of 6 for 42.
Ross is always an interesting play because, yeah, he can absolutely light you on fire in these sims, but he's also not been super reliable. He had 10 in his last sim. That's great. 8 in the sim before that. Okay. 2.6 before that. 29.6, 3.6, 2.2. You never know what you're getting out of John Ross. So he really feels like a guy, you throw him in the captain spot and you either wait for him to boom or completely bust you.
3rd and 5 from the 32. Burrow's got time, got space, got a completion near side, and on to John Ross again. All right, so let's see. I want to help our people. Someone in the chat said, "Koff, please, how about a value low-cost NBA player for tonight?" So here are a few that you could consider. I'll give you 4. I'm just looking real quick. 4 that you could consider: Gorgie Jang, Gary Harris, Patty Mills, Ed Davis. All guys that are 4K or below who could have 20 or so point nights. Those are some guys you could look at, or you could really pay down. 3,200 PJ Dozier is a guy who might flirt with 20 points as well. Some options.
I have been
on in the day.
Baffled by the fall of Gary Harris. I got him in a couple of dynasty keeper leagues, and the fact that he has fallen off is, I kind of get it. There are a lot of other playmakers that reduced his role, but the shooting hasn't been there. He's really kind of stepped to a secondary position, not even a tertiary position in Denver, which is crazy because he's a very talented guy. I loved watching him at Michigan State, and he was going to be a very, very productive pro, as Joe Burrow cannot stand up to the blitz there. That terrible Bengals offensive line let him get eaten up and taking the team out of field goal range, it seems, as they're going to bring out Fat Randy Bullock for 57-yarder. I wouldn't recommend it, but we'll see.
In our The Nooner, I can't think of a good link between the Bengals and Colts free roll with 97 entries. I'm sitting 25th right now. Not sure about Train Island. Mark, 24.97, is in first by about 3 points with Hines in the captain spot, which I should have done and had done and then changed out like an idiot. Burrow, Ross, Burton, Pascal, and Mixon all in the flex.
Well, the good news is I have Hines in my lineup. The bad news is I'm still 84th out of 97 because my captain, T.Y. Hilton, 0 points. But, hey, could be an 80-yard scoring strike to the deep threat here. We'll see how this punt goes. Actually, looks like it might be a nice punt.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Out at the 7. That's safety territory. We'll see with 2 minutes to go here in the opening half. I need to know more about this. Christian won't be able to inform me, and I don't think our crew will either. So I need to hear from you, the chat, unless people who are working this sim were around for Madden After Dark last night. Reed Tees Did You Know says there was an attempt to cancel the buzzword by Tom Ace last night. How did Brendan Glasheen and how did Phonics react to that? Are we going to get it? No! Hit as he threw it, got rid of it in time, and Hines the short catch out to the 9. 2-yard pickup. I need to know more about this attempt, this mutiny to cancel the buzzword. Is Morgan, Tom's fiance, who is on the record for hating the buzzword, did she step in and say this has to go? Is he trying to do his fiance's bidding?
I feel like the chat finally rebelled and came and rallied against it, as poor Brewers can't get anything done there. It is by far the least favorite part of the Madden After Dark sim for me.
Your least favorite part?
My least favorite. That's correct.
Yeah, it's the worst. It's absolutely terrible. But that being said, I can't dispute that the engagement is there on YouTube. People, there's a segment of people that definitely enjoy it. So Tate says Flash suggested it as a possibility because of the new year. Yeah, it's a new year, new shtick. Let's find something else to do other than shout random words at 10:59 p.m. Eastern.
Producer Madison, what's long? A treadmill minute, a microwave minute, or the buzzword minute?
Buzzword minute, without question. Because at least during the microwave minute, you can do other things. The treadmill minute, you feel like you're getting something out of it. The buzzword minute is a colossal 60-second waste of time.
Just misery on top of misery when you're in the treadmill. But it's...
Yeah. Final minute to go here in the opening half. Let's see how long this particular minute is. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, we got Madison, Drew, Tate, Joe, all you here hanging out almost at 100 likes. Smash that like button, folks. Do it for us, and maybe it'll will us to snapping this 7-7 tie, as if we have any control. A completion, though, looks to be to T.Y. Hilton.
Looks like it is. So T.Y. back on the board. drive not going as quickly as the Colts would like. One timeout left, and the clock here is going to tick down to roughly 30 seconds if they decide to get a playoff, or maybe they'll take a timeout. We will see. No, looks like they're going no huddle out of this one. 33-32. Really run out of time. The idea of a touchdown this round is fading away, especially after that.
Well, stop the clock at least. 26 ticks left on the clock. Steven says he's a newbie at basketball. Basketball DFS, a lot of fun. I really love it.
Dude, there are just so many combinations. It's one of those things where it can be a little intimidating, a little overwhelming, but it also, I mean, it really helps if you're a homer of one team and you can know where those values are. You can find,
For sure.
You can find your Peyton Pritchard.
Debbie says, Kaufman, I don't want anybody on my squad unless you can get 30 fantasy points or more. And I get it. And that's totally fine. That just means you're going to have a more balanced lineup. You're probably not going to be able to, pay up for a stud or two who, it becomes a question of, do you want a guy or two that you believe can get you, 20 plus fantasy points when they're super cheap, they're down around the low 3Ks, but you also have a couple guys that you think could, whether it's a Steph Curry, James Harden, Giannis, Embiid, I don't know. I mean, list goes on. Westbrook, guys like that who you think can get you 50, 60, 70 in a given night, or do you want a whole bunch of guys that you think are going to get you 30 or 40, and you hope none of them gets you that snowflake emoji and bus, and it just all depends on, obviously, what your main objective is. What's that?
They got to hurry up here. They get the big completion to the field. Paris Campbell wrecking up what might be just garbage points. 9 seconds left. They got to hurry to the line of scrimmage and clock one. Maybe they're going to try. Well, I don't even think they can clock one in these sims. I don't think I've ever seen it before. 9 seconds to get this play off. To see if they can do anything with it and get Rodrigo Blankenship out there for a field goal, or if we are going to have the time. Yeah, no, that'll do it. That'll do it. Oh, very close, but no cigar there. We're going to go into halftime. Tied up at 7 apiece. Not a bad game thus far, but an uneventful one, more or less. Only a couple touchdowns in this one. Both running back ones, Naeem Hines and Joe Mixon getting it done here. As we get a little clip, a little taste of the Mixon 40-yard touchdown run there. And then Hines, a lot less efficient, but no less productive. He's got the 7 points for Colts. Rivers, 16 of 19 passes in the first half. Good Lord. He's only had 3 incompletions, which is good, but he's only made 143 yards through the air, which is not great, or only 71 yards. So not a great passing game for either quarterback. We haven't seen a receiver get into the end zone.
We'll see. Not a lot of offense. 7-7. So I'm catching up here in the chat. What do we used to call this thing? The VIP, obviously. The DraftKings conference rooms. We know the DraftKings Treehouse. That was another one way back in the day. It sounds like it has the buzzword antics of last night were something of a scam. This conversation was created for the purposes, an excuse, it seems, of just making the buzzword a yes versus no screaming match as to whether or not to continue the buzzword, which, what a cop-out. What an unbelievable cop-out.
That's why you don't let Clash into your house. He's going to come up with these scams. They're going to find ways to scam you out of your buzzword, scam you, just untrustworthy. I can't believe the American East Conference employs such an untrustworthy broadcaster.
Listen, I realize we're living in a pandemic and that certain protocols must be followed, i.e. when Glash comes over, he's not allowed in my house. So he shouldn't just be expected to, have to limit any and all of his activities that you might do inside a house. But I think it needs to be noted, I'm saying this the way I am deliberately, it needs to be noted that the first time that Glash came over my house, he watered the bushes. I mean, Glash came to my house and decided to use the bathroom in the yard. This is the kind of respectful individual that we're talking about.
Yeah. And was he using it as an argument to be let inside the house? Like, let me inside?
I'll do it. I'm going to go right here. You don't think I will? Watch this.
Property. So Joe Mixon gets another carry there, does nothing with it. So his yards per carry go down from 40 to 20. Not great. Slash in half.
Jordan's coming after Tom. Says Tom's kind of weak though. Lets his fiance tell him what he can and can't do at work. And then attempts to spell out the sound of a like a whip, like one of those. But I don't know. You got to remember how we define work at this stage. I mean, the man's working 11 o'clock at night in his kitchen in front of his microwave. Well, who knows what Morgan's up to, and he's just shouting out a word for 60 seconds and she doesn't have headphones on. She can't hear anybody else doing it. Like the buzzword, if we got an interception here for the Colts, return back to about the 25. You got to think, as crazy as the buzzword sounds to us, and we're all here together, how must that sound as an outsider who doesn't know what's happening, and you just hear this lunatic from about 15 feet away screaming one word for 60 seconds in an otherwise probably quiet home late at night.
I agree. I think Morgan has a pretty solid point there, and I'm not currently a fan, especially depends on where I am from broadcasting here. Like sleeping toddler not too far away from me, and then all of a sudden it's just Glash just trying his damnedest to wake her up by saying, I can't even remember half the buzzwords because they're all so bizarre.
Madison says, I mean, if I were Morgan, I'd hate it too. Drew says, I hate it. I'm not even in the room.
Yeah.
I think we need to have an intervention with Glash.
I mean, where are we going to hold it? Someone's back porch?
Over Zoom. No, over Zoom. It'll be part of a Madden sim. We'll get everyone together, and we'll just do a big intervention. Let's mix in a little bit of football, dare I say, as we're 2nd and 5 from the 13, and the Colts threatening to score after the Burton catch here, 7-7. I do want to talk about what the Browns are staring down this weekend, because just absolutely brutal. So the Browns tweeted out a couple hours ago at this point, as Rivers is looking toward the end zone, frozen like a statue. He throws it, and incomplete. We were informed this morning head coach Kevin Stefanski, 2 additional members of the coaching staff, and 2 players have tested positive for COVID-19. Our contingency plan calls for special teams coordinator Mike Pfeiffer to serve as the acting head coach. Obviously, the facility was closed as well. This is on the cusp of the Browns' first playoff game in basically 2 decades. We were talking about this game quite a bit, the two of us, yesterday, the potential for an upset against the Steelers, and now, I mean, this stinks.
Yeah. Baker Mayfield's improvement is heavily tied to Kevin Stefanski's involvement. He's done a great job of really playing to his mercurial quarterback strengths and making sure he's on the run, he's getting out of the pocket, because Mayfield's happy feet are a problem. He finds a way to run into sacks sometimes. So Stefanski is a great limiter as we get a Marlon Mack vulture touchdown. Both Colts running backs on the board as Indianapolis takes a 1-touchdown lead at home. But I am definitely concerned about how Baker Mayfield is going to react. Not only is he being thrust into his first playoff game, and yes, he just saw this Steelers defense, but do you think these Steelers were throwing everything that they could at him in that Week 17 loss? You were surely mistaken. There's going to be a whole lot of new looks he's going to have to deal with, a whole lot of blitzes you've got to imagine, and now Mayfield is, I'm sure Stefanski's going to write a great game script. What we see in the first half against the Steelers is going to be very different from what we see in the second half, because once the Browns have to go off script, you don't have Stefanski's influence anymore, you're relying on a special teams coach, it's going to be a big difference. So I feel like this is a game where the Browns are going to be able to keep it pretty close in the first half and outperform expectations, and then the second half, and they have to improvise a lot more. Things are a little bit out of hand.
So do you give the Browns a shot in this game?
Oh, they got a puncher's chance, no doubt. There's a lot of talent on that roster, a lot of young guys who can help out. And Nick Chubb might be able to do all the heavy lifting on his own. This is a team where even if Mayfield can't find a way to drop himself into gear, they can turn to the running game and potentially find a way to really crack that Steeler defense. Now, granted, the Steelers have the top-ranked defense in the league, but that overall ranking drops to 5th against the run. Maybe that's something these Browns can exploit. I have concerns about how you're going to guide Baker Mayfield down the right path in a game that was already going to be the biggest of his career. Whether or not he's going to be up for the challenge without Stefanski on the sideline, I would say their upset chances from like 40% down to 20 with this news, and maybe even a little bit less.
1st and 10 from the 27. That is picked up. We got a flag here.
Probably a face mask.
Yes, sir. You don't get nearly as many of those here in the Madden 21 days as we did back in Madden 20 when they were all reliable.
I mean, that was really the only penalty you ever saw, is the 15-yard face mask. And now we get holds, and we don't really get any false starts or offside, but we get some holds, some roughing the passer calls. That's about it.
Got about 700 watching on YouTube. Smash that like button. Let's get to 150. One big push. Can we get there by the end of the 3rd quarter? Be much appreciated. Look at that run. My goodness. Joe Mixon was trying to do it again, folks. 3 for 59, along with the touchdown out to the 33.
Look at that. 11.9 points in the flex, and he only cost you $2.8K. So he's delivering above and beyond expectations. Gotta imagine he's going to be a fixture in the winning lineups in that 503 showdown.
About ready to deem him the Krusty player of the game as it is, just simply returning value as he has. We got a 1st and 10 from the 33 on the way, halfway through the 3rd quarter. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, Madison, Drew, Joe, Tate, all hanging out. Thanks for being here with us. 1st and 6. Madden simulations here today. Another good run near sideline, and Mixon, he was flirting again. Got to the 17. That's 4 for 75.
Yeah, no, he's barreling towards the Krusty player of the game award in this one. Even if the Bengals can't find a way to win this, he has been a bright spot. Really the only reliable chain mover in that offense, as we haven't seen too much from Joe Burrow, only 77 passing yards and the interception. Not too much from the tight ends, although pretty typical. One thing the Colts do really well is erase tight end production. So this weekend, if you are thinking, well, okay, let's take a look. Do I like any of the Bills tight ends? Now, granted, you probably didn't in the first place. They're pretty unreliable. You don't know if the ball is going to go to Lee Smith or Dawson Knox or Tyler Kroft. But given the Colts' ability to limit opposing tight ends, I would stay away from anyone who plays tight end on the Buffalo depth chart, and stick with the wideouts, because obviously they go about 6 deep in Buffalo, and I think that's how they are going to try to crack the Colts defense, with a long list of deep balls to guys like Stephon Diggs and John Brown and Gabriel and Isaiah McKenzie, and maybe even Kenny Stills, newly sent to the practice squad.
Ball completed, not to one running back, but the other. Gio Bernard gets to the 1. Will we now get Mixon to finish the job, or will it be Gio 1st and goal from that 1-yard line, the clock ticking? Bengals trying to tie up this game.
Oh, it's Mixon in the backfield. This could seal his player of the game status. They're lined up like they're going to run. 7 guys on the line. There's the handoff.
Oh, no! Lost a yard!
Ooh. Looked like he briefly had a hole, but it slammed shut. That Colts defense, one of the best in the league. It's tough. They got some big, beefy guys slapping beef up front there. They're going to make it very difficult to do anything at the goal line. Like, stacked up again, but it's going to be Mixon once more.
Maybe they try again. Handoff up the gut. Mixon, can he force his way in? No, gets to the 1 this time. That was close. 3rd and goal now.
Threading his yards.
Going back to the well here? What do you think?
I think I imagine the Bengals are going to go right back to him. Mixon has been the guy, although nope, not in the line here. Gio Bernard, and they're coming out in shotgun from the half-yard line. Gio, easy touchdown.
Yeah. Sorry, Mixon owners. Gio said, enough. Let me get this done for you. Let me finish the job I should have gotten in the first time around anyway. We're about to be tied up with about 90 seconds left here in the third quarter. Cooking with Charm says, can we still give our DraftKings username to play in the league to compete with you?
Is it just me, or is Hoff no longer have audio?
Can you hear me now?
There it is.
Verizon guy. There it is. Internet connection was unstable. That'll happen.
Yeah, I am familiar.
What's the last thing you heard?
I actually don't remember. What were we even talking about? I'm lost.
Someone was asking to be part of the
yeah, there was. Yeah.
Sim Fan Friends League.
Yeah, you introduced the topic and then ducked out and left me trying to figure out my internet was bad or your internet was bad, or maybe you just unplugged your mic.
I don't know what in the world happened. Here's what I do know. Cooking with Charm says, you read my question. Well, the question was, obviously, can they be added to the DK Sim Fan Friends League? So, who wants to throw out some usernames to be part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League? And really the question was, does anyone in the chat feel like adding names? Should I add names? Does producer Madison want to collect some names? Who wants to be part of this thing? That was probably why the internet all of a sudden got unstable. It was preparing for the workload it was going to have to deal with, adding more people to the DK Sim Fan Friends League. But we're here, not to worry.
And here is Philip Rivers, who, might have had a small case, as big,
wow.
complete Burton. May have had a small case for comeback player of the year, if not for Alex Smith's stunning return to the lineup and his ability to push the Washington football team to the playoffs. But Rivers still does have, the brain. He does make stupid decisions downfield sometimes, but he has been just instrumental to the Indianapolis Colts' success. Only on a one-year deal. You got to think they're going to make a look at potentially bringing him back to the lineup this year. Raised his passer rating 10 full points, chopped his interceptions down from 20 to 11. Very efficient season for Philip Rivers in the middle of that Colts offense. Got him up to 11 wins, got him a spot in the playoffs. You just got to wonder what version of Philip Rivers is going to show up in the playoffs. Is going to be the gunslinger who kind of closes his eyes and makes those late-stage Brett Favre throws downfield? Or is he going to be the elder care, stately game manager who the Colts could really rely more on? They have a good defense. They don't need a guy who's going to throw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. They need a guy who's going to get them like 250 and 2 and throw, 30 passes per game instead of 45. As we get a nice Marlon Mack pickup here. This drive churning along for Rivers Colts.
Final seconds of this third quarter. Again, we are tied up. We will collect some names. When we get to the fourth quarter, we'll collect some names and add them to the DK Sim Fan Friends League as we make our push to 1,200 people in the group, which is really, you can't say enough about it. It's pretty cool. 2nd and 5 from the 19. Final play of the quarter here. Rivers completes the pass inside the 10. He is up to 225 and into the hands there of none other than Zach Pascal. Takes us to the quarter break.
I'm feeling good about my lineup, but I look at it and still barely in the top half of the nooner free roll because I don't have Mixon. Mixon has been the story, although Philip Rivers at 225, right on pace for the 300-yard bonus to see if he can't get into the end zone here in a tie game. You've got to imagine both teams are going to be throwing the ball a little bit. On the ground, no one near the bonus except for your guy, Joey Mix. 28 on 7 carries and a touchdown. So a nice little performance from a guy who, again, only 2,800 in the flex. Those are punt play numbers. He's giving you captain-type production for that.
Man, Hyro's just coming after me in the chat, thinking I'm putting people to work. I haven't even done that yet. Could happen. 4-way tie for first, though, in our free roll with Hines in the captain spot, Rivers, Hilton, Gio, Burton, and Mixon. Hilton and Rivers having down games so far. Although Rivers could certainly turn that around with a passing touchdown here if he's able to hit the bonus later in the quarter. So day is not done for him by any stretch. No Joe Burrow in that leading lineup here to this point because, of course, rushing touchdowns have been the story there for Cincy.
Fewer than 3 points from Joe Burrow in the flex in this one. So he's been outplayed by Phillip Rivers, even though Rivers hasn't had a great game. And got to wonder if we're going to see a little more Trey Burton here. And has been Philly's Huckleberry here, especially on this drive. He's up to 7 for 75. If he can cap off this drive with a touchdown, as we all know, a great red zone target. And a guy, maybe they get some trickeration in here. They run the Philly special, and Burton throws a touchdown pass. We'll see what we get.
Bert says a Burton TD catch would make my showdown sing. First and goal from the 8. Rivers keeps it, looks to the right, passes it, completed to Burton, but only picks up 3, gets to the 5. Jimmy B says, what's up, DK Sim fam? Checking in during lunch. This looks like it's been a decent sim. Just check the stats. I almost pulled the trigger on Mixon as my flex in the Classic, but went Paris. Yeah, that would have been a healthy start to the day for you. Jared Kilgore checking in during lunch as well. What's up, man? Good to have you. We got solo leader in the free Classic 24-way tie in the larger free showdown.
We got Mack in the backfield, I believe. So it could be another stolen touchdown. It's not, but he puts together a great shot block and gives Rivers enough time to throw it away. So at the very least, saves some yardage there. You don't want to see a Blankenship field goal if you're the Colts here. You want a touchdown. You want to make sure the Bengals can't take the lead in the fourth quarter here. But maybe some of those Blankenship owners up there, they dug the rec specs. They are hoping for a sack here. Maybe turn this into like a far back Phillip can go and see if we can turn this into a 30-plus yarder. Instead, bang, bang, Trey Burton, touchdown.
Make it sing, make it sing.
So Burton come through our first passing touchdown of the sim. We got a Colts 20-14 lead. 7.5%.
That's definitely going to make a little noise.
7.5%.
Make that showdown lineup sing. Burton is owning half of the lineups in the larger free roll. Captain at 7.5%.
Up to 83 receiving yards on 9 catches. So the bonus still within reach for him, but even if he doesn't get the 20-plus points in the flex, more than 30 in the captain spot. If you are one of the select few that made him your top guy, he may be across the call player of the game. We got what Joe Mixon can do in response here.
So if we got a 21-14 lead here for the Colts, 7.5 to go fourth quarter. All right, folks, let's do it. Let's do it. If you want to be part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League, and you are not yet, obviously if you are, don't go sending your usernames. There's just no point in that. Nothing will happen. If you are wanting to be part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League to join in for free and paid contests against all of us, and most especially against each other, here's all you need to do. Drop those DK usernames into the chat, and I will add them. I will add them, and I will send out invites real time to say my DK username is. Throw it on in. Let's see if we can get a whole bunch, take us up over 1,200 members. I will be on the lookout. And if I go silent for a period of time, it's because I'm copying and pasting, and because I'm not worried about Christian's ability to fill the time. Incomplete pass. Luke says, warning, that league is annoying, LOL. Well, Luke, who needs you? Get out. Oh, it's forcing you to be part of it. Now we're talking. Now we're moving. As Matt says, here they come.
Oof. Get in here. Join these free rolls. See if you can beat me or Cough or everyone's favorite, Kenny Ducey.
Spoiler, you probably can.
We're not great at this. I'm currently sitting a robust 39th of the 97, so barely into the top half of today's Nooner free roll. The battle.
So is it just a just a countdown to the playoffs for you at this point? I mean, is that where we're at, just waiting for the weekend, or is there something else during the week that will has you excited and motivated? Obviously, other than Madden Sims.
No, this is I'm very excited. I was kind of bummed for purely selfish reasons when the NFL added an extra playoff team in each conference, especially when I was working full time. I knew that Saturday and Sunday would be like back-to-back 16-hour days, but now with the newsletter, postroute.substack.com, it's a little bit easier, a little bit less. Here, you got to write for the SEO clicks and more. Just go ahead and write whatever the hell you want that you think is interesting. So I'm very much looking forward to sitting back, having some beverages, and really breaking down this year's opening weekend of the playoffs. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, there he is. Not going to catch that man right there as we get the John Ross deep ball. So many of you are asking for 52 yards, and we got ourselves a ball game here. About to be 21-21 in the fourth quarter.
This is why it's so difficult to fade John Ross, because you know that it is possible he could get one of those any given game. People earlier were calling for it, the man with the 98 speed, and yeah, blaze away, pal. 52-yard score, unbelievable. Dogan had just said, bomb to Ross, bomb to Ross. You got it.
I mean, you're not gonna catch that guy. Too fast.
Who says the Nooner produces a bad game? Nice back and forth action here to start off our sim day here on the Dream Stream. And folks, last call. I'm copying and pasting names. If you want to be part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League, let's get those DK usernames over. Got a whole bunch so far. Got about 20 people in there, and we're still moving. Don't worry, you'll get the invites just as soon as everyone's all here together. Who you need for your lineups, too. Feel free to shout that out.
Let us know. We got a lot going on right now. Points from all over. I don't think anyone has double digits. Is that correct? We have 21 touchdowns so 21 points each, 6 touchdowns from 6 different guys. Is that right? We got a Mixon, we got a Bernard, we got a Ross, we got a Burton, we got a Hines, we got a Mack.
Love the people's free game who were talking about loading up on the running backs. That proved to be the strategy here so far in this one.
2/3 of the touchdowns through almost 4 quarters have come from those guys. If you stacked up all 4, you are probably sitting pretty right now. Although if you have Phillip Rivers, this seems like a situation in which, well, he's about to get sacked for a loss of about 30 here. But that just means he can be throwing the ball as he loses 13 yards on that sack by running backwards over and over and over again. Actually pretty true to form for Phillip Rivers. He runs like he's carrying a tray of beverage trying not to spill them. Jack Lawson comes through with the sling blade to drag him down. So 3rd and long here, and the Colts don't want to give up any leverage here. So imagine they aren't going to sit back and just let this one happen with like a draw play. You got to imagine to try to pick up the 16 here rather than play for field position. Oh, never mind. Terrible.
Got to say, some of you have some difficult usernames to find, like Mike. That would be simple enough if not for the fact that there are so many that have numbers after it that you can't just isolate the Mike. Really quite a process here. A lot of names coming through, though, and we do appreciate that. I'm probably way behind in the chat, but that happens. Mads is collecting names, too, just to see if I'm missing anything, which I probably am. Let's be honest.
That's how much we care about you, DK Sim fan. Everyone getting in, making sure you can be part of the league so you can hang out with us and eat us mercilessly in these free rolls.
So what are you most interested in this weekend as it concerns this Colts team and ability to win? I know obviously we talked a little bit about that matchup earlier, but for anyone joining us late who's looking for insights, maybe thinking about, hey, do I make a lineup for that game? Do I play a little showdown action involving the Colts? What are you looking at?
It's both quarterbacks. They both have massive questions to answer, and both of them kind of can get trapped inside their own head and kind of play on the field like it's a video game. We've seen Josh Allen in the playoffs make some really weird decisions, and he'll have one great play, and then at the very tail end of that play, he'll do one very stupid thing, like he'll scramble for 18 yards and then just close his eyes and toss a lateral backwards over his head to no one. He does things like that. So are we going to see the continuation of this good Josh Allen? Has he really been able to be the guy? Is he going to be able to give into those instincts now that he has Stephon Diggs and a very, very deep receiving core to help guide him along? Can he stand up against a very, very solid Colts defense? Big deal. And on the other side, Phillip Rivers is kind of like his spiritual successor. Granted, he can't run nearly as well, but Rivers does stupid things with the ball. He makes bad decisions. He will throw into triple coverage just because he kind of can, because he gets that kind of Rex Grossman, F it, I'm throwing downfield gene going, and he gets into it. So is he going to be this kind of controlled, efficient player that we've seen for long stretches with the Colts, but has been in no way, shape, or form the new version of him? He's not getting to that consistently. Is he going to be able to lead the Colts to victory by being a conservative passer, or is he going to try to arm strength his way through this, ultimately this team? Both quarterbacks are exactly what I want to watch in this game. See how they're doing, see how their offensive coordinators play into those instincts, and see if they can come through.
Just shout out to DeAndrea. His internet's holding up.
Yeah, thank you. Did you see that? We finally got through there. We'll see if it gets through the rest of the sim. Right as Koff was bringing it up, he froze up a little bit on me. We get a very weird.
Is it contagious? What's happening? If you're involved in a sim, somebody's internet is going to dump out at some point in time. This is what we're learning.
Someone's going solo for an extended period where you're going to have that weird. Yeah, those. So
yeah, it's the drive-through scene in Wayne's World 2. Basically, is what's happening right now. What I was starting to ask you, as obviously the Bengals are doing their best to try and take a lead here, as we are tied up 21-all with about 3 minutes to go, a little less than that. What do you think the chances are of an upset in that game that we were just talking about?
I think the Colts have a real shot. I think they have the defense that can kind of confuse the Bills. Yes, the Bills are flying right now, but I mean, there's still some flaws there. The defense is not as Joe run. Wow, it's going to make it work at least a little bit, not all the way. We're going to get a Blankenship field goal here to take the lead. Looked like Burrow was going to lose about 9 yards on that. Instead, got back to roughly the line of scrimmage. No, this Colts defense is good enough to create problems, even against the Bills' completely on-fire offense. And the Bills' defense has not been as good as it was last season. I don't know what the missing element there is, but they have not been the same kind of bruising, beat-you-up team they were previously. They fell out of top 10 in defensive rankings and defensive metrics. And yes, the talent is absolutely there, so maybe if those guys come alive, you can make the case for the Bills as not only a contender, but a potential Super Bowl team. But I'm not going to sell Phillip Rivers and the Colts short. Why Rivers came to Indianapolis, why he left at Los Angeles and the Chargers after such a long and storied career there. I don't think the gravity of the situation is going to be lost on this Colts team. I think they definitely have the potential to pull off an upset, but if you just ask me, my snap thing is going to be the Bills win. They're playing at home in Buffalo. They're going to have a limited amount of the Bills Mafia there. The whole stadium is going to smell like cinnamon whiskey and bad decisions, and that is exactly how this Buffalo Bills team thrives. Bills, I'm going to say Bills by like 9.
All right, I think I got everybody. I've sent out 50 invites to the league, which puts us 5 away from 1,200 in the DK SimFam Friends League member list. Very cool. Hopefully you got your invitations, folks. If not, check your email and look again, because they should all be there. Of course, we had the go-ahead field goal, courtesy of Randy Bullock moments ago. 90 seconds to go here in the fourth quarter. Going no huddle. The Colts trying to even up this game, maybe even take a lead if they can, obviously. 2nd and 4 as Rivers drops back, completes a pass to Hines over the middle. Or rather, in the hands of Pascal, pardon me. Gets him to the 38. Pascal 5 for 76.
Seems like we're going to have a real shot at the bonus for Phillip Rivers and a real shot at overtime as the Colts taking their sweet time, as is tradition. They do have all 3 timeouts left. They only have to go about 20, maybe 30 yards to get in that Blankenship field goal range. Rivers taking too much time. If he takes a sack here, terrible thing. Instead,
he got himself out of bounds.
Yeah.
Stop the clock there.
Stops the clock. Can't complain too much about that one. Could have been a lot worse. We've seen those plays implode before. Honestly, if you took a 9-yard loss on a sack there and had to burn a timeout, that would have been disastrous for the Colts.
Your guy Blankenship warming up on the sideline. Burt Macklin said, "It's Burton time. This is the way." He's already in the captain spot of the leading lineup, having himself a monster day so far and flirting with the bonus. 2nd and 6 from the 42, under a minute to go. There's a catch into the hands.
Come on, buddy. Are you taking that down?
Get out, Campbell.
Clock still ticking.
Continuing to move. Colts do have timeouts available. They got all 3. Did you see that? Says of our new league members, if you're new to the league, turn off notifications. It'll make for a better experience, which I wholeheartedly agree with, by the way.
Okay, we got
all right.
Fighting there.
In the field goal range, but it'd be a long one.
Yeah. Good news is they got 2 timeouts, so you got to imagine we're going to get at least 3 more plays before this Blankenship field goal attempt. See if the Colts can win this in regulation, although given the situation, odds not in your favor. Let's see what we get here.
1st and 10 from the 36 with 29 ticks left. 2 timeouts available for the Colts. Rivers passes that one complete left side, and did he get out of bounds to stop the clock? Looks like they're going to say yes. 24 seconds to go. 2nd and 3 on the way.
I mean, that clears him to get all the way to 4th down here with time on the clock. We'll see if that means anything. Right now, we're looking at about a 46-yarder from Blanken. Not automatic, but pretty good. Let's see who's bad here.
From the 29 now for Rivers. Drops back. Pressure coming his way. Hit as he throws it. Gets out of bounds. Stops the clock again. That's fine. 18 seconds to go. 3rd and 3 on the way.
No, I wouldn't mind like a draw play or something to make sure you pick up the 1st down here. You get timeouts. You don't have a lot of time left on the clock anyway. You're looking at maybe 3 more plays total, 2 plays and then a kick. So it looks like they are setting up in a big package. 7 up front. It is a handoff. It is Mack. He gets the 1st. There's the timeout. 14 seconds left. 1, maybe 2 plays before you go field goal here. You have the 1 timeout. You can use the middle of the field if need be. You want to keep things to the sideline and save that timeout if at all possible, but the entirety of the field is open. You can get, say, Trey Burton sprinting upfield on a seam route, and there he is. He's tucked in there at tight end. There's going to be a spot for him up in the okay.
Our own Bry guy pops into the chat, says Emerson would make the field goal, to which I say Emerson would say he'd make the field goal. There's a difference.
Old Quadzilla there.
Yeah. 2nd and 2 from the 14. Final 10 seconds to go. The Colts are out of timeouts, so they're just going to play it safe, line up for the field goal, try and push for extra time. The old ice the kicker. Johnny says, thanks, Cuff. Got my invite. Appreciate you and the DK staff. Absolutely. We appreciate all of you for even wanting to be in the league in the first place. So really, that thing wouldn't exist without all of you wanting to be part of it. Appreciate you. And folks, smash that like button. We're just a few away from 150. about 800 people watching here on YouTube. Smash that like. Get us up over 150 before the end of regulation. Can you do it? Kicks up. It's away. It's good with ease. Rodrigo Blankenship, and we are tied up.
7 seconds left, so we might get a little garbage play action here from the Bengals. Maybe like a Hail Mary that lands 20 yards short of the end zone. It could be a nice little pickup for an A.J. Green, John Ross type. More likely, though, we'll get a kneel out, go to overtime, and we'll be taking it right into the extra frame. No breaks here. We're going to try to slide through this one for you.
The two of us are together for the next sim as well, folks. So if you, for any reason, are looking to get into the league and haven't yet, maybe we missed your username or you just haven't submitted it, whatever the case, maybe during the Mad Matinee we'll collect some more usernames. 7 seconds left in regulation here.
Ooh, and they are running. They're on the babysitter Billy formation. Might just be a handoff up the middle and see what Mixon can get. But there it is. It is a handoff to Mixon. He does pick up 10. They take time out, so a little bit better position. Picks up 9, rather. A little bit better position for a Hail Mary here, but I don't think Joe Burrow is going to be able to sling it 70 yards in the air.
Did you see that? Says, speaking of Emerson, his X Factor just activated. Yeah, overtime is apparently on the way, unless we get one heck of a moment here. 3 seconds left. One last try for the Bengals. Big throw, deep into traffic, and picked off.
Oof, Joe.
Colts come away with it to end regulation.
Well, now he's got 2 interceptions to bookend that passing touchdown in the fourth quarter, but going to overtime didn't really affect the outcome of this one in regulation. We'll see. Oh, Bengals going to start with the ball, so Burrow can get sweet redemption here and lead a game-winning touchdown drive. Open up OT.
What could be a better way to start off the nooner, obviously, than with more free football? May as well just play this one right up until the next sim.
Yeah, just roll right through it.
With Christian DeAndrea, I am Adam Kaufman. We have got producer Madison, Drew, our technical director, Joe and Tate, game mops, all of you hanging with us. Appreciate you. Glad you are making the push for 200 likes. Almost there. Keep smashing that like button. Overtime. Bengals with the ball first here in virtual Indianapolis. Joe Mixon's been the man so far. And fittingly, it is another run out of the backfield. Gio Bernard this time, 7 for 24. He has a touchdown to his credit. Mixon flirt with the bonus, could absolutely get there on this drive, making him perhaps the best $2,800 play in the history of these Madden simulations. Second and 3 coming up from the 32. If you are new to these Madden sims or just don't remember how it works in overtime, remember, short run right there, picks up 2. Mixon is almost at 90 yards, 89, 3rd and 1 on the way. Remember that we play until we have a winner. This thing doesn't, time is irrelevant at this point in time. So if the Bengals are able to hit a field goal here, the Colts have an opportunity to tie or win. If the Bengals score a touchdown, this thing is over.
It's just like the entirety of 2020, time is irrelevant. It does not matter. It is means. Mixon 3 away
is a circle. Man, so close.
I mean, that's going to be brutal if this next play is a 59-yard bomb to John Ross, but I feel like most people out there, if they went Bengals stack, they had Mixon and Ross together, so maybe it wouldn't be too bad for them.
I'm floored to see that Joe Mixon is not in the leading lineup currently, by the way.
Craziness.
Burton in the captain spot, Rivers, Hines, Ross, Bernard, and Pascal. All having good games, don't get me wrong. But I thought for sure Gio would be in the leading lineup. Maybe when he hits the bonus and whatever else goes on, he'll find a way there. There it is. Bonus, 101 on the ground for Gio Bernard, or for Joe Mixon, pardon me.
See, hopefully he does not lose 2 yards on an upcoming carry. He's going to get one here. It looks like another jumbo formation. Colts appear to be ready for it. They got 9 guys near the line of scrimmage.
Uh-oh. No, I got one.
They gave him a yard on that? How?
Yeah. Generous AI.
Yeah. They are cooking the books here. They know that the mixed known there need to keep that bonus. I have questions.
Did you see that says I'm also on the fence about the 7 teams, real life football this weekend per conference, obviously. But it adds excitement for more teams in the end. I love how it makes being the best in the conference extremely important. Number 2 seed should not get the bye. And you know what? I completely agree. I agree with every word that I just read from Did You See That? I wasn't entirely sure how to feel about it. I didn't have a problem with them adding an extra playoff team. That, I had no issue with it. More the merrier, I suppose. But, I didn't totally know how to feel about it. Sort of wondered what it would mean for teams in the hunt and parity and obviously bubble teams and all that good stuff as we got closer to the end of the year. And sure enough, exciting as hell. That punt was not, and the Colts have an opportunity here. Phillip Rivers, who should hit the bonus on this drive, he's at 288 passing, 39 attempts. We are still tied at 24. So any points here for the Colts win this game. Otherwise, it becomes a sudden death situation. I guess in a matter of speaking, it already is. Hines with a short run, 6 for 18, a touchdown. I'm sitting 67th in our contest. Nowhere close to the lead. Where's Train Island right now?
61st. So.
All right. So it's a battle between the two of us, I suppose.
Yeah. Something to root for here is Hines. No, Mac on that one. So that running back stack paying off for the Colts, although they are facing 3rd and 2 here. And if they don't pick this up, this would be troubling for Indianapolis.
Again, 24 all. There's Campbell. Seems upset.
All right, big package, but the Bengals stacking the box here, and doesn't matter. Looks like Mac charging through for 3 on 3rd and 2. So this drive will continue. We'll get a few more Phillip Rivers reps. 12 away from the bonus, has yet to throw a pass on this drive.
Carter says, Kaufman, you got to pop in when Brendan is doing a sim and tell everybody that he will put their names in. Be more than happy to put their names in. Love it when you do it do it to him. Yeah, I like to give the kid a hard time. But you know what? He gives it right back, which is what makes the back and forth so much fun. Fact of the matter is, we have both added hundreds of names to our DK Sim Fan Friends League, and many of you in the chat have as well. So it's a group effort to get everyone to where we're at right now. We love it.
Let's continue
2nd and 2 on the way.
Punish this Bengals defense on the ground. Moved about 20 yards now without a single pass. Let's see if they continue. Ooh, play action. Did it free anyone downfield? It didn't really. T.Y. Hilton can't hold that one. Another big 3rd down coming up. Last time they went with Mac, he blows his way to 3 yards. 2nd, 3rd and 2 coming up in this overtime period for Indianapolis. See if they just go right back to us. We get Logan Wilson, the linebacker, former Wyoming standout. Can play a little safety, play a little linebacker. Again, a stacked box. Yeah, good idea not to run it here. Campbell was open. Went to Pascal instead. 1st down, and Rivers up to 296 now.
So close he can taste it. We got a 1st and 10 on the way from the 47. Not that it matters, as mentioned before, but about 3 minutes to go here in overtime. 24 all to handoff, and the Colts right back to the line of scrimmage. Mac, 12 for 48 in the score. Sonny says, happy birthday, Koff. Thank you. Appreciate you. You know, the real life birthday is on the way. It's just a few weeks away. Maybe I won't work that day and just really throw a curveball.
People are going to be so upset, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they'd really care. Bonzo says, Koff pushed all our bonuses. Not all of them. Not all of them. There you go. Rivers is in the bonus. Nixon's in the bonus.
And T.Y.'s got a very outside shot. If the Colts get sacked here and then he catches a 40-yard touchdown, he'll be there too. Seems unlikely, but the good news is into field goal range, not nearly automatic, though. And I feel like we're going to see a pretty conservative game plan. Doesn't matter. It works out. Look at that. Ba-bam. Yards from Marlon Mack.
Question on Twitch from Mr. 718 himself says, how does this work? I'm going to need more, Mr. 718.
But hey, you can join free contests based on this game over on DraftKings.com. We got a $500 DK Bucks free roll going on right now. We got a $500 contest going right now. All you got to do is pick out your lineup, build it, curate it, find your players, and see if they show up big time on these sims. There are free and paid contests all over for it. You can find more at DraftKings.com.
They going to lock up this game-winning field goal here by not Adam Vinatieri, or are we going to go to double overtime? That's what I'm wondering right now.
Well, we know we're probably going to see some timeouts and shenanigans here because the game. Oh, Pascal nearly broke up field. He's got to be pretty close to the bonus. Let's take a look at that stat line.
Yeah, 96.
The question is if the Colts are going to continue passing or if they're just going to run, kick the field goal here.
Turned out to be a great game to stack, folks. Hopefully you did in the early classic. No one is really blown up, though, other than, I guess you'd say, Burton.
Yeah, and, is he going to get upfield? Is Burton? Oh.
To the 2.
Can't cap it with a second touchdown, but now the Colts may just crash it in here. 2nd and inches from the 2. Could be Mack, could be Nyheim Hines. Feels like a power back situation. Time running low, which of course doesn't matter for our purposes, but here in Simland they will take those timeouts before going into second tee. Looks like it's Mack.
2nd and inches. Cruises in with ease. Marlon Mack. Another touchdown. Return of the Mack. Yes, it is.
You lied to me. And Marlon Mack puts a cap on this one. His 2nd touchdown of the game. A lot of great performance in this. 30-24. Colts defend their home field. Ice out the Bengals. Big 80-yard touchdown drive. The difference in this one, and a lot of good performances today. A lot of points from all over. No one man really stood out, although Marlon Mack, the only guy, multiple touchdowns. A pretty solid day from him. 2 rushing touchdowns, about 60 rushing yards for the RB1, who, of course, missed most of the season with a torn Achilles, leading the way for Jonathan Taylor to rise up and look like an absolute beast. Take a look at these final stats. Phillip Rivers into the bonus, 333 and a touchdown for him. Joe Burrow only 209. A touchdown for him, also 2 interceptions, although one of those came on a Hail Mary. Really tough to fault him on that
one. Love this in the chat. Classic Mac attacks. Anyone want some fries with that Big Mac? Roland wants a second place shout out. Yeah, just so close. Looks like we're going to have Poppy Herb 69 with about a 2-point victory if all holds and there are no staff corrections, and we'll see. But Mixon into the bonus, obviously. Rivers into the bonus. Burton flirted with it. So did Ross. So did Pascal. All these guys that got to 90-plus yards, but not everyone was able to hit the bonus naturally. But some big performances in this one. All that being said, Joe Mixon with almost 20 points in the flex at $2,800. Can you, even despite the performance of Marlon Mack, can you go in another direction for the Krusty Koff player of the game?
It's got to be the value is just unsurmountable. $2,800 for 20 in the flex. You got to give the man credit where it's due. He's not going to be cheap next time. He's probably going to be up around $4 or $5K. So if you bought low on Joe Mixon, congratulations into the bonus. Big performance for him. And the Krusty Cough, the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner. That's a little bit of a tough one, but I think I'm going to have to go AJ Green. Didn't really show up.
That's what I was looking at too.
A big name, a wide receiver one, and kind of had a very similar performance he's had in the real NFL. A little bit of a letdown. Hasn't been the guy he can truly be. So, Babysitter Billy award goes to AJ Green and a Cough. Great sim. We're back here in about half an hour, maybe 35 minutes. Anything we need to tell the people? Anything we need to bring up?
Well, getting to the free roll, especially you new members of the DK Sim Fan Friends League, we have obviously the Khalil Mack Bowl free roll that we have for the Madden Matinee. Let's see where we stand with it right now. Looks like of the 200 entry limit, we've got about 50 entry spots available. So jump on in, all you new members. We're up to about 1,220 members now, with people continuing to add names within the chat. So you love to see it. Maybe we can get to 1,300 during the next sim. We'll collect more names. But awesome. Yeah, ton of fun for the nooner. What better way, obviously, than to start the day with all that production that we had for the first sim. That was fun.
Yeah, a great sim, a lot of fun. Started off a little slow, they came later. And now we get to segue into a little Madden Mitch. So what's not to like about the 2 p.m. sim? We will see you at the matinee.
All right. Well, thanks to Tate and Joe, obviously, the Game Ops crew, who was kept very busy during that last one. The overtime decision won there by the Colts very late in that extra session. So we basically played 5 full quarters here today, which is always exciting. Producer Madison and Drew, our technical director, and, of course, for Christian, I am Adam. We're not going anywhere, though, folks, just temporarily stepping aside. We will return for the Khalil Mack Bowl in about a half hour, as Christian said. Stay with us here on the Dream Stream. We'll talk to you in a bit. What's up, DK Sim fam, and welcome back. Lineups locking in about 30 seconds for our next sim. We have got the Madden Matinee. And you know what I'm realizing here, Christian? I didn't make a lineup. So I have 30 seconds. You tell me what you're expecting, and I'm going to make my lineup faster than fast.
For sure. Well, we know it's the Raiders. We know they're bad, especially against the pass, and they got to account for Madden Mitch. So you want to make sure you get a decent amount of participation here from the Chicago lineup. Besides Madden Mitch, you want to maybe get a little Allen Robinson, a little Jimmy Graham, but there is a ton of value to be had in these lineups. Jalen Richard is dirt cheap in the flex. He's only going to cost you, let's see. Where'd he go? Oh, man. See, now you put the pressure on me, and I'm choking.
Sorry. That's all right. Lineups have locked that I made unquestionably the most incoherent lineup that I have ever made, putting zero thought into it, and a punt play that stands absolutely no chance of even entering the game, let alone getting a touch. So it's feel real good at this point in time.
Now I'm thrilled. No, for me, Jalen Richard at 2,600, awesome. Hunter Renfrow at 3,200, awesome. You guys are dirt cheap, and they're getting paid like they don't even show up in these games. Hunter Renfrow is giving you 6+ points in each of his last 3. He's probably going to show up and do something. The punt plays on the Raiders make a lot of sense here, especially if you're going heavy with Mitch and Allen Robinson and Tarek Cohen. For me, though, I went against my own best instincts on this one, and I stacked up a whole lot more Raiders than it was probably worthwhile, especially in a road game in bad weather. I got Trubisky and Carr, both quarterbacks in there, but I also got Tyrell Williams, the Murder Hornet, Darren Waller as my captain, and Hunter Renfrow and Jalen Richard, those aforementioned dirt cheap punt plays, hopefully would be bringing back some value for me. So I'm not super confident in my lineup going against my own instincts, but maybe they'll pay off. Where is your terrible 30-second lineup in this one, Carl?
Yeah, so I like your lineup better than mine. That should come as no surprise, considering I barely had time to look at the salaries, let alone look at which players I chose, because I'm watching it tick down 7, 6, 5. And I have like 3 spots to fill. So I've got Ruggs in the captain spot, Trubisky and Carr, Waller, Tariq Cohen, and then actually he plays more than I realized. Demetrius Harris was basically the only guy that I had any room for financially, and so he snuck in. He is 1.6% owned in our 185 person free roll that we got going on here, the Madden Matinee Khalil Mack Bowl. So rightfully, because I never in my if I had 2 minutes as opposed to 30 seconds, Harris never would have sniffed this lineup. But here we are. So maybe he scores a touchdown today, and I look like a genius.
Yeah, I mean, Demetrius Harris, one of those guys, former basketball player at Wisconsin, Milwaukee, a school that doesn't even have a football program, turned into a okay tight end, maybe a guy who's going to get that NFL pension. He's been in the league long enough. A lot of athleticism. He's got those decent Madden stats, so maybe he breaks one open here and steals a Jimmy Graham touchdown. Maybe he vultures his way into it.
Well, we'll see. There is Mitchell Trubisky, as he is obviously getting ready for a big playoff showdown this weekend, something the Raiders were hoping to take part in as well, but that is just not reality, unfortunately. So we can spend some time here on Chicago and what to expect. There's a run to start things off. Tariq Cohen gets from the 27 to the 32, and if you'd like math, he picks up 5.
Cohen obviously missing the tail end of the season with a torn ACL, putting all the running back pressure on David Montgomery. Montgomery, one of my favorite guys to watch run. He is just so dang tough. The man plays just kind of out of his mind when he's clicking, when he's on. And that hasn't been too often because this Bears team really kind of struggles to open up boxes for him. When you're playing the Bears, you know you kind of jam everyone near the line of scrimmage and dare them to beat you downfield with their passing. Normally, you wouldn't want to do that on a team that is Allen Robinson and my guy Darnell Mooney and the very versatile Anthony Miller. And yet, teams very rarely punish for that against the Bears because they either have an inaccurate downfield threat, Nick Foles behind center, or a guy who just doesn't make a lot of those throws. The game plan just isn't for Mitch Trubisky too centered around him taking shots downfield. Instead, let's motion him outside the pocket. Let's make him take those short-range passes, see if we can get our guys to rack up the yards after catch to make this team dangerous. So any numbers you see on Mitchell Trubisky, you got to kind of take them with a grain of salt. Yeah, maybe he'll have a 250-yard passing game, but the air yards on those passes are only going to give you about 125 yards. The Bears may joke their way and dink and dunk their way into a Mitchell Trubisky extension. And if that is the case, they have no one to blame but themselves. But you will have your talk radio types extolling it as a great idea because he came on strong at the end of the season. And you won games. But, well, all he really did was check down. You can really bring in anyone to do what Mitch is doing right now. The Bears should not extend this man.
Allen Robinson with the catch. Trubisky 3 for 3. He is doing well so far. So Matthew, among others, saying in the chat, cough, the Phillip Rivers bonus from the last game was not updated. Please address. Well, Zach Morris is trash, stepping in and saying, I have had it take hours to get paid out on a sim, but I have yet to see a mistake in 9 months with these sims and payouts. So just a reminder, Matthew or anyone else, if you happen to be new, if you're looking for the bonus, or you're, just impatient, whatever it may be. Remember, the scoring is manual. And so we've got a great game ops crew. Just takes a little extra time sometimes to get everything fully up to date, especially a game like last game where there was so much scoring and so many stats to identify. I am being told now by our guy Joe that the Rivers bonus has been added. So there you go. Thank you to them. You're welcome to all of you. It is in there. And just remember, just in general, be patient. Because as Zach Morris's trash said, there's never been a mistake. There will never be a mistake. It just sometimes takes a little bit of time to finalize everything with the manual scoring.
We would rather be right than fast. And the manual scoring, the team out here, these guys and gals are amazing at what they do. So, and amazing in general, I'm sure. I haven't had the chance to run into them on the street, but I got to imagine if I saw them, I would see that kind of aura, the glow of a DK Ops team person coming through, and I'd be like, oh man, that person knows stats. That person knows stats.
I can't imagine you're running into too many people on the street at this point in time, though.
No. Although today, I might have to go out, take the dog out for a little walk today. It is absolutely gorgeous here in Madison, Wisconsin. About 35 degrees, sunny. The snow is melting. I got an Amazon Prime delivery coming up with packages up my walk. He's not slipping on anything. It's been salted. It's been swept. It's been shoveled.
Sounds like a nightmare. Inside the 20, and could he go all the way? No. Stopped at the 4, but Trubisky, a perfect 6 for 6 for 63 and a first and goal on the way after another grab here for the Bears. And Miller, 2 for 14. So he is a guy who typically is very, I'm not even going to say boom or bust, more often than not bust, and doesn't often have a big game, doesn't show out oftentimes in these sims, but nice early start for him here. Yeah, Zach Morris's trash says, better to be slow and alive than quick and dead. There you go. It's a handoff, run up the middle, and right back to the line of scrimmage for David Montgomery.
We have seen that he is, speaking of boom or bust, in real life, Montgomery appears to be that guy. Although even his bust days are typically something around 8 to 10 fantasy points. He just had a high upside first 1,000-yard season this year, and he gets to go to the playoffs. I'm very interested to see what he's going to look like in his postseason debut as he gets smoked there for a loss, or no gain rather. And third and goal coming up. Could be Jimmy Graham time here. Could be Demetrius Harris time. Let's be honest. Third and goal from the 4. It might be a good chance to sneak out a second or third string tight end and see what happens.
That'd be my best play of all time if Demetrius Harris scores a touchdown right here, and there would be no intellect involved. Third and goal from the 4. Trubisky, end zone, all alone, a touchdown effortlessly as the Bears jump in front, and wouldn't you know, Anthony Miller does it again.
Wow, big drive for Anthony Miller. Big drive for Mitch Trubisky. No incompletions there. For a minute, I thought it might happen, Koff. I saw your guy, Demetrius Harris, was there. He was running a route. Did not get the look, and nor should he have. Anthony Miller completely blanked by that terrible Raiders secondary. 7-0 Bears.
Our guy Bonzo says, sweet, I tied for first in the $500 free roll after the bonus to Rivers was applied. You didn't mush it after all, Koff.
There
you go. Congrats. Love to hear it. AD Poker popping in. Says nice coverage. Yeah, very true. Haven't seen AD Poker 89 hanging out in the chat in a while. Welcome back to the Sim Fam, brother. Trubisky owned about a third of lineups in the early classic, by the way. Folks, we're only 10 away from 200 likes here on the Dream Stream second sim of the day. We are very early on. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, producer Madison. We got our Drew on the ones and twos. Tate and Joe, Game Ops. Thank you all for hanging out. Top ownership in the larger free showdown. Trubisky about 76% owned. Waller at about 64. Carr 52. Robinson 51. And Williams at about 49. Tom Cruise, a.k.a. Les Grossman, says, my Captain Miller. Congrats to you, sir. Everyone smash that like button, the 500 plus watching along on the Dream Stream on YouTube.
Get to see what these Raiders can do. Obviously, your bust candidate here is Tyrell Williams. Getting up this season, but has been an occasional godsend here in Madden. Although that man right there, Josh Jacobs, has not been. We used to see some very, very big games from Jacobs, my pick for last year's Offensive Rookie of the Year, and he has been inconsistent, to say the least, in Simland. 2 points last sim, only the sim before it. Has only broken the double-digit point barrier once in his last 8 games. So if you threw down on Josh Jacobs, could be a brilliant play, but history suggests it might not be.
We got a 1st and 10 from the 40. Raiders ball. Down a touchdown. Couple minutes to go in the first. So let's start to get into this. Maybe not start, but continue getting into NFL playoff action this weekend, specifically concerning the Bears, who obviously are going to play in New Orleans Sunday, 4:40 Eastern kickoff. Do you give the Bears a puncher's chance in this game against that Saints team that we think will have its backfield back intact?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what the Saints roster looks like. Hopefully everyone gets cleared and we can have a full-strength playoff game. For me, the Saints defense, I think, is just going to be way too much for Chicago to handle. Mitch Trubisky, I do appreciate the way he's rebounded his value. I think Matt Nagy has done a great job of creating an offense that works for a flawed quarterback. It's a nice completion there from Derek Carr. But at the same time, I think the Saints are going to find ways to take away those windows. Unless Mitch is just kind of throwing prayers up to Allen Robinson and Darnell Mooney all day, I don't have a lot of faith in that passing and doing anything more than getting 5-6 yards at a time.
Our man Tate says, absolutely no chance. The Bears making the playoffs is like a child intentionally breaking their PS4 and the parents discipline them by buying a PS5. Which, honestly, yeah. I thought would probably be a more apt description for Washington making the playoffs, but it probably fits with the Bears as well.
Dude, the NFC side of things is just absolutely grim when you have the poor Miami Dolphins on the other side in the AFC with their 10 wins sitting at home. Granted, it does help speed the rebuild along, giving them that better draft pick. But, poor Miami, poor Tua. Not going to get the chance to put its playoff start on his resume. And instead, we get to see Mitch in the playoffs once again. And God willing, we will see the Bears completely doink a terrible special teams play and just absolutely break Matt Nagy's mind even further. But, yeah, I don't think as much as last year's loss to the Vikings has me question what the Saints can do this season, I don't think the Bears are capable of doing anything. I think this will be a rock fight. I think both defenses are going to reign supreme in this, but ultimately it's going to be a Saints win.
Well, I'll tell you what, if the Bears get Sim Trubisky, they might have a chance. He's 7 for 7, doing real well here in this one. A 7-0 lead for Chicago early. Domino Joe says, cough. I have Harris 2 with Richard. They're my only 2 donuts. All right, well, let's hope for the 2 of us. Things turn around.
That guy must have paid up in a big way, because that leaves it's like $4,400 in salary between those guys. Maybe not even that much. So that's like I got Carr and Mitch and Waller.
Yeah, must have Mitch in the captain spot, I would guess. Pay up for a little bit of reliability there. I know I said Mitch Trubisky and reliability in the same sentence. Where do things go? You alluded to this, obviously, off the top of the broadcast, but just to revisit it as we get ready for quarter number 2. projecting ahead, because like you, I fully expect this to be a one and done for Chicago here, and the Bears really don't belong in the postseason in the first place. Who is their starting quarterback when the year begins next season?
I think they're going to be stupid. I think they're going to re-sign Mitch. They're going to give him the Blake Bortles deal that the Bortles got after kind of shepherding the Jaguars in the AFC title game, getting them really within one quarter and maybe one fumble blown dead too early away from the Super Bowl appearance. I think they're going to sign him to a 3-year extension for medium money with a fair amount of guarantees, something that really only ties Mitch to 1 year with the club, but also opens them up to some dead money on the cap in 2022. Just because, I mean, if you're the Bears, how are you talk yourself into a better quarterback if you don't have the draft capital to pick anyone else up? Foles is going to stay on the roster, sure. You know, he kind of sucks. You can't really cut him without a dead cap commitment to begin with. And I think they're going to look at the market and be like, well, we're not going to Cam Newton. Doesn't look like the answer. Or maybe we roll with the Jacoby Brissett type, or maybe we try to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, but our cap space kind of sucks to begin with. I don't think we can really justify adding a big name addition that way. I think it's just going to be a big problem where the Bears take the path of least resistance, re-sign Mitch Trubisky, hope that he comes, hope that this recent trend holds steady, and we see them go like 7-9 next season, and eventually be like, all right, whatever.
First and 10 from the 24. You mentioned Cam Newton. I was listening to an interview that he did yesterday talking about his future, because obviously the popular topic, as it surrounds his life, is, you know, where are you going to be next year? Do the Patriots want you back? Do you want to be back? All that stuff. And I'm sure it was just he's a bright guy, so I'm sure it was just a slip of the tongue and sounded really stupid, but I had to laugh. He said, there are 32 people at my position in this league. Of course, he was only identifying starters.
Yeah.
And he said, and I believe in myself. I do not believe I am the 32th. He is not the 32th quarterback in the NFL. Inside the 7 here for Jacobs.
Producer Andrew's saying that the Bears could always just franchise Mitch Trubisky and run it back one more year, but I don't even think they have to franchise him. I think they don't have to worry about if you're going to make that financial commitment, you might as well just guarantee that much money over 3 years or something like that, because I don't think there are going to be that many other teams knocking on Mitch's door trying to bring him in. There are too many other quality quarterbacks available in this year's draft, and you don't bring Mitch Trubisky in to be a mentor, a quality backup. There are too many veteran guys that you go with instead of him. So if you do think you're going to have to franchise Mitch Trubisky and commit $20+ million to him, you build that into his guarantees and you keep him there for 3 years. So that way, if he does exceed expectations, you keep him under team control and maybe you give him a raise, sure, whatever, you figure it out. But I think the Bortles route is a more likely.
Ooh. Well, there's a touchdown for the Raiders, and how about it? In the air, no less, for Jalen Richard.
Dirt cheap Jalen Richard coming through, only cost you.
What'd you say, 2,600, something like that?
2,600 in the flex. Must be
the day for those secondary running backs, huh? Joe Mixon hitting the bonus in the first game of the day, and here we got Richard. Early touchdown for him. Yeah, love it. Yeah. You love to see it.
Yeah, Richard is a guy that we know he always comes through at least in some way, and I'm feeling very, very foolish for only flexing him and instead captaining Darren Waller, who has the goose egg.
That's early. Waller would be fine.
Yeah, we'll see.
Kenny says the first thing the Bears need to do is fire Nagy and Pace. You on board with that? Should Nagy be replaced at this point in time?
I don't think Nagy is necessarily the problem. Pace, sure. Nagy is doing the best he can with what he's been given, and the personnel in Chicago is not great. It kind of sucks. They need a better offensive line. But if you look at the way that Nagy has really, pushed Mitchell Trubisky back to at least an average type quarterback and really play to his strengths. That's encouraging. That's a guy who can bring the best out of a quarterback. He's going to be a commodity if you fire him. He's going to be someone's OC or QB coach next year, no doubt. He hasn't tanked his value like an Adam Gase has. That said, the double doink broke him a little bit. He makes some stupid, questionable decisions. I think you keep him on as head coach, but you bring in a calming influence, a factor to that coaching staff, an assistant HC that can really help guide him, someone more, a little more senior, a little veteran who can help keep his head in the right place, because that does seem to be the problem. Is Allen Robinson there stretching forward, keeping Mitch's perfect streak alive, and getting the first down. I think you do need better personnel, so yeah, I would fire Pace. But give Nagy another shot here. He has outperformed expectations this year. He has really pushed a flawed roster to the postseason, which is valuable. And if you can get him the right personnel, I think he is a guy who can exceed expectations as a head coach and thrive a little bit. Maybe it doesn't happen in Chicago, but I think we're going to be looking down the line at Matt Nagy as a successful coach somewhere.
Our friend Hugh Banks has moved into 10th in our free roll here. 185 people. More than respectable total, by the way. I'd love to see that for...
very near capacity.
Well, and for a contest that was only created all of about 3 hours ago. Love to see the late representation, people diving in. Excellent. Trubisky, 77, passing a touchdown. Tate, our resident Bears fan, emphatically, all caps, saying that Nagy's got to go. We got a 3rd and 10 on the way halfway through the second. Quick moving sim so far, 36-yard line. Tie game here.
Lots of runs, lots of first downs. So this one flying by. No complaints there. Is Mad Mitch going to be able to pick up the first? Oh! Every time they do the slide and the jump over animation, it just looks like the quarterback is getting blasted right in the face with a switch kick, and it is... Oh, every time it gets me. 4th and 1 at the 45. They should absolutely go for it. They won't, of course. But Mad Mitch putting on an extra 0.9 points there with the scramble. And this is a terrible play. What just happened?
Out of the 33.
A net of 22 yards for O'Donnell there. A terrible, awful, very no punt. Should have gone for it. That's what you get for being cowards.
Tate, is it difficult for you to watch Trubisky be so elite in Simland and then have to watch football on Sundays and see the reality? I feel like that would be a challenge. 1st and 10, this is absolutely. From the 33, 3.5 to go here in the opening half. Again, we are tied. There's some Matt Ryan talk going on in the DraftKings conference room. Greedy of solos, as Ryan will retire a Falcon. You just never really know when QBs especially get to kind of that early to mid-30s stage of their career, and coaches, GMs, directors of player personnel start to wonder if they can upgrade, and these guys make, well over $20 million a year, and they're not giving you the production they used to. Guys, it's just not as important, and this is not even a criticism, it's just the reality of where we are. It's not that important for guys to spend their whole careers with one team anymore. That era is kind of over. I mean, yeah, you had Eli Manning obviously spend his career with the Giants in its entirety. He could have gone somewhere else. He chose not to. But then you have, I mean, what's become cliche of athletes when they move on somewhere else after being somewhere forever? Like Zdeno Chara, is a Capital now after 14 years with the Bruins, and puts up this, emotional Instagram post and says, always a Bruin. Well, no, you're not, because one, you were somewhere else. You were the Islanders and Senators before you were a Bruin, and now you're going to the Capitals. And Tom Brady, always a Patriot. Well, no, because you're a Buck now. And I realize that they don't mean always in the literal sense. It's more figurative and what many memories and yada yada yada. But it's not a priority for athletes anymore to spend their whole time in one place, and it doesn't need to be. That the era of free agency and prominence of trades as compared to what it was like when our parents were kids, it's different. It's all different now.
Yeah, it is kind of a bummer to see. Obviously, when you get these fan favorites, you want to be able to root for them their whole career, but you also understand. I mean, in some places, they know they've reached the end of the line. They want to make sure they can either be in a better situation or at least a situation where they're a bit more appreciated. And unless you're washed enough and you know it that you're not, like an Eli Manning, he knew he wasn't going to go someplace and be a bona fide, unquestioned starter. So he ducked out gracefully. That was great. And Peyton, yeah, he knew there was a spot for him in Indianapolis, and it just wasn't the right situation for him. There were questions about his career, whether or not he could get back on the field and be the old Peyton after that neck injury. And he went ahead and had a nice renaissance in Denver. So I think we've seen enough examples of these guys going on and thriving in new scenarios. And Tom Brady in 2020 would absolutely qualify as well. That these guys know that, hey, there's no stigma about leaving in free agency now. I'm not leaving a team behind. I'm not going to Joe Namath myself with the Rams after this.
Right.
There's a chance that I can thrive. It's a different era of sports. Guys are playing into their 40s and being just fine. So, like you said, rough to see. From a fan standpoint, it's kind of sad. But from a player standpoint, go get money, go do what you can. The big sling down there. Woo! Who do you have, Zach? Tyrell today.
These are terrible. These are terrible color rush uniforms with these numbers that are so difficult to read. But Ruggs. But Troy Webb says here in the chat, Aaron Rodgers will finish a Packer. I don't believe that. Do you?
No. I mean, we saw Brett Favre didn't even finish a Packer, and they are trying to Brett Favre Aaron Rodgers. So we saw the same exact. It's basically the same exact script. And maybe the two sides come to agreement, but Aaron Rodgers, based on all the stories we've heard about his interpersonal relationships, it seems like he does hold a grudge, and this may be a bad scene for him, a bad situation. Maybe he's not come back from it. Maybe he takes the slight of the Packers moving up in the first round to draft a quarterback in a very deep wide receiver heavy draft, and uses that as his motivation to get the hell out of Green Bay. Maybe goes back to his home state of California. Maybe he takes over for the Rams
or go to the Niners.
Yeah.
It's possible. Second and goal, that's completed inside the 5. And don't confuse, and I know you're not, I'm saying, kind of in a broad statement, don't confuse what I'm saying. Like, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, regardless of what's next for him, will be remembered as a Packer. It'll be a footnote wherever he winds up next. Same for Tom Brady in Tampa, unless obviously they go on and win a Super Bowl, and then it becomes a bigger deal. But a lot of these guys, like, does anyone remember, Hakeem Olajuwon playing for the Toronto Raptors, or Patrick Ewing playing for the Orlando Magic, teams like that. We got a touchdown back in the end zone, and Ruggs, my captain, by fluke of imagination, Henry Ruggs.
Wow, working out for you. This poor Darren Waller did get one catch on that drive, but my captain getting outshone by Jalen Richard and Henry Ruggs. The guys further down the depth chart. The guys without superstar skills getting it done for Vegas, and we'll see if this one stands. Gotta imagine it will. Rarely see the booth overturn anything other than fumble in these sims. 1, 2, third foot down. Yeah, that's it. That's the first down. That's gonna stay.
Not a fan of these Raiders unis either. Yeah. Color Rush Tuesday has not been kind to us with regard to the LV Raiders jerseys here, as it's now a 7-point game. Where it says, nice, Ruggs, my captain. Small Ben, all in on Ruggs as well. That actually moves me into the top third, barely. But Matt 03 Nelson is in front with Miller in the captain spot, who was certainly the play early. Trubisky, Carr, Williams, Ruggs, and Richard. So you got all the touchdowns so far, my friend.
That's typically a good way to help you win.
Yeah, that'll help. But it is true. It can be, as a fan, organizations don't really care. But as a fan, it can be hard to root for laundry and then go see some of your favorite players play somewhere else, for sure. It's a business. They say it all the time. And Jeanette says, my captain is Montgomery. Dang on it.
Ooh, that's going to be a rough one.
So far.
Probably
we're only about halfway through.
This is going to be a pass-heavy offense, 53 seconds, all 3 timeouts left. So the Bears could probably throw for it with a few Trubisky scrambles mixed in. And bang, big completion there. Was that Demetrius? It looked like a tight end target. He had some wheels. Didn't look like Jimmy Graham up there. It is 1 for 19. He's on the board. You did it,
Off
Carl.
the milk carton into your hearts. Matt Nelson's first in both contests, the larger free roll and our smaller Khalil Mack Bowl free roll that we've got going on here. Good for you. Keep it up. Folks, smash that like, getting close to 250, huh? Or at least up over 200.
Oh,
hit the like, good gain by Ginn.
Old man Ginn getting on the board now. So just like that, 2 big chunk plays. Bears already into field goal range, burned their second timeout, 40 seconds left. So 2, maybe 3 plays left. They have to decide on a field goal or not. The way they've been dealing might not be a problem. Very efficient. And
is he done? I mean, I know he's not playing anymore, and he was released, obviously, by the Bears. Was 10 Ginn going to have a job next year? Or is
I think someone
retirement looming?
I think someone will sign. As long as he wants to play, he can continue playing as Mitch breaks free for a first down there. He's not just a deep threat who does solid work, and he was put in a rough situation with these Bears. Obviously, a guy who makes hay downfield was always going to struggle in a situation with Mitch and Nick Foles as his quarterbacks. Not really a recipe for success. I think some team will not only be able to use him because he does still have a little gas left in the tank, timeout coming here, but because he is a great veteran leader. He's a good locker room guy to have around. He is a great presence. He's played such a key role on a lot of very good Saints teams. He's a guy you can rely on to come in and work hard and to take younger wideouts under his wing. So, yeah, I think if Ginn wants to play again, I think he does. I think he will find a spot on a team that needs a veteran wide receiver presence. Probably going to be like Vetmin to be a wide receiver 4, but he will have a few catches in 2021.
So our guy Bonzo, who I shouted out as the winner of the $500 free roll, just sent me a tweet and a screenshot. Says a rare feat in Simland accomplished earlier. First place in the free roll, dead last in cost contests.
Wow.
Now, it begs the question here, Bonzo.
Wow.
Why wouldn't you use the same lineup in both places? Why were you rooting for different outcomes? I mean, I guess you figure free entry to both. Why not just mess around a little bit? But yeah, 97th out of 97, and yet first out of 14,000. That is something else. Good for you, kid.
Oh, 1 second left here for the Raiders to see if we get some garbage points. Maybe it'll just be a Jacobs handoff. No, they're just going to kneel it out, not even going to risk it. So we're going to go into halftime here. Raiders carrying a 4-point lead thanks to a Jalen Richard receiving touchdown and a Henry Ruggs receiving touchdown. Great news for Derek Carr. 2 tutties through there, on pace to Bundy himself. Otherwise, on the other side of the ball, it's been all Madden Mitch in this one.
All Madden Mitch, like that name.
Yeah. Let's see, 122 and a passing touchdown through the air for him. Only 1 completion. Carr, 3 incompletions, 122 touchdowns for him. So he is outplaying the home team so far, but a lot of football left in this one. Ooh, the running stats are bad.
Yikes. Yeah, Trubisky 2 for 19 is the leading rusher. Jacobs 7 for 16. Obviously no touchdowns on the ground so far. And we got a 4-point game with the Raiders leading. We'll look at the pass catching numbers as well. See how guys are doing. Joker says Bonzo wears the DK shirt better than Glash too. Just saying. Yeah, I like that Bonzo has replicated Phonics' avatar there. If you haven't seen that, Christian, it's pretty good.
I'll have to go check it out then. Tyrell Williams leading all receivers 4 for 42. As yet to find the end zone, so he's playing second fiddle to Henry Ruggs, 3 for 34 for him, and Jalen Richard 2 for 13 with a touchdown. So a few points to go around here. No one on pace for the bonus in any category, passing, rushing, or receiving. So we'll see if we can't pick things up in the second half. That's what happened in game one of today. The Colts really turning it on late against the Bengals. We had a lot of scoring. Could be a nice setup here for another second half explosion. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get there.
How about our dude Harris getting 1 for 19, huh?
Our dude.
Your
dude. Your dude.
Hey,
I'm still waiting.
Me and 1.6% of other people in our 185-person Khalil Mack free roll here for the Mad Matinee. I'm sitting 53rd. Matt Nelson's in front. You got RW6110 in second. Wayner sitting in third. Pretty good.
Yeah, see, I need Hunter Renfrow and Darren Waller to show up, and then I can maybe make some headway as I now sit 75th of 185, and hopefully push my way, bully my way into the top 10. I'm feeling like big passing performance. The Darren Waller will continue after a brief lull, and maybe we get a little bit of Derek Carr into that Bundy, throwing one to Hunter Renfrow, throwing one to the Murder Hornet, and putting me in the top 10 where I so richly deserve to be.
So with moves yesterday, we've spent a lot of time talking about the playoffs, but it's not just that. Obviously, there have been victims of Black Monday. You had the Chargers fire head coach Anthony Lynn and, among other moves in season and otherwise. And so teams that are looking for new head coaches now include the Chargers, the Lions, the Texans, the Falcons, the Jaguars, and of course the Jets. I have done 3 sims with Christian without even mentioning Adam Gase losing his job. Probably doesn't bear mentioning because we knew it was going to happen. Let me ask you this, and I'll tell you teams again. This is an invitation to all in the DK Sim fam to go ahead and answer. We can debate as well. The Jets, the Chargers, the Lions, the Texans, the Falcons, the Jaguars. You know what I'm going to ask. The most attractive opening for a head coach is?
I got 2 answers here. If you want to build your own legacy, start from scratch, you would go with the Jaguars. If you want an established offense, the pieces are in place for a quick turnaround, even though it is a haunted franchise, you would pick the Chargers. You're dealing with a rookie quarterback who just set all sorts of first-year player records. He's dirt cheap for the foreseeable future. You can build around him. And you got Austin Eckler. You got Keenan Allen. You got a defense with a very good secondary, a Bosa brother, Derwin James if he's healthy. I think if you want to come right in and win right away, the Chargers are where you want to be. But the Jags, those cap space, ton of early draft picks this year. You have what's almost certainly going to be Trevor Lawrence coming in at quarterback. You get the ability to start from scratch, and no income tax in the state of Florida, so that helps too. I can see why those 2 are the top 2 for me by far. I also kind of like, oh my goodness, what a grab.
Got the 3, my goodness gracious.
There he is.
There you go. There you
Hunter, going up and getting it.
6-yard pickup.
You love to see it now. A 1st and goal situation coming up. Looks like it might just be a dive here to the running back Jacobs. It is, and stuck at the 2. As much as I would like the Texans' job to be more exciting, I mean, you do have a great quarterback left tackle combination there, but because Bill O'Brien gummed up the works so badly as GM overpaid both when he could have got them locked in a little bit earlier at cheaper salaries. You're in salary cap hell. You don't have 1st or 2nd round pick. The Texans are what they are. They are not going to get any better as Josh Jacobs breaks the plane and extends Vegas' lead. Oh, man.
About to be an 11-point game.
Max Crosby loves it on the sideline. Yeah. A big swing here. It looks like the Bears coming out hot might be able to do something.
I guess it just boils down to, and I agree with you in terms of kind of ready-made situation the Chargers have. To me, that would be number 1. If for no other reason than you obviously know what you're getting in Justin Herbert. You saw what he did last year, and he's 1 year in. But with regard to the Jags, and kind of goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, you need to feel pretty strongly about Lawrence or Fields or whichever direction you're going, and I know we all presume that it's going to be Trevor Lawrence, but you got to be awfully confident that that is the guy to build your franchise around. And really what you're saying is, I believe that he's better or going to be better than Justin Herbert. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think you got pretty good odds. I mean, remember this time last year, you were all kind of not a little bit nonplussed about Justin Herbert. He looked like he was the bona fide number 3 guy in this draft. He was a guy who looked the part more than he acted the part at Oregon, although he finished very strong there. He didn't necessarily have the tools of a Tua or a Joe Burrow. And his success was kind of somewhere in the middle, even though he did have that nice Rose Bowl win as a senior. So from a tools standpoint, just from a basic makeup of a quarterback standpoint, I would argue that Trevor Lawrence is a bit more developed. He's a little bit more refined. I think Lawrence is definitely that prospect that really hits that rarefied air of an Andrew Luck type, where you know right away he is going to come through, and I think he can be a Justin Herbert type in year 1 for sure. So I think, you can look at both those quarterbacks and go, I think Trevor Lawrence is going to be roughly as good in year 1 as Justin Herbert was, as long as the Jaguars build a little bit more around him. That is the mitigating factor there. Jags have offensive line issues. They do have some nice skill players, some young, cheap skill players, DJ Chark, Laviska Shenault, my guy, James Robinson. They need to get him some tight end help, because you look at the situation that Herbert ran into in Los Angeles. He had a great receiving core, great pass-catching running back, a top-end tight end in Hunter Henry, who did stay healthy this year. So that all really helped kind of speed the development of Justin Herbert along. He kind of had that year 2 performance in year 1 as a result. I think if the Jags can build on the guys they have right now, surround them with talent, keep them upright behind a solid, revamped offensive line, and again, they have the picks and the cap base to do this, I think Lawrence can be as good as Justin Herbert was this year. Herbert was an absolute revelation, so high praise.
Captain Blood says, Kaufman, why do talking heads always think the rosters would be what makes a team most attractive? It's the money, and the Chargers are cheap.
Oh, good point there. And they're not going to go in and get an Urban Meyer for $12 million a year. So maybe they will skimp a little bit and see what assistant that they can find and dig out of the pile will come in for like $6 million a year. And it's going to be tough. I mean, I guess they are selling the situation a little bit, that they can afford to be like, you know what, we're not going to pay you $12 million to live in Jacksonville.
Well, I think that Captain Blood's point wasn't about what the coach would be paid. It's what they're willing to pay out on their roster to build a team. I feel like the Chargers have handed out some pretty good contracts in recent years.
You know any team that really typically year by year falls short of the salary. Everyone is pretty much brushing up against it. This isn't an MLB where you have Pirates or Royals out there who are just kind of in it for the revenue share and not going to spend their way into it. As a Pirates fan, my life is miserable. But anyway, I don't think you're going to find a necessarily frugal NFL team. You don't have one team just underspending, trying to Cleveland Indians their way into formerly known as the Cleveland Indians, their way into a bad situation and an opportunity to relocate. The Chargers have already done that. They're going to be spending up to that salary cap, which is going to be shrunk anyway. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be a reasonable concern for an NFL head coach this year. As Ginn gets his team into first and goal territory. The Bears answering here to see if they can find their way into the end zone.
We got a first and goal on the way from the 6. DeAndrea, Kaufman, Mads, Drew, Tate, Joe, all hanging out with you here on a Tuesday, Color Rush Tuesday on the Dream Stream. 6 Madden simulations. This is number 2, means you are just about a third of the way through. Again, math. Montgomery, 4 for 4. He has been awful.
No, not very good at all. Let's see if we don't get a little tight end incorporation here. They went 2 tight ends on that scoring play in the first half and eventually slung it to Anthony Miller. Here, it is a 2 tight end setup. Your guy Harris is there. He's right next to Jimmy Graham at the bottom of the screen. Here comes the motion. Might be another run. It is indeed. And Montgomery, inches shy. So 3rd and goal coming up. See what happens here. 2K Gamer 08. Justin Fields would be better than Trevor. I said it at the start of the year. I stand by my statement. A bold call. I think Fields, man, he made himself so much money in his bowl game. It's just absolutely beautiful to see him light up Clemson in the Rose Bowl. As we get a fullback carry, bang, bang. Who is that?
Why wouldn't you, Cole Kmet? Welcome to the party, pal.
Wow, the fullback dive, the vulture of all vultures, my favorite play in the game. Cole Kmet, 2.2 points per game coming into this one. He had not shown up in Sim. Oh, I'm sorry. He had one carry for 2 yards in Sim 85. Before that, Sim 74. But the perfect vulture for 1K. You just got yourself a touchdown.
(21-18). 3-point game. Minute to go. 3rd quarter.
Get the 2-point conversion.
Love the conversion on the 2-point conversion right there. That was into the hands of Ted Ginn.
So Ted Ginn continues to have a big game, kind of stealing those targets away. A very spread attack from this Bears team. Not a bad return there from the Raiders. Let's start off with useful field position at their own 31 here. And well, the Bears defense really needs to stop. Did not expect them to get carved up the way they have been. A Raiders offense that has been good, but not necessarily as overwhelming as they've seen. 3 touchdowns in fewer than 3 quarters so far. Adding another one here could be the icing on the cake for them as Jacobs barrels forward for 6, but it looks like he's coming back.
So we got a 1st and 20, final minute of the 3rd from the 21. Robbie Noble. I feel safe when Madison's here. You gotta love Robbie.
Yo.
Mad says hi, Robbie. So from 2K Gamer 08 on Twitch, Justin Fields will be better than Trevor. Said it at the start of the year. I stand by my statement. Some other people in the chat have said the same thing. As the seconds tick down on quarter number 3, do you believe? Is there recency bias off of what you just saw in obviously that bowl game that that Fields is going to be the better quarterback, or you're all in on Lawrence?
Fields was basically in a car crash. He came back and still threw amazing deep balls. I did like what I saw from him a lot. Fields is not consistent like Trevor Lawrence is. He does have flaws. There can be a hitch in his throws sometimes. He can make some bad decisions. Lawrence doesn't make the same kind of mistakes Justin Fields does. And I think that is why NFL scouts are so much higher on him than a guy like Fields, who is a great prospect. He's not much of a drop from a guy like Lawrence, but if he goes to the Jets and they just murder his career, I am going to die laughing.
R184, a couple touchdowns. Numbers a little bit less than that for Trubisky. Jacobs 11 for 32. He has a score. Trubisky 3 for 37 on the ground, though. Kmet. Yeah, Cole Kmet.
And a touchdown.
For sure. We'll look at the receiving numbers here. 4 for 42 for Williams, 4 for 55 for Robinson. Miller, 4 for 26 and a score. Ruggs, 3 for 34 and a touchdown. Taking a look at our Khalil Mack Bowl Mad Matinee free roll that we've got going on here. Out of 185 entries, Matt Nelson has fallen to second. It's RW 6110 in front by about a point with the manual scoring as things stand. Ruggs in the captain spot. Trubisky, Carr, Robinson, Miller, and Richard. Richard at $2,600 already has about 10 points. Where are you sitting, my friend? I'm 78th. Not great with my 22nd lineup.
61st, so I feel good.
All right.
That you couldn't even think about beforehand. So there we go. Small victories, I'll take them where I can get them.
It's not a victory yet.
Well, still, I'm going to take that as a. I need Darren Waller to show up. My captain, one catch, only 21 yards. He's trending hard towards the Babysitter Billy Award right now, whereas Jalen Rashad. We've had a lot of weird touchdowns this one. Cole Kmet, Jim Shard, Henry Ruggs, Anthony Miller. The guys at the top end, the most expensive guys besides the quarterbacks who've been great, are really not produced. So let's see if we get a little more Tyrell Williams, a little Darren Waller, maybe a little Allen Robinson here in the fourth quarter of what is trending towards a strong finish. The Vegas Raiders try and put a cap on this one, a little ice on the cake, see if they can't get a scoring drive here, a long sustained scoring drive, although third and long coming up for them. They have to punt it away. Advantage Bears.
Fair Sunshine Lawrence, remember the Titans movie, says HJD. Some people saying, here it was, T. Harvey, that Lawrence is definitely the better quarterback than Fields. Fields is just the better athlete. Well, look, I mean, there is a distinction between those things. You know, Tom Brady is popularly regarded, certainly by the two of us and many others, as the best quarterback of all time, perhaps the best of all time.
Yeah, watching his old combine video will never not bring a smile to my face. Never not that I am capable of being so much more than the sum of my parts, because my God, the man looks like a baby giraffe just learning how to take first steps while he's running his 40-yard dash. And Rich Eisen ran a more coordinated 40-yard dash at the NFL.
He did. Combine. In a suit, no less.
Yeah. And yet, Tom Brady, 6 Super Bowl rings, the greatest quarterback of all time. Amazing. Amazing to think that a man with all the coordination and athletic ability of our dads could be just, a blackout quarterback. Just goes absolutely nuts. The greatest of all. Thank you, Drew, behind the scenes, for posting the shirtless Tom Brady pic in our Slack channel.
Is it weird that I think the biggest problem with that photo is what fashion sense was back then in those shorts?
I don't, yeah. There's a lot wrong with it. There's a lot to consider as Mitch slides and gets kicked right in the face again, still picks up. It's 4 for 49 from him now. So if he runs all the way in from here, he will hit the bonus. Seems unlikely.
Earl Sparks says, don't sleep on Rich Eisen. Yeah, he's a fast son of a gun. Domino Joe says, how's this make you feel? Harris has more points and yards and catches than Waller.
Oh,
got about 5. My plug and play Harris pick. 1st and 10 from the 48.
Ooh, as Mitch runs into trouble and somehow still gains positive yards, only 3 there. So at least keeps the clock moving for them. They want to be able to go down and score. There's little time remaining for this Raiders offense to get going. And really the only thing that has derailed Vegas in this one was that first down holding penalty that set them up 1st and 20 on that last drive. So Bears really need to take advantage here, get downfield. Another big completion there. Going to set up 3rd and short. Could be Montgomery time, although the way he's running, that might not mean anything.
Robbie says Brady was impressive this year. Yeah, continues to be. 40 touchdown passes at the age of 43. 43 TDs and all with a few on the ground. It was a good year. You expect it to be with that offense.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Mike Evans will be healthy and ready to go for the playoffs. Did have that scary knee hyperextension, but that receiving core just so jacked, so potent, so powerful. Speaking of powerful, David Montgomery breaking free for the first time. Just so many targets for Brady to take advantage of in that offense. And, I mean, that's exactly what he's looking for. Not only was he going to play with a head coach that was going to let him do whatever the hell he wanted, but he also got Chris Godwin and Mike Evans and Rob Gronkowski, and for a brief moment, O.J. Howard and Scotty Miller and Antonio Brown. Just the laundry list of guys he can run down when he's going through his route progression. Truly impressive, and it clearly just helped him restore his value as a regular season quarterback in the very least.
And every member of that backfield had the potential to go off any given week.
Yeah, just a crazy, crazy amount of depth there, including my guy Keyshawn Vaughn, who Did have some nice garbage time points in Week 16, and hopefully he will be the future there. I loved watching him at Vanderbilt, former Illinois guy, former V guy. And speaking of Vandy guys, Clark Lee not only officially introduced as Vandy's head coach, but now that Notre Dame's season's over, he's finally updated his Twitter profile from Notre Dame defensive coordinator to Vanderbilt head coach, making some pretty impressive hires. Hasn't got himself a coordinator on the offensive or defensive side of the ball yet, but brought in some really good positional coaches. Syracuse's special teams coach, Wisconsin's D-line coach. These are guys he's convincing to come down to Nashville for what is at best a lateral move. He is selling something on West End, and I'm very excited about the future of Vandy football, which is something I probably should not be because it's been nothing but heartache and disappointment. A never-ending kick to the crotch from my Commodores.
3rd and 8 from the 34. Ducey took off, but only picked up 5.
Yeah, and here's going to come Cairo Santos. Should be a makeable field goal here to tie the game late in the 4th quarter, but might just give the Raiders the perfect amount of time to mount a scoring drive and seal this one up. Let's see if virtual Matt Nagy maybe gets a little bold with this one and goes for it, or if he decides he's going to take the points here.
Yeah, it's going to be Eddie Pinheiro coming out for the kick here. 4th and 4 from the 29. Obviously, longer than that, a 45-yard field goal try. It's good. So, last sim was fun. This one, too. 21 all with about 4 minutes to go in regulation.
And we'll see if the Raiders' offense can get back on track, and maybe my guy Waller, my guy Renfro can get in there and push me up the Khalil Mack Bowl free roll rankings.
Time for the Raiders to get the ball back.
The good
Starting
news,
off from the 25.
good news is those have one of the league's most reliable kickers, at least in real life. Daniel Carlson has been extremely solid this year. One of the guys who's going to be competing for all pro slots when the season. Well, I guess the season is over. I got to make my votes, man. I got to go get in on those PFWA awards. That's coming up soon. Who knows? Going to be closing for me shortly. But Carlson has been great as a kicker, and if his team can gain about 35, 40 yards here, he's going to have a chance to kick the game winner. Gets it off. Is it complete? It is, in fact. Wow, big play there. And it is Tyrell Williams coming with a big first down. Look for a minute cough like Carr's going to take a bad sack and set his team up 2nd and long for the 2nd straight drive. Instead, whips it the opposite sideline. Williams gets both feet down. Pierce in business.
Domino Joe says, come on, Waller. You can't be outproduced by Kmet and Harris. So far. Jordan says, I'm a Bucs fan. Brady looks very average against decent defenses this year.
I mean, that's fair. There is a little bit of stat pad going on. We have not seen him at his best in prime time or against marquee teams. But again, you're going from regular season Tom Brady to playoff Tom Brady. That is not insignificant. The man comes out and he has that second gear, those big games, even though his numbers may not be great in the playoffs from a pure statistical standpoint. Very few players in the league history have been able to dial up clutch plays quite like touchdown Tom. So, yeah, I would not count out an amazing blow up from him here late in the season.
3rd and 1 from the 49. We got at least one touchdown left in this game. I'm certain of it. 21 all.
Oh, what are you doing?
What are you doing looking behind you, Jacobs? 4th and inches. Be bold from midfield. Go for it.
Go for it here. Don't
come on, virtual John Gruden. Go for it.
I mean, that one's all on Josh Jacobs. He had room, and he made a superfluous cut there and ran into trouble instead of trying to barrel forward and pick up the yardage he needed. A bad play from him, and let's see what the Raiders do here. They should just, run the fullback dive. Give it to Alec Ingold. He can give you a few inches. Run the sneak. Instead, cowardice. Bears going to have a chance to win this one with a game-winning drive in the final 2.5 minutes. The punt is bad.
Tate, I'm rooting for your Bears now. I'm rooting for your Bears.
Of 19 yards. 19-yard net, John Gruden. I hope you're happy. You stupid man.
1st and 10 from the 29. 2.5 to go, fourth quarter. Trubisky hit as he throws it. It's incomplete.
Yeah, maybe better for them that it did get it fall incomplete there. Cohen would have a chance to turn up the field, but it looks like pressure was coming and bearing down on him. Saves a little time, saves a little yardage maybe, and the Bears live to see another down. It's a dangerous throw.
Zach Morris's trash said, did Cohen go out with a blown ACL? Yeah, we haven't seen him do anything too noteworthy in this sim, have we? Trubisky, 2:05 passing a touchdown, and right there into the hands of Robinson to keep the drive alive.
Anthony Miller, actually. So if you
or Miller, pardon me, yeah.
You're in a good one right now. Miller has been a little bit less seen in the regular Bears offense thanks to the emergence of Darnell Mooney, my guy. 5th-round rookie who's been great. Miller is a very useful, elusive, yard-after-catch guy. I mean, I think the Bears should be a draw for anyone who can play reasonable quarterback. They do have 3 very good wideouts in that team, and although they have to figure out what they're doing with Allen Robinson, refused to extend him, and now he will be a free agent coming up. And got to wonder if he just wants to get the hell out of Chicago and play with a good quarterback for the first time in his career going back to basic high school. As Miller with another pickup there. Clock ticking, but that is a good thing. Fantasy Hog. Brady needs everything to be perfect. 1 ounce of pressure. He curls like fried shrimp. Amazing reference there. I might have to use that when it comes to my workouts. You guys know I do nothing but working on my glamour muscles in those curls. As escapes for 10 plus. It doesn't bubble.
Nope, says Koff. Y'all ain't interacting with the chat much today. I feel like we've been interacting with the chat a pretty fair amount, but you can always try and do more as we are long past the 2-minute warning. 1 and change to go here in the fourth quarter. Clock continuing to tick as the Bears go no huddle. It's a tie game, ball to 44. Still a ways off from the field goal, but a big completion or run can change that. Here's Trubisky. Gets out to about the 40, the 39, they're going to call it. 8 for 71 here from Mitch.
Clock's still ticking, and with Eddie Pinheiro, you obviously don't want to leave anything to chance. He has not been playing much this year, and Cairo Santos, who I name dropped earlier incorrectly, has been actually pretty solid for these Bears. But either way, you want to make sure this is a reasonable field goal and not a big risk. Clock ticking. Oh, Mitch. Oh, what are you doing there? Terrible throw for him. 5 coming up. You gotta get the first here. At the very least, you gotta pick up like 4 yards to make this a reasonable field goal attempt. Good news is you can run the ball. You have all 3 timeouts left. A draw here might work. Only 6 guys in the box here, and that run up the middle might. Oh, it's not gonna be a run. Okay. Well, it might be a run. Oh, Mitch.
Gross. Time to punt.
Come on. One thing you couldn't do there. Could have gone for it from the 39. You can't feel nearly as good from the 45. And now, unless we're about to escape, 62-yard field goal. The Raiders are going to get a chance to mount a game-winning drive with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Can we get to 250 likes, folks? Sitting about 230 with about 700 plus watching along with us on YouTube. Looks like we might have another overtime game here, Christian. I know we're not there yet, but 2 and as many games to start off your Dream Stream day. Who doesn't love free football?
Yeah, this has been the inverse of that first game where both teams rallied toward the end and played great football. This has been 2 teams playing bad football, trying to get the other one to find a way to somehow win. As the Raiders gonna
Whoa!
No.
May have spoken too soon. We got a flag, but let's see.
Yeah, I think it's coming back. I think it's going to come back on a hold. It's the heartbreaker.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You're kidding me. Darren Wall, that's it. You're the Babysitter Billy Award winner. No matter what you do, unless this is a 88-yard touchdown pass to Darren Waller, that man is the Babysitter Billy Not Kid Award winner today. Can't believe it.
So Nope says, Cuff and Christian, if you could have one superpower, what would it be? And don't say invisibility because only creeps say that. Believe it or not, that hadn't even entered my mind. Yeah, first instinct is being able to read people's minds, which I feel like probably would be pretty uncomfortable a lot of the time at the same time, but might give you a nice little leg up, know not to push a conversation too far or something like that. Mad says shapeshifter. That's a pretty good one too. I think you could definitely justify that. I do think reading people's minds might be that could be number one, because I feel like you could really use that to your advantage. But second to that, how about, as we're in overtime now, 21-all. Sorry, I'm distracted by just a terrible comment in the chat, but I'm not going to read. But second to that, how about the ability to freeze time?
Yeah, see,
there are not enough hours in the day. The ability to freeze time would be a really good one.
And not just freeze time, but control time, be able to slow down time, be able to go back in time, forward in time. I think time control would be basically the most unstoppable superpower.
But here would be my kind of question relating to that as Trubisky runs and juked his way. I thought he was going to go out of bounds. No, picked up additional yardage, gets to the 49. Would it be like there was a TV show when we were kids that I used to love watching called what was it called? Oh God,
Wishbone.
It wasn't.
The dog, yeah, the reading, Wishbone.
No. The girl, it was this teenage girl who could stop time. It wasn't Small Wonder. That was the one with the robot sister. Come on. Someone's going to say it in the chat, or I'll just look it up. My Secret Identity? No, that's not it. That was the one with Jerry O'Connell. Whatever, it'll come to me. Doesn't matter. The point being, she could stop time, but if she touched someone, like, if I froze time and I grabbed your shoulder, if she touched someone, it would unfreeze. Time would still be frozen, but that person, like you, would also be able to be part of time being frozen, or whatever the proper way is to refer to that. So I think that would be another thing. That would be something that would help. Like, could I, if I'm working all day, but I want more time with my kids, can I freeze time and then unfreeze them, and we can, we can enjoy some time together without losing the clock right there? I don't know.
See, it's
not the Wonder Twins, not Clarissa. It's not that So Raven. What were you saying? Sorry.
I would selfishly use it to sleep extra. That's pretty much where I'm at. You're doing this very altruistically. I spend time with my kids. I would basically use it 8 a.m. rolls around, and then I just sleep 4 extra hours, and it's still 8 a.m. Perfect. That's all.
Yeah. Yep. But it all sort of plays into the same thing, I guess, right? Out of this world. Thank you, Giggle Pigs. Absolutely. That's what I'm thinking of. Out of this world. My goodness. Thank goodness for the chat.
Always there when we need them. Yeah, I like Producer Madison. I've also never heard of that. I thought maybe we were getting a Secret World of Alex Mack, or one weird Goosebumps episode. But okay.
Pretty fly for a blind guy, says Koff. That power sounds a lot like the movie Click. That movie's awful. And I know there have been some bad Adam Sandler movies. That one might be the worst.
It's a little depressing. It gets depressing quick.
It does. It's not funny at all.
Yeah, a tradition Adam Sandler upheld, and Jim, That's My Boy, and basically anything from 2007 to 2018.
I love that after the commentary within the chat saying, if you choose invisibility, you're a creep, Robbie Noble says, I'd pick invisibility.
Eligible downfield. You don't see that one too often.
Logan says, "Do you think Click is terrible? Crooked Tooth? Click is awesome." Disagree with you on that one. I do. I think Click is awful. Andrew says Click is terrible, so overrated. I don't think it's overrated. I don't think anyone thinks it's good, other than the couple of people that just chimed in the chat. Logan says, "Have you ever seen Jack and Jill?" I think Jack and Jill is stronger than Click.
Jesus. Oh, come on.
You don't think it's better than Click?
I do not. Jack and Jill is punishment. Jack and Jill is a statement about society and how we don't deserve nice things.
Got a Jesus cough. 2nd and 14 again. We need some points.
Wow, Robinson keeping this drive.
This thing cannot end in a tie. It won't.
And now into as Germany. I had a huge crush on Larissa Olnick when I was a kid.
Who didn't?
Dude, she was delightful, and then she showed up again in Mad Men. She's Kenny Costco's wife, right?
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of good Where Are They Now or That Guy people showed up on Mad Men. Flo from to that worked the Telegram board, and the kid who gets rejected by Michael Scott for the internship shows up as a copywriter later, and Ron LaFlamme comes in. We get it. This could be it.
Miller. No, he fumbled it. Miller almost got into the end zone and then fumbled. And the Raiders get it at the 4. Wow.
Wow. What a turnaround.
Just as Luke Murphy says, there's no way the Raiders are getting a stop here, mate. My goodness.
Wow, Anthony Miller from hero to go just like that. But we are in safety range, and Derek Carr, not the most nimble of guys, so we could get punished here. We're going to get a booth. Oh, you know what? The booth reviews are typically pretty. Oh man, I can't tell from that angle. If you are going to get a play overturned, though, it would be on a fumble like this. So we'll see. Is the ball going to stay with the Bears? Anthony Miller going to stay on his MVP track. 1st and goal. All overturned. Bears 1 yard away from winning this one.
Huge. Luke Murphy rejoices. Trubisky, why do you run into traffic? It doesn't matter. A touchdown. You had an open lane. All you had to do was go off to the left. You wouldn't have even had to take a hit in the process. But a little shimmy there in the end zone and a touchdown for the Bears. Good for you, Mitch. Game over.
A great day for Mitch. Not going to hit the bonus on the ground. Maybe he thought that extra juke would lead to more overall yardage, but still came pretty close. 90-plus for him, the rushing touchdown, the passing touchdowns. A nice game. The Raiders, though, we already know who the babysitter, my kid award winner is going to be. Not only did Darren Waller play awful football, he also got called for that hold that would have given Vegas the chance to win this one in regulation. So killing your fantasy teams, killing the Raiders as well. So the babysitter award, gotta go. The Hornets, so to do it to you. Let's look at these
bad
stats.
Though, just so bad.
Outplayed by the Bears, tight end 2 and tight end 3, which is baffling to me. But
4.9 points. But yeah, who's your? It's got to be Trubisky, right? For your Krusty Koff player of the game, he had 30 fantasy points.
Well, let's see what Anthony Miller came through with in the long, because Miller was one of those guys everyone.
That's fair.
Yeah. But
Miller was $5,600, went for 16.2.
Yeah, look at that. That's a great day. I mean, 7 catches, more than that. He went for 18 plus on that one. So I'm going to give it to Anthony Miller. We don't get to call his name that often. Yeah, Allen Robinson had a great day as well. 8 for 97, but he's a guy we expected to have a great day. Anthony Miller kind of came out of nowhere on this one. Let's give it to him. Anthony Miller, Krusty Koff player of the game.
Very nice. So Miller and Waller, respectively, your award winners. We need one more for 250. Let's do that before we leave here, folks. Your schedule the rest of the day. So Emerson Lazia and Jason Rossi will have you for the next one, the Cardinals and the Panthers, which of course is the early bird special, and then your happy hour sim at 6 Eastern, Packers Falcons, Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey. Then it will be Brandon Cristal with Brendan and Brandon together for the final two sims of the day. Prime time to Madden After Dark, the Chargers and the Niners, and that is followed by the Rams and the Bills. So we're only a third of the way there, folks, and maybe over the course of the day we'll add some more members to the DK Sim Fam Friends League, which has been just adding members like crazy. Let's see where the league sits right now after all those additions in the first couple sims so far today. We're up to 1,220 members. You gotta love it. Gotta love it. Thanks to all of you for being part of it. And let's see, there are contests for 3 free rolls, 3 200-person free rolls have been created for later on in the day, for what I'm seeing right here in the lobby. Both the 8 o'clock and Madden After Dark, Clash has those in there. And you've got Emerson's coming up next, the Fill Me Up Buttercup free roll that is on the way with a whole lot of slots available. 59 out of 200 are in there right now. And I'm sure there'll be a Beat Ducey in there at some point as well. So jump on in, folks, and be part of the fun, obviously. As far as the two of us, just looking ahead on the schedule here, tomorrow's a Wild Weather Wednesday. It's a fact. It's happening. Christian will be with Kenny for the 6 o'clock Eastern, the happy hour sim. I've got you for the first 2 again tomorrow with Reed and Kenny, respectively, for Chiefs, Bucks, Jets, Dolphins. So should be a good time. Should be fun. And just a quick note from Tate and Game Ops. The last Trubisky to Miller pass is not entered yet, but it will be in case anyone is looking for it. So not to worry if you feel like your stats are ever so slightly off. That is coming, but obviously too early to declare a winner, so we won't do that. See, you could see Tate up on our screen, as a matter of fact. How about that? All right, beautiful. Christian, any parting words for the people?
No, I gotta go eat. The 2 overtime games really drained me, so I'm gonna duck out real quick and get something to eat. But you guys have a great rest of the day, and be sure to enter in all your names for Emerson, because there's nothing he would like more than to add all of you manually by hand to the DK Sim.
Yeah, he'll be lining up to do it. I couldn't hear it, but people in the chat are telling me that they Oscars me. The music came on. I'm done. It's time to get out of here. So let's do that. Thanks to Tate and Joe. Thanks to Mads and Drew. Thanks to Christian, of course. Fun last few hours. I am Adam Kaufman. Talk to you again tomorrow, DK Sim fam. Enjoy the rest of the day.
What are you on, Wayne?
What's up, dude?
How are you?
Good. I feel like it's noon for you right now or something. Something's up with you.
Yeah.
I can already tell. I can tell something's up. Got a haircut.
No. Oh, I did. It was the first thing I did today.
That's good.
I'm going to wake up and go see my dude Bo, my little potato chip. He's a good man. And so are you, Jason Rossi. Thanks for being here today, buddy. You're okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Well, you said I'm a good man. I'm all right. I'm not like
okay.
Good enough. I'm like solid.
Yeah, you are. You're built solid. Like a rock. What's up, babes? Good to have everyone here today. Producer Madison's with us. Andrew on the ones and twos. Kyle and Patrick on the ops team. So we got ourselves the third out of 6 sims today on the Dream Stream. We have the Cardinals and the Panthers. Did you get a lineup filled out?
Oh, you sure bet your bottom dollar. The Fill Me Up Buttercup lineup, which I got a story about that, which we'll get to later. Kyler Murray throwing him in the captain spot because the dude is turned into a little baby Lamar. It's like, hey there, I'm little Lamar. And he comes sneaking in. He sneaks in those lineups. You got to get him in there. You got to find a position. Yeah, you can hold him. Shoot. It's like baby Yoda. Like, he's just this little creature that you just want to hold in your hands forever. But yeah, I threw him in the captain spot. I also made sure to team him up with. I honestly don't even know who this dude is. I'm not even going to pretend. K Johnson, Kevin Johnson, Kyle Johnson, Calvin Johnson, Kamishan Johnson, Kiki QT Johnson. Sure. I don't know. And then I did a big stack with the Panthers. I got McCaffrey because he's a 99. I went with Bridgewater, DJ Moore, and Robbie Anderson because I think it's just going to be a lot of Kyler Murray running, and I couldn't fit Drake.
It's been a lot of him early and often in these sims. Let's see. Let me pull up my lineup. So I went, for a second I thought I faded Christian McCaffrey. I was like, that's a brave old strategy, Cotton. So I went ahead and captained Robbie Anderson. I did.
Yeah.
And then I went Kyler Murray, Christian McCaffrey, Teddy Bridgewater, Max Williams, and Larry Fitzgerald. Yeah? Thoughts? You love it? You feeling it?
I don't dislike it. I think these are two teams. It's like there's not the great dart throws. Like I threw that dart with K Johnson. I'm not even going to look him up, and I don't want anybody to tell me who this guy is. I kind of hope he's not a real person. But anywho, I think there's a lot of options here. Carolina can move the ball up and down the field. It all comes down to Emerson. Who's going to score? Is it going to be McCaffrey? Are you going to get one to Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore? Yeah. Curtis Samuel gets involved. I like the offense there a ton. We mentioned Kyler Murray gets the ball. He can get the ball moving. So I think this is going to be a good, exciting sim. And we're off the top. I didn't even notice till we just Zoom chatted. Color Rush Tuesday, baby. Love it. Love
man.
Carolina.
It is Color Rush Tuesday. Did you hear right when we hopped on? Madison's like, all right, well, our first 2 games today have gone to overtime. And I'm like, oh, Jesus.
Sweet.
And I bring the X Factor, the overtime X Factor to the table. By the way, Choker on YouTube says it's Keyshawn Johnson.
It's not Keyshawn Johnson. Well, you know what? At this point, why am I to say that? It very well could be.
No. It is Keyshawn Johnson. That's his name. It's a different Keyshawn Johnson, though.
Not like Keyshawn Johnson, the now ESPN morning show guy. Like.
Yeah, no, not him. It's Keyshawn Johnson, Keesean Johnson. So he played college football at Fresno State, dude. He's the program's all-time leader in receiving yards and receptions, and he was drafted by the Cardinals in the 6th round of the 2019 draft. Hey, there's potential there. I don't know if he's ever done a single thing in the Sims, but it sounds like in real life, you could have a bright future.
Listen, I don't know if you're on Wikipedia or if you're just a wealth of knowledge, which we all know you are. It's
100% Wikipedia, buddy. 100%.
Well, Fresno State represents, we'll see. Hey, look, Stranger Things, I've been noticing we've had vultures. By the way, do you know the official vulture call?
What is it?
It goes, caw-caw, I'm a vulture, caw-caw. And you have to do the arm, even if people don't see you.
Okay.
That's the official.
All right.
We got a ton of vultures since, we updated things for the Madden tournament.
Yeah. Big beefy Christian McCaffrey on his first carry of the day, going 15 yards. So run CMC, running the football. And Christian McCaffrey in this game, how about in our contest? How about in our 130 entry? Fill Me Up Buttercup contest. McCaffrey is 87.7% owned. He's 32% in the captain spot.
Yeah. Unavoidable. Like Thanos, he's inevitable.
That's right. Let me go over to the free showdown that we have. The much larger showdown, almost 15,000 entries. I know there'd be close to 15,000 in our showdowns that we would make in our contest, but we only have a 200 limit. So around 15,000 entries, and Christian McCaffrey 82% owned. So he's higher owned than ours. Even chalkier.
Yeah. It's very dry in here because so many people eating up that chalk. But Emerson, I just realized I did something. So I don't know
what is going on.
I don't know if you're like a shark, like Adam Kaufman, and just shoot like contests and DK to friends and family. But for the first time today, I was like, I'm going to challenge Kaufman to a contest. I'm going to send him. I've never done it. I've never sent anybody a DraftKings contest. Usually I get invited, or I have friends and all that stuff that play along on Sundays. So I'm like, I'm going to do it. NBA, let's go. I've been beating his butt recently. And I sent it to somebody else. And they signed up. Jimmy Swagger. I don't know if that's you, Jimmy B. I don't know who it is. I randomly sent it to somebody, and they're in. So let's go. Let's have some fun tonight.
Wait, so you're doing a head-to-head right now with
tonight? No,
it's random.
Yeah.
A random member of the DK Sim fam?
I guess so. I went to my friends list because I don't know how to invite people. I don't even know how to create a contest. I just learned. I'm doing one for the 6P now, but I thought I was sending it to Kaufman, and I sent him a text like, let's go, brother. Gonna own you. And he just sends a question mark. I get insecure. Immediately go back to my DraftKings app, and it says I'm facing Jimmy Swagger.
This is great. I hope that is Jimmy B.
It's
Jimmy
not.
B's like it's not Jimmy B, though.
No.
Okay.
He
Jimmy
says, I'm
Swagger,
not Jimmy.
if you are here, reveal yourself. I love that about you, though, dude. You're just sending invitations to the wrong people.
Yeah, just send out straight $5. Let's go. Let's see what happens. This dude takes my money.
And then that always takes my mind in the direction of, have you ever, what do you do if you Venmo someone, like the wrong Tim Smith out there?
Dude.
Has that ever happened to you or anybody, as on 3rd and 4, Teddy Bridgewater going to try to pick up a first down, scrambling for his life, and it's complete. 5 of 5, 45 yards. First to goal coming up. Has that ever happened to you?
It sure has, because I was a PayPal guy, tried and true, till everyone started to call me Old Man Rossi, and I'm like, all right, let me get on Venmo, where the kids is at. And first time I got on there, someone's like, yeah, I won't say the name, but we'll just say like J Smith 2. I'm like, okay, J Smith 2. But then there's like dashes and underscores. So I sent $15 to some jabroni, and they took it.
Of course they took it. It's Christian McCaffrey. We'll take it. 6 points from you, my germs. First touchdown of the game. Let's go.
Christian McCaffrey likely would accept that $15 right there as he accepts his way into the end zone, as you mentioned. And McCaffrey, the chalk, but that's what you want to see. Early in the contest, just 4 minutes into the game, you want the guy that you put all your ownership dollars into to score early, hopefully often. But there he is, Christian McCaffrey. Tud.
Mario Silva saying, I'm in second place in the Madden Classic here with McCaffrey and Carolina defense to go. Okay, you're in great shape now. That was before the good old Christian boy decided to deliver a touchdown for you and your lineup. Yeah. Almost 500 people hanging out with us over on YouTube, Mr. Rossi.
Take every one of them. Appreciate you guys spending some time. I think it goes underrated. Your eyeballs and ears could be anywhere on the planet right now. And the fact that you chose to hang out with us here at DraftKings, whether it's me and Emerson, whoever, that really means a lot. It really goes underrated. And sometimes we make fun of you guys, and you can make fun of us. But really appreciate you spending some time chilling with us, and hope you're off to a good start to the new year.
Around 70 people with us over on Twitch. What's up to the Twitch fam? I just opened you up. My only beef with Twitch is when you open it up, you can't see the previous chat. Like YouTube, I can open up and I can scroll back. Twitch, it's like it starts off fresh.
Yeah.
So if they're talking crap about us, we can't go back and see it.
It might be a blessing, actually.
Yeah, it may be. Kaden Drake on the board. First play of the day for the Cardinals offense.
All right, very important question. These might be two of the most, as the kids say, fire jerseys here with the color rush. Which ones you like better here? I'm saying these Carolina all baby blues or these sleek looking, almost New Jersey Devil looking black and red for the Cardinals. Which one?
Carolina, the Carolina baby blue. I'm just the biggest color blue fan. As you see me wearing a blue shirt right now.
Sure.
Give it to me. I like blue and I like gray because you can kind of mix those colors with just about anything.
Look at that. And those kind of the two of the primary colors for the Panthers. So I might have to get you a Christian McCaffrey shirt. I don't see you wearing jerseys. You don't strike me as a jersey.
I am not a jersey guy. So maybe a shocker. I've never owned a single jersey in my life. I have not.
Should I cancel that one I just made for Jacksonville with Lawrence?
Absolutely not. But when Trevor Lawrence is drafted number 1 overall here in April, I will purchase a jersey for the first time.
So Blake Bortles didn't do it for you, but
it's not that I'm like not into those players as Larry Fitzgerald pulls in his first pass of the day. It's not that I don't think I necessarily have to have a jersey to express that I am a ginormous fanboy of a player. Sure. Not to mention, jerseys are like legit jerseys are probably what, $150?
Dude, gone are the days when, like, I forget, I won't even say the retailer because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. Nice play there, big tackle. But yeah, back in the day, I remember like working at restaurant, my salary could afford like a plain jersey with like, it almost had the meshness to it, almost like a football jersey when you played high school. Now, yeah, they're so like professional looking. Even the knockoffs are like around like $80 or so. So yeah, they are expensive, but I agree. I don't think it shows your fandom necessarily if you have or you don't.
No.
I think I buy some if I'm going to actually wear it. That's what.
As Kyler is crushing, that's a sack. Ooh, that's a sack, baby. Now I have an ass ton of like, swag from my college UCF and then like Jaguar stuff too.
Yep.
And it's funny because after this game I have to basically clean out my wardrobe. And are the Cardinals going to pick up a first down here? No, they got close. So we'll likely see Zane Gonzalez come out and deliver 3 points for Arizona. But yeah, I got to clean out the drawers a little bit. I'm being told I'm starting to hoard now too many like graphic tees and stuff like that. I'm gonna have to hang. It's tough for me to get rid of like the team stuff. It really, really is.
Now I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
Okay, all right. Well, no, but do it. Do you have any recommendations?
But
I would navigate this.
I would not be surprised. We have quite, the very thankful DK Simpson we have. If you were to tweet out like one or two of the graphic teams, if it's like sports related, not just I don't want to speak for them. I bet you could maybe if you want to ship one out for like $3. I don't know if you want to do that. Maybe they could pay for it if you're cheap like me. But like I bet you if you had like whether it's Jaguars or whatever sport of choice, I bet you somebody would be down for it. Like I have an Emerson Warren Jaguars sweaty pit tee.
Yeah.
2016.
Well, it's interesting because Tom Cruise just said earlier in the chat, what happened to Tank Top Tuesday? And that is one of the pieces of clothing that I have that I'm sure my significant other would love me to get rid of. Like,
yeah. Where's my tank
so if
top?
anybody out there wants it, I guess, you can have an Emerson Warren tank top. Let's go. We can start turning this into an auction. No, I'm sure that's illegal. But Christian McCaffrey, will he be gone? Will he deliver the second touchdown of the game for Carolina? Let's go, baby.
What
75 yards.
Unbelievable. We thought the start was hot. It just got even hotter. It's boiling. You know when things are so cold, they're hot. When they're so hot, they're cold. Well, this one's so hot, it's boiling, hot, cold, steamy, frothy. Everything you're looking for. Christian McCaffrey, that's then some right there. I think he just hit the bonus as well.
Yeah, Mac Attack is back. We still have 10 seconds to play in the first quarter. 14-3. One and done. One play. Housing it. 75 yards. And yeah, they're north of 100 rushing yards already.
Unbelievable. What a start. If you obviously McCaffrey, you said he's all chalked up, but this is what you want. Like, you didn't want that to be an Ian Thomas or Thompson or whoever. You want it to be McCaffrey here. Sprinkle in those guys you throw darts at. Maybe somebody throw a Keyshawn Johnson, just saying. But, you want these guys to score for you early, and you couldn't get a better start.
Travis says your first jersey is a bust of a player, so don't buy Lawrence. Emerson. Ooh. He's going to suck in the pro. So if you're saying that would bring bad juju to Lawrence, and I don't know if I'm going to 100% buy into that. But also part of me wants to buy into that. Now, you have me thinking like way too much, man.
How many Super Bowls have Jacksonville been to, Emerson?
Big old fat 0, buddy.
How many jerseys have you bought from the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Oh, so you're saying maybe if I do. Rossi, that's why I like it.
Positive.
Yes, Hercules. Was it Jimmy B earlier in the chat who was talking about stacking the kickers?
Oh, I don't know. Whoever it was, that was a genius. I'll just say that. Smart.
Yeah.
Very attractive person.
Well, he's all about the insane and the membrane. Good old Zane Gonzalez, the only 3 points the Cardinals have in this one. So 14-3, all Christian McCaffrey right now, and one-man wrecking crew. Oh my God, I'm looking at my lineup. Of course, when he's that chalky and this guy's doing everything, like it doesn't really move you around a whole lot. And so out of 130, I'm chilling at 106 right now. He's got 2 rushing touchdowns. He has 6 receiving yards. He's got 102 rushing yards. He's got the bonus.
First quarter, we could be in for, if things project, we could be in for a record-setting day here, Emerson. And I'm here for it. I'm excited. Let's go.
Yeah. So
just give it to McCaffrey all day.
Now I want to look at, what did I say he has in the flex already? 26?
A million.
And that would be the most since back in week 78 on the Dream Stream against the New York Giants, where he had 51.2.
Jeez.
And he ran for 176 yards. He had 2 touchdowns. And then he had 6 catches for 66 yards and another touchdown. He only played, 3 games in real life in 2021? And remember in 2020, whatever. So they had that really good start out of the gate, too.
They did. They were the team. I was saying this the other night. This is the hangover from the 2020 season. I made all bad calls. I said Carolina would be the first overall pick heading into this draft. I thought they'd be terrible because, a college coach coming in with no offseason. No thanks. But they were competitive. They actually looked good. Teddy Bridgewater looked good. Obviously I said I thought Detroit Lions would be good. Nope. Thought the Patriots would make the playoffs, win the AFC East. Nope. I don't think I got one thing right. But, yeah.
What'd you say?
I don't remember. Don't worry about me.
No, I want to. I was also looking at the standings because Domino Joe told me to look at the standings. Domino Joe, I opened it up 30 seconds ago. You were in first place. Congratulations. But guess what? Mr. Cool with a K has overtaken you, has leapfrogged you, and now in the 1 spot, buddy. And you know what? I see ya. I'm down, but not out. I'm looking up at you, Domino Joe, and I'm coming for you, pal.
Listen, I will say this about that. The only time people ever tell you to look at the lineups or look at the scoreboard is when they're in first or second. Like, I could tell you, Emerson, check out the rankings. I'm in 112th. All right? That's where I am.
Tag is it. Pete Fooligan. What's going on? I see you there, Germ. By the way, Jason Rossi, who won Twitch versus YouTube? Tag is it is asking.
Who won? Is he talking about me right now? I'm on Twitch. I bounce between them. But if he's wondering,
so I don't. Was there a contest today, guys? Was there a contest like yesterday or like recently? I missed it because I don't pay too much attention to things. I just can't. My mind can't do that. It doesn't work like that.
Twitch. Well, Germ says Twitch won. That's the answer. So
okay. Well, there you go. As Kyler fumbles the football.
Oh, jeez.
That's the issue. You said he's like a Lamar Jackson Jr. now, and Lamar has had some issues holding onto the football from time to time in these sims.
Baby Lamar, got to put him down, put him away, put him out to pastures. And look, rough start here. The Carolina defense looks great, but the entire offense for the Cardinals, including Kyler Murray, who's poor performance so far in that captain spot. 3.7. Yikes.
Oh my God! And you're just gonna keep doing it to Christian McCaffrey.
I want this dude to have 200 yards ASAP.
You know, I do too. Like I'm in it. I don't care because, like, listen, if we were both wise enough to roster him, I think I saw someone mention on YouTube earlier. They're like, "Son of a gun, I faded this guy." You're like in that 15% of people who faded him.
Right, fancy.
But at this point, why not? Let me just see the most unreal sim performance we have ever witnessed on the Dream Stream. Come on, dude. It's a Tuesday. It's 4:20 now on the East Coast. Why not? Why not now?
Hey, let's go. That's what we're here for. Look at him. Just look at him. He looks so smooth today in those baby blues. Let's make it a game we'll always remember.
Yeah, Tag says that Twitch won the only challenge during our championship, our Madden Sim championship.
Way
That's
to go,
pretty
Twitch.
cool.
Way to go, Twitch. The strong and mighty over there. I said to Glash, one of my predictions for 2021 here in the Dream Stream is that the Twitch audience will grow. There'll be more interaction there. It's tough to balance depending on your setup. Like, I know some people have like dual screens for it. I just flip on my iPad app, so. Good for you, Tag.
So 4.5 minutes to play here in the second quarter. Carolina up 14-3 if you're just tuning in. It's been all CMC. Whoa. Run CMC, 146 yards now. This dude is dangerous. And when I'm talking X factors here, Christian McCaffrey is an ankle breaker. When he is in the zone, increased fake out rates on skill moves following the catch. My God, his superstar traits. Leapfrog, he's evasive, he's a playmaker, he's a backfield master. Teddy Bridgewater. Oh my God. First time playing Fortnite. Rufus Von Lotz. What up, you giant frosting covered cupcake?
What in the...
I'm here for that, man. Dude, let me tell you what. That's what people are like, you call me Muffin, you call me all these like little things all the time. I said, dude, if you have like an adorable, cute little nickname for me, that means you mean something to me.
Yeah, you're not going to forget a nickname. That's like Emerson could be forgotten, but frosted cupcake, probably not.
And like you're like my little squishy tush, you know?
No, that's not true. Not true. Just
that is it.
That is not it.
What's up, my little squishy tush?
I'm going directly. Is there HR here at DraftKings for the Madden streams?
Yeah, I would love for there to be a sim HR.
Is that Madison? Do I go to Madison?
I don't know if I would have lasted this long if there was.
Yeah, actually, I go to Madison with a lot of my complaints, so I might as well. You might as well get the extra job title.
Oh, let's go!
It's your guy.
Oh, there's my captain! Way to show up, baby!
Shake it. Shake what your mama gave you. Robbie Anderson, maybe the best wide receiver free agent signing of the 2020 season. He was real good. Looks good there. Again, you captain him. I had him in my lineup. Pretty decent ownership here. So keeping ops busy today.
Yeah. Dean Murray saying, the Mac attack is just out of this world right now. A fantasy Hawk who was saying moments ago, Robbie Anderson, where are you? Hawk, daddy, flying into the picture. Anderson has arrived. Jimmy B could not agree more. This might be a Tecmo Bowl effort by CMC. Yes. And you know what? This is real life. This isn't like Tecmo Bowl. We can't hit the reset button, babes. He is eating. He is here to feast. Give me 400 yards. That's what I want.
I do.
So I want 82% of you.
Let's get the record setter today. I was there for Lamar. It was me and Moose prior to Thanksgiving on a Saturday night, a Madden After Dark. Emerson was tucked away in his bed, sleeping next to his roommate with at least 3 inches separation between them.
Yeah.
And we were rocking with Lamar. He set the record. So CMC right now still over a half to play, 3 minutes. We'll see what the next drive could bring, but still is on pace to beat that if he can. Keep up.
Rob Doggy Dog, is that you, Rob Noble, over on Twitch too?
Look at the CEH is over on Twitch. People are jumping around.
I love it, dude. It's double dipping. Well, what it is was we mentioned Twitch beat YouTube earlier in that competition, that friendly competition they had. Although I've been told it hasn't been friendly, but they're all like, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to come join the winning team, because right now there hasn't been a rematch. So currently, yes, the trophy is in the hands of the Twitch family.
Now they won. First time wants a piece of my cat painting that I'm going to be chopping up one day.
Wait, did I miss that? Are you going to be chopping up and giving it away to members of the DK Sim fam?
That was the Chat VP award for a while. I would say I'm going to get a little piece. I've given away like 620 Chat VPs, so it's going to get real small. It's like the guard.
That's amazing. You have to put it
like
through
when
a
you
shredder.
Like when you get a brick from like an old stadium, that's what it's going to be like here. I will say the first person I remember doing the switch over. Wait a minute.
Oh, got a big gain here. There's Kyler's like, all right, so instead of running it, I'm going to go ahead and send it over to my guys at Captain Christian Kirk.
Yep. That was my guy, Keyshawn. Don't think we'll be seeing him, but
no, but I've already forgotten about that, and now I'm laughing externally and more internally at you for doing that.
But yeah, they I completely lost my train of thought. But first time playing Fortnite, says I'm a 2-time Chat VP winner. Add it to my LinkedIn. You should put it under awards or whatever those things people can promote. Definitely don't use LinkedIn.
I tell you what, it's one of those things where I maybe log on to LinkedIn once every month, twice every month. But if I was to log on and see that someone added like YouTube, chat, Dreamstream, MVP, I'd be like, I would hire this man or this woman immediately. As Kyler again taking off, doing more damage with his feet than with his arms. It was 63 yards on 4 carries. Last time he had a gain that big, he fumbled away the football. And of course, the Carolina Panthers turned it into a touchdown from Teddy Bridgewater to Robbie Anderson.
Yeah, actually, I will go as far as to say this. If you do that first time playing Fortnite, you want to reveal your real name, you can find me on Twitter, wherever. I will recommend you. I will give you a recommendation. I will write you a review, or whatever those things are called, a recommendation on LinkedIn if you add that to your LinkedIn.
First time playing Fortnite, and then Germ chimes in as like second time winning chat MVP.
That's it.
That should be your new username, Germ.
Oh,
is that my guy Max? Yes. So we have second and inches at the 4. Max Williams, his first catch for 10 yards. And Cardinals looking to crack the end zone for the first time in this game. They have a mountain of adversity to climb, Bossy Rossi, as Kyler, go ahead, throw it, back in the end zone, touchdown.
Oh.
Captain Kirk.
You know, for a second, I saw it was a 4-receiver set. I said, "Ooh, could it be? Could it be Keyshawn?"
But even then, I think your guy is a wide receiver 5, buddy.
Let's not play these games. You never know. It could be a substitution package. Weird things have happened. But I will say, officially, yeah. So Christian Kirk gets in the end zone. His ownership wasn't great. He hasn't played all that much. There's rumors and reality of a potential trade in the offseason. Maybe not super pumped with him, but getting it done there. So Kyler Murray, the 77% owned quarterback, throws it in. Oh, they're going to review it, but guess what? Don't worry. It's a touchdown. Spoiler. Look at that.
Those of us who decided to roster Kyler, so 77% in the large free DraftKings showdown are like, all right, Murray up and wait. Like, we're done with this. We need him to deliver. What about in our contest?
Yeah, let's see. I'm getting ham-boned in this one.
I'm looking at the 15,000 entry, and currently, and this is another opportunity to shout out Kyle and Patrick on the ops team.
Smoking them.
Just crushing numbers behind the scenes. sources are telling me they don't even use like calculators or computers. They're just going straight old school. They're that smart. Pencil, paper.
I imagine.
And a manual pencil sharpener too. Not even one of the electric, lazy. Yeah, you're just cranking away, dude. Just blue collar bros.
I imagine
going at it.
Ops looks like that scene in Social Network where they're just in that zone, like typing away. Like you can't interrupt them. These guys are like rocks. They're hard at work.
Andrew on the ones and twos, like quill and feather pens. But then I imagine it too at a certain point. It's like the scene in Swordfish.
Wait, which scene? There's a couple scenes that come to
mind. Oh yeah, not that scene.
But what about the other scene like that scene? There's two scenes.
Yeah, there's a couple really good scenes like that. Yeah.
There's a very risque scene with computers as well.
Yeah. No, there definitely is.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, sure. No, the computer scene.
The other. I'm talking about. Isn't there a computer?
Like when he walks into like the room and it's just this. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But isn't there also a part where Hugh Jackman's trying to, diffuse something very quickly, and there's some other potential things happening? Have you not seen that movie? I think we're talking about the same scene.
I have seen the movie with Halle Berry.
Yeah, there's that scene. There's a tanning scene. That's not the one.
Yes.
But then there's another.
The scene with John Travolta.
Oh, yes. That's the one I'm talking about. Anywho, go watch Swordfish tonight if you want to get very uncomfortable. Watch it with your parents if you want to get uncomfortable.
Dude, that was all those scenes in movies from time to time when you'd go see a movie with your parents and there was something really uncomfortable on the screen. You're like, this is weird. Like, you always look over and like you really like lock eyes with your dad or your mom. Just like, what are we watching? Like, how did you not know? How dare you bring me to this movie?
Honestly, like I haven't had that in theater experience, but I remember there was a movie. I can't remember what it was, but there was an adult scene, and it was very uncomfortable. Like we're just sitting there. This is VHS days, so it's not DVD where you hit pause or like you can stop, even though it's all the same. But anyways, I just remember sitting there like, and everyone just remained silent and hoped that the scene didn't last very long.
I'll never forget going and seeing Titanic. And I went and saw Titanic with my cousin, and my grandfather took us to see it. And then there's the whole draw me like one of your French girls scene in the car and everything like that. And then thank God. So I look over, and it's like a 3-hour movie. I look over, that's like 2 hours into it. And my grandfather is passed the F out. And I said, this is the best. Because I don't know how awkward that would have been with him.
I'm going to go to halftime here, but I can tell you right now that scene right there is like known. It is like the known most uncomfortable scene because it's not a family movie, but you just think, okay, it's like an action-ish romantic movie you can watch. Next thing you know, booyah, right in your face, steamy, hot, adult scene with a little bit of slip of the action, and you're like, oh. Yeah, I saw that actually. You want to know real fun? I saw that with a Catholic youth group. I was a Catholic schoolboy, and we all went, but there was no.
You went to see the Titanic.
You got to pick between two movies because we were supposed to have a weekend away. It was a snowstorm. Long story short, half the group went to see Titanic, half the group, whatever comedy was out at that time, and all the adults went to the comedy, and I think I now know why. I'm like, why aren't they go see Titanic? But they're like,
it's like they either went and saw Titanic or Free Willy.
Yes, exactly. And like only 6, it's like 20 of us. 14 went to go see Titanic. 6 went to go see the other one, but the 3 adults went to the other one. You're like,
much more satisfied. Also, it was just long. You could watch the comedy movie twice.
They went to dinner
inside the 3-hour window. Oh, they did. So where do you go? You go to like Bennigan's or something like that, or Chili's, you know?
And I come out and I'm like, I just watched a movie that I'm way too young to watch, and I didn't even get to get my chicken nuggets. Come on.
Yeah, Frank Orlando. Yeah, American Pie with the entire family, not a family movie.
Oh.
Yeah, no. Back to this game really quick. Look at this. 9 carries, 162 yards, and 2 touchdowns for Christian McCaffrey. So we can't jinx him by saying the B word, the bonus word right now.
Got it.
But this feels like one of those situations, and I hope it doesn't happen, where like all the work is done in the first half and he kind of just disappears. Or maybe their offense just completely farts itself, and maybe we see the Cardinals make a comeback.
We're seeing the touches of that, but the passing game is the big problem here. We're getting a ton out of Christian McCaffrey. You got him in your lineup. We already said he's the chalk of the chalk in the free showdown. He's 90%, basically 82%. He's higher in our contest, the contest you created. But here's the deal: you need one of these other guys now to pop off. We need somebody, anybody. You got Robbie Anderson with the score. That's great. You got Bridgewater throwing one. You have Christian Kirk, but we need someone else to spark up here because I don't see McCaffrey being fadeable. I predict at least getting to that 200 mark. You need 38 yards? Like, give me all that.
That'd be sick.
I see that happen, but we just need some of these other guys.
Right now, man 44 is king of the world in the 15,000 entry for DraftKings. Christian McCaffrey, 51.75 points in the captain spot. So let's just say right now he's on pace for north of 100 points in this game. We need this.
Mm-hmm.
I want history destroyed. I want Christian McCaffrey to stuff history inside him, eliminate it, make him the man atop the history ranks. Ooh.
Is that how history works? You have to eat history to become history?
You have to destroy the history in front of you.
Oh. Wow.
Maybe sometimes, or is it the history behind you? Back to the future, dude. You know what I mean? 1st and 10 here. This is the start of the second half. Not a great start there. Incomplete pass for Kyler Murray, who's 7 of 9 for just under 100 yards and 1 touchdown. And 1 touchdown going to Captain Kirk. They were moving and grooving at one point in the first half, guys. And probably his largest gain on the ground, which he has close to 60, I think, yards rushing, fumbled away the football, and that's how Carolina was able to score its 3rd and most recent touchdown in this game.
And just so you know, in our contest right now, it is SKO. We're just going to go with SKO to start. He's got the leading lineup. McCaffrey, obviously, in the captain with that 51 right now in the captain spot. Kyler Murray, Teddy Bridge, Samuel, Kirk, and who is this? Mantrez? That's another made-up player that they said. But doesn't need it with those players.
Well, as of right now, Kenyon, Wake, and Drake only around 25 yards on the ground. And that's disappointing for a large number of people in this game, in this contest. Let's see. He is 66% owned, 17% in the captain spot. I'm talking just our contest, the Fill Me Up Buttercup contest.
Yeah, and let's just be honest, right? Oh, nice punt there. Punts have been unbelievable. Can we get punters in on these games? They've been Coffin Corner's been killing it. But yeah, we the offense here for the Cardinals has been really disappointing because this is not a good defense for the Panthers, especially here in Madden. Numbers aren't great. No, not a big pass rush on these guys, but getting the job done so far, just like CMC. So the Panthers D has kind of been in play as well. I see them in a couple of these top lineups.
Jason Mack, I saw you on YouTube earlier. Hey, Emerson, our dog is officially heartworm-free as of today's vet visit and finally cleared to go back to being a pup and playing like crazy, taking a brief break from lots of fetch to enjoy the sim. Tweet me a pic. Tweet us a pic. I want to see a pic of the doggo, Jason. More dog pics, the better. Every day I open up Twitter and social media hoping that I can see everyone's dog on the planet.
I had a Zoom meeting with my team this morning, and one of the dudes was at home, and his parents had a dog, and that dog popped up. I've never owned a dog, but dogs do make me happy. They just look so like, talk about, what'd you call me, like squeezy cheeks or something like that? Like with a dog, you just want to get in there with them. You just want to play. You just want to rub noses, let them lick your face.
Yeah, it's your squishy cheeks, man. You're my little squishy cheeks.
That's it. With dogs, it really is true. Like what I see, obviously you're a dog guy, you've owned dogs. But it's like they just, I feel like they just have nothing but love. Like there's nothing but positivity that comes out of a dog. Like they're not here to, they might rip up something here or there, but they never mean to do anything. They're just literally full of love.
For sure, as long as just what they're ripping up isn't like expensive, you know?
Yeah, as long as it's like an old.
That's great.
Rooming.
Yeah, David Smack saying, Emerson and Rossi, what's up? DK Sim fam, hope your day is going well.
What's up, dude?
What's up, D? Mama
tweet.
Vision 247 saying, let's go Captain Anderson. I'm with you on that one.
Tweet at Emerson Loxia and at Jason D. Rossi. All the dogs, or anything. Send a picture of a squirrel for all I care.
Well, okay. Yeah, that's cool.
I'm down with squirrels.
There's so many of them in our neighborhood. It's ridiculous. Oh, wow. Rolling out and finding Kurt the Squirt Samuel.
Yeah, Curtis Samuel. Another one of the guys, he was top 5 owned in the contest. Haven't really heard too much from him. 49% owned here in the free showdown, but is found there. Dangerous weapons on this Carolina team. You just never know who it's going to be. And look, McCaffrey was down there, by the way. Like, dude, I'm here too, just in case. Everywhere.
All right, Dallas God says my Mastiff is 5 months old today and 80 pounds.
Whoa.
Happy 5-month birthday. Man, Dallas God, I can't remember if you tweeted me a pic of your Mastiff before or not, or sent me a pic. Someone sent me a pic like a couple months ago when I asked for everyone to send dog pics. I was having a crummy day. And someone sent me their ginormous puppy. And they're like, yeah, it's only 5 months. It's like Cofield's dog, which is going to be Clifford the big red dog. It's like 5 months old and already like 300 pounds. I said, dude, I think your dog may be special. I think your dog may be a little different than the other ones. But even producer Madison right now, Dallas God, is asking for pics of your Mastiff. 5 months and 80 pounds. Dude, Winnie's like almost 30 and she's like 5.5 months. But she's really quick, you know? Some people say that's the fastest dog I've ever seen. And some of these people are 80 years old, so they've been around forever. Joe Spencer, I think Adam Gase snuck in and drafted my team.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. A 3rd and 1 here. No reason to reinvent the wheel. And wow, okay. Christian McCaffrey.
No.
Taken down in the backfield by another man with X Factor traits. That would be Chandler Jones.
Yeah, Chandler Jones lost for the season early in the year. A little disappointment there for the Cardinals down the stretch, not making the playoffs, but hey, see if they can make a comeback here in Simland. That slide.
Oh, Jason Mack, I see it, buddy.
You get it? Did he send it to you?
Yeah, I got some picks. It's awesome. Dog's just living its best life.
I'm gonna
Only
look at
happy
your
picks.
picks.
I'll tag you in this.
Sure.
Right now.
Right now. Now.
Write me out. Right here. Right now. Tweet us your dog pics or get the hell out.
But you could have went with whatever. We'll do mock lyrics another time.
Thank you.
You got it. Look at this thing. Look at this.
Yvette says Eminem Van Winkle. I'm a big fan of that.
You know what else too? Dogs photogenic. Like kids, tough to get a good kid pick, but you can get a great dog pick.
Sometimes, like with Rufus, like you would bring out the camera or be trying to take pictures of it, and he would know it, and he would not. He'd be barking, he'd be moving around. He doesn't want a camera in his face. You know, he's one of those celebs. Like no pictures, please, no autographs. Winnie's a little more into it.
Well, still love Winnie. Sometimes
Dude, for a while there was like kennel cough being like going around like the neighborhood that we were living in. It was like the dogs around here were having their own like pandemic. It was just like kennel cough, and you know, dogs couldn't play with each other. It was really weird to see the way like all the owners were treating it too. As another sack, what was that, the 3rd or 4th sack in this game for the Sack Bros?
Yeah, it's not better than a little sack sandwich on a Tuesday afternoon, Color-Rich Tuesday with the good crew that we have here with you.
A tag is it coming back in over on Twitch saying CJ will make another Twitch versus YouTube challenge during the next Madden DK event. Rock and roll, man. Kyler Murray, 9 of 12, 111 yards, 111. Make a wish.
Make a wish. My wish is for someone else's wish to come true.
Emerson's a doorknob. We have a new tribute account. That's wonderful. Who is that pulling it in? Kirk again. Third or fourth catch in this game. Three catches, 62 yards. Has the only touchdown for the Cardinals.
Getting the job done. There was the guy so far. We saw him in the leading line. Look at that. Straight down the middle of the field. Nobody there for Carolina. Picking apart that zone.
Thanks to the almost 700 of you joining us right now on YouTube. So the rest of the day's slate, 3 more games to go. It's the late slate.
Yeah.
Rossi's going to slide into the play-by-play chair, play-by-play in air quotes, for Packers at the Falcons at 6 o'clock. You and Kenny.
Yeah, baby. Dudes.
Baby.
We are
you and after it. The big Deuce, my friend. Glash and Brandon are going to bring you guys home for the 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock games here on Color Rush Tuesday. Chargers at the 49ers, then little Rams at the Bills. And then because all of you have been asking and demanding, it has not happened. We still have Wild Weather Wednesday tomorrow. I will be with Zach at 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Hell
Are you wanting to get? Oh, look at you! You're not on a single Wild Weather. Did you request Wild Weather Wednesday off? I
said if Wild Weather Wednesday's still happening, I'm out. And I'm unlike you. I'm not a coward. I stand by my word. I went directly to the powers that be. I went to the CEO. Said, "Excuse me, email Mr. Robbins. I'm a low life guy who's on your sim. Not scheduling now." Luck of the draw, but yes, I'll be back on Thursday. I think I got a 2-pack with Kaufman on Thursday.
Yeah, you do.
So we're going to be doing
all
sorts of shenanigans.
A little Thirsty Thursday action.
Yeah. I think I've decided, Emerson, I'm going to, you were talking about you giving away all your T-shirts to the DK Sim fam. I've talked about maybe doing like a social distancing, maybe when things get a little clear. It's a little hair right now in the world. But, at my place on a snowstorm day, Glash maybe come by, maybe you, who knows. I think I need to have you and Kaufman do a call. I think I need to raise enough money, for charity, to have you two do a game
together. We need a third person. We need you to be part of that, Billy or Glash.
No. That's the best part. I just want you two. I don't care if you talk about the game. I don't care if you talk about current events. I don't care if you talk about Winnie's bathroom breaks, whatever it may be. I think it needs to happen. That will be the next event.
All the incredible scenes in Swordfish.
And I definitely want you to be the play-by-play for it.
Okay.
Because his head would probably start to explode at one point.
I'm going to have to pump the Drake on that. This Kenyon Drake has 25 yards on 8 carries. We are through 3 quarters of play here, everybody. I love being able to see all of you again. 24-10. Still 8 minutes to go here. Final quarter of play. It's Jason Rossi on one side of your screen, Emerson Latzia on the other. Andrew, who's been with us today on the 1s and 2s. Producer Madison here doing her thing. Kyle and Patrick from the ops team. Also, this is a good opportunity to everyone, if you'd like to drop a congrats to producer Madison in the chat on YouTube and also on Twitch. Big day for her yesterday as she set a new PR on her Peloton.
Whoa!
Yep, we were texting. We were texting a little bit about it. She's super excited, as she should be. It's a big accomplishment.
What's the PR?
So good for you, producer Madison.
Was it length of time? Was it amount of?
Well, we get a producer in a better mood. That's what we get because she's riding high right now.
But what was the PR? Very intrigued. Don't worry about it.
I do not know.
Don't worry about
it. Three something. It's a good number. That's all I'm going to say. It's a good number.
Are we talking on a bike, on a treadmill? I got a lot of questions.
Yeah, on the Peloton bike.
There's 2 pellets. There's a bike and there's a treadmill. I have the app.
No one talks about the treadmill.
Bro, I'm going to start sending you videos. I'm going to start doing videos. I'm going to send it to you and Madison for you to laugh at my unathletic self running on a treadmill on the daily. But congratulations, Madison. I'm super proud of you. Don't know what it was, but I'm pumped. There she is. Holy smokes.
348 kj, bro.
That's huge. In 30 minutes? Wow.
Can you do that? Can you accomplish that feat?
If you think I know what KJ stands for, you clearly don't know who you're doing this game with.
Kilimanjaro, dude.
Gnarly.
First and goal from the one coming up. This is the one thing. This is the one thing I do not need right now. I do not need Drake to be scoring this. So Kyler, I'd love maybe a little play action. You want to run it in yourself? How about a Max Williams touchdown or a Larry Fitzgerald touchdown?
How about a Keyshawn Johnson touchdown? How about a rushing touchdown?
Stop bringing him up, man.
I'm telling you right now, I want to see a running touchdown by Kyler Murray diving. I don't care if he takes a dude's head off by jumping in. I need a score by that guy like you wouldn't believe. Look at this. 3 receivers. Keyshawn, where are you?
No, sorry. No!
Oh, wait,
yeah!
stop!
Way to step it up, Carolina defense!
Sorry, coming in.
My dudes.
Yeah, coming into the scare. That was the weak part of the defense, too, that linebacking core. Losing Kuechly. Sad to see that guy go. Kind of forgot about him throughout the year. It's what happens with players. That's but making the stop there. So here we go again. 6 and change to go.
Drake it till you make it. Will they go back to him? They do. Damn it! No!
Woo! Was there a vulture? Nope, not a.
No, absolutely not. Well, right now the Cardinals are cooking. This thing is a game, so
I'm back.
We've went ahead and stuffed this sim inside an Easy Drake oven.
Look at him! Look at him! Just battling, making his way into the end zone.
That knocked me back down. That knocked me way back down.
Let me see if there's anyone offended by your Peloton treadmill comment, but nobody seemed to care.
No, because everyone's focusing. Everyone's focusing on the positive, which is our producer achieving a personal record, a PR.
It's not about her. You just poo-pooed the treadmill. Like it didn't.
I didn't poo-poo the treadmill. I just said no one really talks about the treadmill. What's wrong? Don't be upset with me, Keyshawn.
I'm a treadmill person. While my body might be a fire hydrant, I don't have a bike, so that's all I got. I'm gonna become friends with you on Peloton. What's your username on Peloton?
Maybe the same as my Instagram name. I think it's _Emerson. I think they all blend together.
So you're gonna have to slack me that because not you, yours. Because now I'm intrigued. I don't use this as a friendship thing. I've never done it. Anyway, but yeah, we got ourselves a game here. Look at this guy. You were right. Completely fadeable in the second half. 5 carries, 12 yards since that ripping first half.
Yep.
McCaffrey. So he has yet to hit 200 yards. It's nothing to scoff at. It's not like he stinks here, but we were expecting 200-300 yards, and let's hit the deuce.
Where are you guys, if any of you were lucky enough and brave enough to take me on and Rossi and others in the DK Sim fam in the Fill Me Up Buttercup contest? Where are you guys at? Hell, if you're one of the 3 currently tied for first place in the 15,000 entry there, the DraftKings Showdown, the free one, let us know, man. 116.91 current leading score. Christian McCaffrey is just getting shut down. It's almost like that halftime speech worked.
Sorry, I found you on the Peloton, and your location is inside you.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Let's see if Christian.
That's right. I'm inside your mind. I'm inside your head. I'm mind screwing people consistently on there because the numbers are mind-boggling.
Oh boy, too much.
Spencer wants to know if your legs can reach the pedals. Yeah, they can. My wife is shorter. She just lowers the seat down and she's there. She's okay. So Rossi would be fine as well. Although we all said it, he shaved his beard and all of a sudden he was much taller.
Is that how it works? Get rid of the beard, start growing.
Hey, I was happy for you, pal.
I went to the barber for once since first time since March. Actually, I think it was the first time in 2020. But I did shave my head. I do like that for every summer for charity. But yeah. So that was the first time in the whole year. But there's Christian McCaffrey easing his way right where it is. He inched his way to 200. Finally, Emerson. It took him a little while. He got to 162 yards quicker than it took him to get the extra 38. But
yeah,
got it done nonetheless.
Yeah, he had his second touchdown in this game with 10 seconds to play in the first quarter. A doomed Atlanta fan on YouTube says, I need some Larry Fitz points. What else you guys need? Mario Silva just wants them to kill the clock. Just keep killing the clock here.
Speaking our language there. I think you sure that wasn't, is that Andrew on the 1s and 2s burner? Here's something crazy. Hold on one second. Oh, I think it's my wife.
Jason Max says, I want Drake, but I enjoy the Emerson cheer against him more. It's really worth it. I know, I'm just trying to win absolutely nothing in this free roll contest. But it's pride, man. We have pride on the line.
Yeah, HM over on Twitch saying Curtis Samuel. Let's see if he gets a look.
All right, we got the DJ. Make me do it. DJ Moore. DJ Moore. With another catch. I don't think he's done much in this game.
No, he had that big catch down the middle earlier in the game, and we haven't heard from him since.
And that is about it. So maybe an early candidate here for Babysitter Billy, not my kid. I'm still single player of the game. Christian McCaffrey. There was a larger hole on the inside you did not take.
No longer has 200 yards, Emerson. That's a huge play because this 3rd and 3, I don't know if they're going to go back to him on the ground, and depending on what happens, he may not get another carry in this game.
Yep.
Oof.
Emerson's doorknob, Deion Jackson. I'm with you guys. I would love to see some Kurt Discord. I'd love to see some Robbie. Robbie's chilling in my captain's spot right now for crying out loud.
I'd like to see some Robbie Noble. How about that? Let's get
Oh, he's here. I don't know if his evil doppelganger is Nobby.
Emerson's doorknob. I don't understand it, but I love it.
Third and 3 coming up. This is a big one because you've got the 2-minute warning here, and they could run out a lot of this clock. They pick up the first down.
So that's real big if you have Christian McCaffrey, because now he should be getting the ball. Now with 2-minute warning, with 3 timeouts remain for Arizona, you think it's ground and pound time. Give Christian McCaffrey at 199 as we speak. See if we can get him back over that mark.
Also, let's see, because they'll probably run it here. If you don't pick up a first down, Arizona will burn all its timeouts, and you have Joey Slide come on and make it a 2-score game with a field goal here. At least that's how you would think it would go in real life. Sims, as we've all learned together since we've started this, could do something completely different.
Yeah, they could punt from here. Who knows?
First time playing Fortnite is asking Rossi, when is the next time Club Madden After Dark will be open?
A good question. I would probably suggest, since I'm doing 2 with Kaufman on Thursday, probably the 6 p.m. We'll get a little early freaking weekend going at the 6 p.m. on Thursday. Did he just lose more yards? Christian McCaffrey. But I don't think he lost enough there. I think he's over the 2. But yeah, I'll do 6 p.m. Remind me to do it if I forget. But since I'm doing 2 with Kaufman, we got to spice it up. We'll probably play about 400 games of buy stream trash. We'll talk a little bit about his he'll filibuster about something and turn sideways when he talks, does this. We'll start the Emerson Kaufman Foundation to get them to
the Emerson Kaufman Foundation. 3rd and 6, Bridgewater.
Huge.
That was massive. That is going to do it.
Yeah, is that DJ Moore right there? I think it was.
I saw the superstar trait underneath, so I'm assuming it is DJ Moore. Yeah, 4 catches, 39 yards for hey, Mr. DJ.
Was that Madonna?
Yes, it was.
Making sure. Let's see. Yeah, so, you're right, because DJ Moore is still not the highest of ownership. Curtis Samuel and Robbie Anderson both higher, but still in that high ownership number. But might be faded. I get that Babysitter Billy. But then there's another guy who's really going to get it, who I don't even think plays in these Sims anymore, but we'll talk about him in a moment.
As we wind down here, just want to say thanks to everybody who spent some time with us here in the 4 o'clock hour for the stem. If you guys hammered the like button while we were here, we appreciate the hell out of you for doing that. as on second and goal, they'll hand it off to Christian McCaffrey. How about some garbage points, boys and girls? Third rushing touchdown of the day for the Christian.
Wow. See, this is what happens. You saw it. The first down, they take the knee. The second down, they run. It's almost like every time in these sims, that's what happens. But that's good for you. That could be a play right there that just swung the contest. I know he's shocked, but that could just put you up a couple of spots.
It's like the complete opposite of what Doug Peterson would do. He just said, forget it. Let's run this score out, baby.
Doug Peterson's like, you know what?
Hey, at the same time, too, whatever Cardinals you have in your lineup right now,
got a shot.
It's actually worth hanging around and keeping an eye on the last minute and 7 seconds of this game, because there are garbage points, and who the hell knows what kind of magic Kyler Murray could pull out. Maybe he could do what he did in real life this year. The Hail Murray. Not going to give him a win in this game, but it could possibly give you a win in whatever contest you're in.
Will be the difference between going home with no cash in your pocket or maybe taking home $1. Maybe going to get yourself a little nuggie or something on your ride home, if you are so much into anywhere but home, because I haven't left my house since March. But nonetheless, this isn't about me.
Yeah, we had some rough news today with the COVID restrictions extended for another 3 weeks. So no gyms or anything like that. Everything's staying pretty tight around here.
Sure is.
So I, too, will just be hanging out with all of you in the DK Sim fam on the Dream Stream. You and me, baby.
Let's go. Get inside of Emerson. Get inside of him.
Just find my location on Peloton. That's all. A minute to play, Kyler Murray. More points, more fun. Going to scramble and panic and go to Larry Fitzgerald. 15 of 18, 170 yards and 1 touchdown for Kyler. Arizona is out of timeouts. Fitzgerald, 3 catches, 24 yards in this game. Trailing by 14. Winnie now entering the bedroom, going to the darkest room in the apartment to take a nap. Likely her 7th or 8th of the day due to personal reasons.
Oh, hey, we appreciate Winnie being a soldier, being here, big part of the DK Sim fam.
Andrew on the 1s and 2s. R.I.P. lat pull downs, man. I did enjoy going back to the gym for a short while there before they closed it up. There will only be like 3 of us there. And it just felt good to clang and bang again.
Dude,
Put on a show.
I've showed you my upper arm. There's literally no definition, because I haven't lifted a weight since, aside from the food that I eat. Like my burgers, those are my curls, baby.
Ooh.
Burger.
The other day I went to Be Good around here.
Yeah.
And I got a burger. I got this jalapeno bacon burger with jalapeno slaw. And then I added a chicken breast to it. So I had the ground meat. I had the burger. Yeah, and then I added extra protein to it. And I'm just sitting there in my car. I'm eating it in the parking lot. I look disgusting. I didn't even care. No dignity.
Wait. Hold on.
All out the window.
Real quick. Murray threw for 183. He threw a touchdown. He fumbled. Bridgewater
15 of 15. Perfect.
I know, 170. Underrated. We didn't really talk about it because we know the story with CMC, but why did you sit in your car? What are you doing? Is this like before work?
It's like a power eat. Yes. You eat.
I know what it is. Trust me.
I go out to the car because you can't sit in half these restaurants.
No, I get.
And I can listen to some music. Put on some Madonna.
Just listen to like mid '80s Madonna. Cry. Eat a protein burger. McCaffrey went over 200, went for 212. He scored a gajillion points here, over 68 points or 67 points, I say. Ops finishing up, but no bonus elsewhere aside from him. No one else. Christian Kirk kind of came close. Samuel kind of came close, but I got to give away some awards. Who's my?
Yeah. So go Krusty Kaufman first.
You can't avoid it's Christian McCaffrey. He was incredible. Remember, folks, don't fade him. Don't be foolish. Put him in the lineup when he is in the game, and that's every time Carolina plays. Duh. He's going to be your player of the game.
All right, and now, sorry, I'm distracted because I see Mario says I won first place in Madden $500 free contest. Good stuff, dude. Looks like as of right now, there's a 3-way tie for first. So if that's the case, if you're one of those 3, you're taking home $35. That's nice. You can spend it on entering other contests around DraftKings. So appreciate you for playing with us. So now you're babysitter Billy. Not my kid. I'm still single player of the game.
Can't talk to girls because even when people set me up with them, I fail.
We've tried. The Lazias are done. We've tried to adopt Billy and set him up with fantastic neighbors in our neighborhood, and he says no.
Okay. Sorry. I'll talk to him. I got a podcast with him tonight. All right. Robbie Anderson, not going to be him. He's one of the highest owned. He scored. Curtis Samuel had like 81 yards. He played good. Drake scored. Kyler Murray threw a touchdown. He ran around. He kind of stunk. I think it's gonna like it can't be DeAndre Hopkins because he just barely plays for being one of the best receivers. Might have to.
Come on, do it. Do it.
Who do you want me to do? DJ Moore? I think it's gonna be DJ Moore. That's it. Giving it to DJ Moore. I'm unhappy. My team stunk. It should be Keyshawn Johnson. You know, that's who it is. It's Keyshawn Johnson. For the people out there, the gutsy ones, the people that are smart, that take chances in their life, that don't just sit and like ants marching and wait for the next day to come, that take chances. Keyshawn Johnson is the Not My Kid Award. Because he's literally no one's kid. He barely exists.
Before we take off, where'd you finish in the Fill Me Up Buttercup contest?
Real stinky. 81st. 81st.
Yes. All right, dude. I mashed you again. You've never beat me once. You have never beat me once since we started doing this together.
Sounds like a challenge.
I'm like 12-0 against you. No, because you have your thing going with Coppin, and you end up actually sending requests to people who aren't Coppin. It's okay.
I'm going to send you a random request, not today, and I'm not even going to tell you when it's coming. You're just going to get a notification, maybe a text.
You need to, text me because I turn the notifications off because I get so many in the DK Sim fam. Yeah. So I finished. I just moved up to 69th place. Nice. Let's go.
You beat by 12.
All right. Whatever,
4
loser.
Points. 4 points.
All right.
I am a loser. Dean Murray.
Good luck in the 6 o'clock. You and Kenny, and then guys Glash and Brendan for Chargers at 49ers and Rams at Bills at 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock. But next, Packers at the Falcons, Rossi and Kenny. Late slate is almost here. So good work by you. Thanks, Andrew, on the 1s and 2s. Bruce Madison and Kyle and Patrick from the ops team. Much love to you, DK Sim fam. I'll see you again tomorrow. There is Winnie. I'll see you guys again tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Peace out.
Welcome into this Tuesday edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm Jesse Cofield, joining you for our 3-game late slate of Madden Sims. Tonight we have the Madden Stream 6K Tuesday night special, $10 entry featuring 6K in prizes, 2K prize for first place. Of course, we have paid Madden contests for all the individual showdowns, and of course, free contests for all of it as well. So tonight, starting at 6, Packers, Falcons, kicking off our night. Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey will be here just a moment for the call of that one. And while you wait for those to kick off, everything else that's happening on DraftKings right now, NBA season is in full swing. You can still get in on tonight's biggest contest, including the NBA 700K shoot-around special. $15 entry fee gets you shot at $700K in prizes, including $150,000 of first place. Head on over to the DraftKings lobby. We also have NFL playoff action. Make sure you check that out. And on the DK Sportsbook, NFL, NBA, college football, college basketball, UFC, and more. I'm going to be back after the game to get you guys ready for Wildcard Weekend and the return of the PGA this week. But right now, it is time for some sim football. Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey, take it away.
My God, Micro Machines, man, has nothing on Jesse Cofield there. By the way, outstanding hat. I swear, Kenny, every time these DKers jump on, there's new exciting gear out there, and I'm over here just slumming it up with you. But that's okay. That's
yep, I got this. This does not say DraftKings on it, so it's just my standard white hat that everyone's come to know and love.
You look
but
good.
I do need a haircut, Rossi. I think that's the big thing right now.
Oh, you know what? Maybe let it ride. Maybe this is your time. Like, I didn't do touch the hair for like 6 months. It was getting weird up here, but now it's changed. Look what happens. People can start complimenting. You look good though, Kenny. Happy New Year to you, my brother. Good to see you. Good to be with you. Big and better things happening this year. But when it comes to this one, we got Packers, the playoff team, getting the bye, #1 seed, maybe the MVP on their roster, and then you got the lowly Falcons. Didn't make the playoffs, stunk, fired their coach. A lot of changes to come. But in this one, in Simland, where are you looking?
I am looking at Davante Adams in my captain spot. Now, to be fair, I'm not sure if I had I made a contest here, and I'm not actually sure if it created itself because I tried to create it 2 hours ago, but I didn't actually enter my lineup. I figured that it had just created itself, but I guess it didn't. Anyway, I do like Davante Adams here in my captain spot. You don't need to save that much money here because I think that you keep it pretty simple here. You go with Aaron Rodgers, you go with Julio Jones, Aaron Jones, and Davante in your captain spot. Then I like Mercedes Lewis, under the radar option here at tight end with Jay Sternberger mixed in there as well. Mercedes Lewis, not the most popular guy, but 5 receptions last sim. He can get it done for you. I think Aaron Rodgers might find him in the end zone.
I like your lineup a lot. Obviously, heavy stack with the pack, and can't go against it. I actually threw Sternberger in as well. I got Alan Lazard, Adams, Matt Ryan, Aaron Rodgers, went Julio Jones in my captain. So very similar lineups. Obviously, heavy on the offense. Didn't go Aaron Jones. Actually avoided all running games. So we'll see. Todd Gurley can show up in these as well as we'll take it here to Simlanta. I'm trying to up my game with you here. Is that good enough, or do we want
That's good. Yeah.
At Sim?
That's good.
Yeah, we'll go with the first one. But Kenny,
say,
how you feel?
It's not Lana. It's not Lana.
Not Lana. Okay.
It's make believe Atlanta. It's not Lana.
It's Kenny Ducey. You got to check this guy out. Make sure you follow him on Twitter over there. By the way, dropping straight knowledge recently. How you feel with your, now that 2020 is done, which the year is the weirdest one of our lifetime of all time. How do you feel about all the picks, all the things you put in, all your efforts this year? Do you feel good? Do you think you were more of a winner? Do you think you put out good? I know you put out some real good lines, by the way. You had me help. You helped me once, and it did really well. But how do you think you did overall? Like, I always look at that when you're like as a contributor expert.
Right. Well, I didn't look at my overall record for the year. I didn't keep track of that. But I think I did a pretty good, especially with tennis. I think I'm pretty good with tennis. I think I am proud of what I did with those picks. With football, I think I gave out, so I was more on the which player is going to go over or under his yards type of situation. I think I just, I obviously, especially take-wise, was very wrong about Josh Allen. I was right about the Raiders. So yeah, there were some losses, but I think for the most part it was a good year. What about you? What was the one take that you had going into 2020 that you wish you hadn't?
For drafting Big Green for us, both of us joined this
That's
year.
right. I met you through DraftKings.
Look at that, and look at us now. But yeah, for me, like when it comes to the NFL, like I didn't have too many crazy predictions early in the year outside of my like wrestling predictions, but that's a little sidebar. But
what were your crazy wrestling predictions? What I just want to know what your.
I will tell you right now. So like some of the stuff real quick for wrestling, because we're both wrestling guys. This is a little DK Sim fan. I thought Aleister Black would be a world champion in 2020.
I think a lot of people thought that.
I thought that NXT would move nights. I thought that was going to be something. I was right about AEW. They're kind of surging. I thought that the SmackDown move to Fox would equal 5 million viewers once or twice. That was a little crazy, but did not happen. But and aside from that, just something like Daniel Bryan would be a world champion as well. I thought that was going to happen last year, especially before knowing about the pandemic and such. Those are some of my thoughts there. But when it came to the NFL season, Kenny, I was the worst. I thought the Lions would be the biggest turnaround. That was a big. I thought the Carolina Panthers would be the #1 draft pick heading into 2021. That's another big. I thought the Patriots would win the AFC East. Nope. I thought a nice pass there, Julio Jones getting them down to 13. I thought the Raiders would make the playoffs and be a threat in the AFC, and not so much. I thought that the Packers would not make the playoffs and be one of the biggest disappointments. Also incorrect. And I also thought the Cowboys would be a kid.
Well, the Cowboys, I think you don't have to beat yourself up over because
I didn't have one.
Yeah, I mean the Dak injury was tough. I mean, I thought that too. I thought the Cowboys were going to be great.
I just thought they would win that division and be that. Like I just thought with the changing coach, maybe there'd be some sort of spark. I don't know. I literally got everything I thought would happen. I think I got several division winners wrong. I think I thought the Browns would win the AFC North. I thought the Steelers were going to be a playoff team. And at one point they were 11-0. It was not a good year. Luckily, it's just my brain and the DK Sim fan, the family and friends that saw that. But, hey, there is a big throw up to Julio. Give it to us to start the game. Kenny, we rarely see. That was almost a fade. I've never seen the fade here in Simland, but there it is. Matt Ryan tossing up to Julio. Double ones making the catch.
Speaking of takes that we were right about, Julio Jones, get him in the lineup. This guy's been all Julio so far. He's been the entire offense for them.
Yeah, got him in that captain spot. We'll check on. I put a contest together. There's about 80 some odd of you in here, and then we also have the free showdown. Keep an eye on that. By the way, got to give it up for our crew. Obviously, it's Kenny, Ducey, Jason Ross. A pleasure to be with y'all on a Tuesday. Color Rush Tuesday. Hope you're feeling good. Off to a good start to the year. But we have Daniel, our tech producer, as well as our guy Michael, technical director, or as they would like to say on the ones and twos is Daniel. We got Michael, our producer. We have Kyle, as well as Patrick on our ops team. Great squad here tonight. Give them a like, smash the like, tickle the like, tap the like, smack it. Do whatever you need to do. Just tap. Just let us know.
The like.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, that's a great point that Kenny brought up. We were talking about what were your DK Sim fan? It's easy to pick on us and say how ridiculous we are, but what were some of your takes or for the NFL season or anything when it came to 2020 that you were just so wrong about? I think I was.
Well, the one that I mentioned right at the onset of this was definitely Josh Allen. I mean, I think Josh Allen. There was a reason to be skeptical. I'm not beating myself up over that pick. I mean, it does pain me. I don't want to see the Bills do well. I mean, as a Jets fan, but I certainly, he certainly got a lot better, and so I respect that. I think that he put in a lot of work. But last year, I mean, he was decidedly not good last year. He was not exciting, and so I feel pretty good about that take last year. But I was definitely wrong.
Well, listen, the thing I respect about you, Kenny, though, is you rode that horse till the very end. We had a conversation. It was like week 14, or it was just a few weeks ago. And you're like, no, still stinks. And I was like, you know what? I want to be mad at you, but I have to respect. If you're going to ride a horse, if you're going to say something until you literally can't anymore, which now at the end of the season, they're one of the best teams in the league. Outside of Aaron Rodgers, I still believe he would get over Patrick Mahomes in the MVP. But I love it. That's what you have to do. This is what you do for a living, right? You take those chances, you talk. This is what you tell people picks. You're good. Like you said, tennis, you're on fire. Straight fire over there. So I got to respect that. Dead wrong, but respect it.
I mean, it was just difficult. It was just like, look, even because here's the thing, he had his great start to the season, but then he had the slump. So that was why I was like, well, there is reasonable doubt here, right? But no, he's good.
Well, he is good, and we'll see. It's going to be interesting. I actually want a guy in the DK Simpam, CEH. He's a big Colts guy. Thinks the Colts going to beat the Bills. I said, no way, no how. So he said, if the Colts do win, I will have to change my avatar here on YouTube for the next week. As long as the Colts stay in the playoffs, I'll have to change it to the Colts logo, which would make me very upset as a Patriots fan because I kind of hate the Colts. Not currently, but I used to. Also, hate your Jets. I hate your Jets more than ever.
How can you hate the Jets?
Because the Patriots played like their greatest game of the season against the Jets when I was like, please, Patriots. For the first time, I can't.
You wanted to tank for a draft pick?
Yeah, I can't remember the last time as a Patriots fan, as an adult, I wanted them to lose. I really can't. I don't think there was. This is the first time in my adulthood, even in like the 98, 99 seasons when they weren't great.
You know what's so funny? I felt the exact same way about the Jets playing the Rams. I am not a guy that roots for teams to tank at all. Yet there I was like rooting for the Jets to lose. So I feel the same way. I feel like it was a weird feeling rooting against I don't care. Like there have been times in the past where the Jets have been set up for good. Like the Jets could have had Joey Bosa if they had just won another game or lost another game. That was a foreign experience for me rooting against the Jets.
Yeah, it hurts. And I'm sure the DK Sim fan, you guys are fans of all over the place. Like, you had to have that feeling. It's an ugly feeling. Especially like the Jets. Like, I, as a Patriots fan, I can make all my jokes, but right now they're the longest team. What are they? The longest playoff drought now in football. But they were really good a decade ago. Like, that was no joke. They were a legit threat. And even those Fitzpatrick's teams were pretty darn good. It's just such a weird feeling.
Yep, it is quite foreign.
So we'll see here as we get it. The Packers marching their way in there, 1st and 10 here at the 16 with 1 minute 48 seconds remaining. Everyone chatting about it. I love when now that we're in football, basketball season, everyone just throwing out lineups and hot takes in the chat as we're getting close to lineups. There's a touchdown pass. Who was that? Oh, there's your guy,
Mercedes Lewis. There we go. Let's go.
That right there, Kenny. All the crap you've had to take as a Packers fan, and your Josh Allen takes all come back for the win because you picked Mercedes Lewis.
2021, man. It's a new year.
It's Kenny's year, everybody, and we're just living in it.
Hey, and somehow I lost the showdown on Sunday night. But I had all the players that scored touchdowns. I think in that Philly game, I had Jalen Hurts. I had who scored a touchdown. I had McLaurin. I had Jordan Reed, or not Jordan Reed. What's his face? Logan Thomas. Yet I didn't win.
It's a good lineup. Well, did you have the Redskins the Washington football team? I have to put $100 in the jar.
I did not have the football team defense, unfortunately.
Yeah. Did you have Sutfeld there, whatever his name is now?
No. I had Thomas captained. The one thing that went wrong for me was Ertz wasn't really involved, and I thought he would be. And I'm trying to think of what else. I think I had another clunker. It was Steven Sims Jr. because I couldn't fit in. I wanted to do Cam Sims, but I couldn't fit him into my lineup. Oh, I know what it was. It was freaking Antonio Gibson. He stunk.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Especially when McKissick went out, he was like, "Oh, he's catching the ball. Here we go," and then nothing. I had him in the lineup too.
Yeah,
expecting a lot more. And being a Jets fan, your team across, that shares a locker room. All these Giants fans, I love kind of what's happening. It's good drama for being a fan. But there's Julio again. I think Julio has 17 catches, and somehow there's only been 7 passes. Doesn't make sense.
He was just getting the ball, man. I'm telling you, I can't stand the people whining about the Eagles losing that game.
I understand but I don't like you. At the end of the day, first of all, you're a 6-10 team. It's not like we're talking about an 11-5 team that didn't make the playoffs. And second, like, yeah, it stinks what happened there. But hey, like, you win a game earlier in the year, you're not in this position. That's the way I look at it.
They could have the Eagles, who apparently they were rooting for, like they lost to them twice.
Yeah, pantsed them once. So
yeah, and they had every opportunity to win those games too. Evan Ingram with the drop, and I know that it feels weird because it truly feels like a polarizing issue. Like it feels like there's an equal amount of people on stop whining, you should have won more than 6 games, and an equal amount of people on that was a disgrace, the Eagles shouldn't have lost that game. I still don't think it's like, like the Dan Orlovsky tweet, like that, like to me, it's not that bad. It's not that serious, man. Like it's not. It's first of all, okay, there's plenty of teams out there that didn't make the playoffs, right? Like, you want to talk about I don't know. I mean, isn't there someone who needed a Colts loss or something like that? I mean, you could have argued, like, how about all the teams that that the Jaguars lost to? Like, you could argue that's not a football team, and you're giving out free wins to teams. Like, why aren't we talking about that? I don't know. It's kind of dumb, man. I think it's I think it's a case of just a bad team. Like, they shouldn't. They don't even deserve to be in the playoffs. It's not like we're talking about 2 9-6 teams here going into, or 9-7 teams going into week 17. So yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't like the idea though that if you're being competitive though, that's the one. If it was like the third quarter, second half, okay, we can have this. Like, I think it is more of a debate. The fact he did it, like going into a 3-point game, and that's also in Washington, by the way. Like, Washington, you should have beat this team. Your team should be like. I thought this was going to be a blowout by Washington personally.
Me too. Especially when they went up 10-0 early, but it turned into a kind of a grind fest. But yeah, I mean, it was, they had, I don't even know if you can like legitimately point to many things that were like so shady or so, ridiculous, because the Sudfeld thing, Doug Peterson had said he wanted to get Sudfeld into the game, and there are plenty of teams that would like, what if Doug Peterson promised Nate Sudfeld, oh, you're going to get in there at some point this year. We'll find the time for you if we're out of it late. Like, what if he told him that at the beginning of the season? Like, what if look, and he's on a 1-year deal, so it's a little different. But still, like, like their future quarterback. But I don't know. Like, you don't know, right? So it just seems kind of silly to me to be like, well, they clearly wanted to lose by putting in Nate Sudfeld when Jalen Hurts only completed 7 passes anyway. The 4th and 2 was like, the 4th and 2, I'd go for that. Like, it's the end of the season. Who cares? You're not going to tie the game to, no, you go, how many teams that were out of the race in week 17 went for it on crazy 4th downs? I saw like a 4th and 11,
Cincinnati was going ludicrous. For it. It was,
People are just reaching for reasons to be mad if they're like the Giants. That's what it is.
No, I still think that, but it is a little different. Very quickly in this game, it's all Julio Jones. 4 catches, 48 yards, touchdown. Mercedes Lewis, this man's guy right here, Kenny Ducey's guy. He's got 3 grabs, 45 touchdown. Both quarterbacks obviously passing it to them. Not much on the running game for Aaron Jones and Todd Gurley. But yeah, I don't care if he said to Nate Sudfeld. I was told as a kid in high school I would play a game, and I didn't. Like, I'm like, I didn't like what he did in that part of it, but I just think the team, you're seeing these reports that like the team wanted to fight him. Like, people were going to go after Doug Peterson. Like, all he needed to do is be like, hey guys, at some point in this game, this dude's taking over. Like, it didn't look like anybody knew. Jalen Hurts didn't know. He was confused, and I just think it's a bad look from all those. If it was 24-2 or 3, this is a whole different conversation. But they were right there in it. 1 score, and this is a whole different game.
I see the merit of that too if I was on the Eagles. But like, it's one thing to be on the Eagles and be upset. It's another thing to be on the Giants and be upset and be tweeting about it when you could have controlled this situation yourself. Look, if I were a Giants fan, I'd be mad too, right? It was tough to watch, but at the end of the day, that's the position you put yourself in. Like, don't put yourself in that position. Also, mind you, okay, let's talk about the fact that I love that we're just only talking about this.
It's the biggest topic in sports.
Let's talk about the fact that hold on. I want to make sure I know. I have to remind myself. Okay. Let's talk about the fact that the Giants shouldn't have even been playing for the playoffs, right? They shouldn't have even had the chance to make the playoffs. They were in front of the division, and they blew it. And they were basically out of the race. They had to beat the Cowboys, but the Cowboys had to beat the Eagles last week in Week 16. The Eagles looked like they were going to be playing for the playoffs on Sunday Night Football against the Washington football team. It was going to be the football team versus the Eagles for the NFC East, which is like one of the actually correct things I predicted. Like in like Week 12, I was like, this is going to happen. This game is going to decide the division. And the fact that the Giants even had a chance to make the playoffs is a gift, right? So you can't be upset just because like you had it just pried away from you at the last minute, because you shouldn't have even been in that position. You should have finished, with 7 or 8 wins. And they had the lead, right? They were in the lead, and then they let it. They lost to the Cardinals in a game where the Cardinals, I think they were, what were they, like 10% in the red zone? I mean, it was ridiculous. They settled for like 4 field goals. Like, just score a touchdown. And then, yeah, anyway, the point being, the Cowboys beat the Eagles by 20 points, okay? So, first of all, if the Eagles were that good, okay, they would have beat the Cowboys, number one. And number two, like, the Eagles totally, clearly they aren't, but, like, they should have been in that spot to make the playoffs, not the Giants. So, I don't even mind if the Eagles were salty about not making the playoffs because they played so badly in Week 16. They're like, well, we don't care anymore. We're done.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know. I'm just happy it wasn't my team, because I'd probably be Sports Wreck right now if we have the Packers marching their way down the field. By the way, DK Simpson, we see you guys. Sorry, me and Kenny, it's been a crazy week. We haven't talked in a hot minute. Small Ben, All-Star Gaming, Carter Robinson, Chris Boyd, C.H. Dean, Kenny Sloan, that's Kenny's brother, because now you do that by first names. Jordan Lindenbaum, Joseph, Christian talks too much. How dare you? Matthew High. What's up, everybody? Smash that like. Appreciate you all being here with us on a Tuesday. Aaron Rodgers and co. setting up a 1st and 10 from the 22. Give is to Aaron Jones. Another guy, we talk about these I don't want to say knee-jerk reaction, but go back a Sunday before when Aaron Jones wasn't in the game. People were losing their minds then. That's what we do, Kenny. We live in the time when we find ththings that aggravate us and we just harp on them. And then if there's more of a crowd, like you mentioned, the tweet or the note from, now I can't remember. What's his name? Who former Lions quarterback there? Who was it that on Get Up in the Morning?
Oh, Dan Orlovsky.
Dan Orlovsky, thank you.
Yeah, he had this ridiculous tweet that was like, oh, you expect to have the team's care, and I was like, look, this guy actually played in the NFL, so I don't know if I my word matters as much as his does. It doesn't, but like that, it's just like people are treating it like Doug Peterson, like ran on the field and played quarterback himself. Like that's what people are treating it like, or like that they did something criminal, or like where was this energy when like the Astros hacked the Cardinals? Like.
Thank you. First of all, hold on. Pause. Thank you. Nobody talks about that. I brought that up. This is the first time. That should be the biggest story ever.
Yeah, it's not like organizational malfeasance. Like it wasn't like they did something illegal in the NFL. Like they just they played their starters for 3 quarters. Are we really upset about that? Like it wasn't like they started Nate Sudfeld. So I don't know, man. Whatever. We can stop talking about it now, but I don't understand the people going crazy about it. I know the fan was waiting for my take, so there it is.
This is what we talk about, but I agree with you. Again, that was such a good call because that Astros thing still to this day hurts me. As we have a 3rd and 10 incomplete right there, looking for punches was Aaron Rodgers. 4 wide here. Rodgers scanning, nice block there, throws it. Field goal is good if it was one, but incomplete pass. Rodgers 9 of 13, 100, and we'll look like we're going to get ourselves a field goal attempt here from the pack. So we're knotted up 7-7. Mercedes Lewis and Julio Jones, the receiving touchdown so far. I don't know, but the scenes are saying Trevor Lawrence blows bubbles, waste of a pick. Well, the pick hasn't happened yet. I'm going to go ahead and say that's pretty hot take there, my friend. So, listen, as a Jets fan, let's get to this for a moment. We can talk about the playoffs. We'll talk more about the Sims. We'll talk about life. Talk about the brick wall behind you, which I still don't know if is real.
It is real.
I said I don't know. As a Jets fan, number 2 pick, you're hearing all the rumors. Either Darnold's going to be out, they're going to trade the 2nd overall pick. What do you want as the voice of the Jets fan base?
Thank you. I am the voice of the Jets fan base. I would like the Jets. First of all, I mean, look, personally, not as the voice of the Jets fan base, yes. I would not hate it if they kept Sam Darnold and they just spent this drafting, all these positions that they need, right? Like they need a corner. They've needed a pass rusher since Jonathan Abraham was there. They need, they could use a wide receiver. Like they only have Mims is exciting, but they need to clearly draft the 1st-round receiver, and they have 2 first-rounders right now. They also need another offensive lineman. I think that they could draft another tackle. But I would think maybe a guard would be pretty important. I think a tackle is probably the highest ceiling, most talented guy that you could get up there. So like if they got Sewell or something like that. So I think that they probably for me, if they traded down, got 3 first-round picks, drafted a tackle, a corner, and a wide receiver in the 1st round, I think that's a pretty good draft. That's just me. So I think that that's where I stand. But as the voice of the Jets fan, I think the Jets probably just go with Fields at number 2. But again, I think that getting more draft capital is something that Joe Douglas has done so well, and he did it in the last draft. Not only did he draft well, but he turned his picks into value and into more picks. So I think that you trade down. There's going to be plenty of people that want Justin Fields, and maybe you take Zach Young a little bit later. I don't know.
Yeah,
Zach Wilson. I said Zach Young because he plays for Brigham Young.
See, that's the big name that everyone's talking about. There's like those later, as a Patriots fan, now people at the 15th pick, which thanks Jets, appreciate that. Thanks for the win, you jerks. Could have been a 10th pick potentially, but then 49ers blew it too. But anyways, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think the Jets being that number 2 spot is like the most intriguing storyline for the next few months, because if they're willing to trade that number 2 pick, who is it? Who's going to jump up? Who's the team? Is it, the Bears moving on from Trubisky, going to get another young quarterback? Is it who would be that team? And I think that's fascinating. And we've seen it year after year. People will do it, and they'll give away a lot.
Oh, it's tough. I mean, the Titans just locked up Tannehill. I think the Dolphins might be in the market for another quarterback. I could see that.
That's enough. They get that 3. It's fascinating stuff. And obviously, as we get the playoff action kicking off with Super Wild Card Weekend, we're about to kick off more Sims here. Kenny, Jason Rossi with you.
Fantasy Hawk, how the hell is Ducey in first place with Sternberger in his lineup? Because I'm awesome, Fantasy Hawk. That's why. Also, Derek said best duo for Sims, definitely. Thanks a lot, Derek. Thank you.
Derek, we appreciate that. We're currently in the lineup that you weren't a part of that has your name in it. Sure, jerk.
You know what's gonna make Fantasy Hawk more upset is I made this lineup in about 30 seconds because I realized that I had not submitted it.
Listen, you're all good, dude. And yeah, I'm seeing here, looks like Ratty88. So I'll go with, for our own little head-to-head for fun, we can go by points. I got 41.7 right now. I got Lazard and also Sternberger giving me goose eggs. 9th in the overall Rossi Ducey, unofficial now, contest. But
it's not out of the question that Jay Sternberger gets a catch. Not out of the question.
It's not. And we've seen it. There's been more. Oh, nice play here. Matt Ryan over to the left-hand side has Russell Gage on the grab. Just kidding, Calvin Ridley. With a minute 17 and counting here in the second. 10-7 again, your touchdowns. Mercedes Lewis from Aaron Rodgers. Julio Jones owned the first drive, scored a touchdown on go up and get it pass.
Don't you love that there's a guy in the chat named Cena? My favorite thing.
Cena Ford 72. I was wondering, is he a John Cena fan or is that maybe his actual name? We'll never know because who knows if he has his on mute. Here's a question here. It says, Mike Drumma says, what do you think of my Titans-Packers Super Bowl? I'll let Kenny. What do you think there?
I don't hate it. I actually don't hate it.
Yeah. Titans.
Here's the thing.
Big win this Sunday to win the division.
I think the Packers are the best team in the NFC. I don't know if that I thought that was a hot take, and then I looked at some of the things that the DraftBook Sportsbook has predicted is going to happen, and it's apparently not as hot of a take. I think that a lot of people think that the Packers are going to make the Super Bowl. But to me, the Saints offense does not look up to snuff. Like I think that they have struggled. They obviously don't have Michael Thomas and Traquan Smith, but that's obviously huge.
Yeah.
But they just they maybe, Drew Brees before I'm not even talking about now, I'm talking about before the injuries. Drew Brees looked like way out of whack. I think he's probably going to retire at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were really the one contender. The Buccaneers are going to lose on Saturday. So that knocks out another game.
Please.
That's right.
True.
That's right. The Buccaneers are losing on Saturday. I am calling it now.
I hope.
Tom Brady is 1-3 on primetime with 5 picks, 5 interceptions. Look at the games that the Buccaneers have won, and look at the ones they have lost. The Buccaneers have not beaten one single good defense. I mean, the Packers defense is not good, and that's probably the best defense they've beaten. They lost to the Saints twice. They lost to the Chiefs defense. It really isn't that good. And the Bears you mentioned, and the Rams. Those are the 5 good defenses they lost to, and I think that they never eclipsed 24 points in those games. And of course, you had the 3-point stinker against the Saints, right? Yep. Tom Brady went for, if I'm not mistaken, I looked this up, 7 touchdowns, 9 interceptions in those games. Now, look at the Washington football team defensive line. You got Montez Sweat. You got Chase Young on both ends. We saw this happen with the New York Giants, the team, my favorite team.
What are we doing here?
They were able to beat Tom Brady twice because they were able to get to him with pressure. All that Washington has is pressure. They will just bring pressure. And the thing about it is that this pass defense is so legit. It's going to be the best pass defense, arguably, that Tom Brady's faced besides the Los Angeles Rams. Even though the Los Angeles Rams, of course, have been very, they've been very suspect lately over the last 3 weeks of the season. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It's the best pass defense. So to me, I think that Tom Brady and the Buccaneers are a rude awakening here. Even the win against the Bears or the loss against the Bears, all these games are just so unconvincing. And then what are you excited because they beat up on the Falcons? They have the worst secondary in football. They beat up on the Lions, probably the 3rd worst secondary in football, right? All these teams can't defend the pass. So why are we thinking the Buccaneers are better than they are? Continue. You go.
No. I just, aside from your Giants point that literally made me want to almost pass out, and I think I've gone white in the face now. I'm lightheaded, but I tend to agree. I don't know if Washington's going to be able to do it because I do see them the Buccaneers are kind of hitting that stride. And I know it's against crappier teams, whatever. But as a Patriots fan, we did that, as the Patriots did that for years in December. It would be the Jets that weren't going to be as great for a little while, the Bills who stunk, and the Dolphins that stink. And they'd lose one of those games too to the Dolphins. But I see where you're going, and I just think if Washington can put together the way they started this past Sunday with Alex Smith, just kind of marching his way down the field, smart plays, opening up the playbook, finding those receivers, that's where I think they'll be. I hope they don't try to overly just be we don't need a score as we get to halftime here. 10-10, tied up, # stack them kickers, and you got Mercedes Lewis and Julio Jones. But I personally want to see the Buccaneers lose because I am sick and tired as a Patriots fan seeing all these people with their Buccaneers gear on and being here we go, Tom Brady. This was a divorce. This was not an amicable breakup. This was Tom Brady shoving the middle finger to the Patriots. And I understand why. I would probably do it too, but I can't. I'm not there. I can't root for this team. I don't want to see him win a Super Bowl. I'm sorry if that makes me a bad person, but I hate the fact that they're in the playoffs, and I hate the fact to see this guy potentially play well. Hopefully Evans is out. He tweaked his knee. Get him out of there. I'm done.
Well, Fantasy Hawk somewhat agrees with me. He says it's going to be close because he thinks that Alex Smith can't score on the Buccaneers defense, which the Buccaneers defense is okay, but I mean, they're good. But, I think that we've thought this so many times about the football team against good defenses, yet they've gone out and they've scored enough points to win. I think that they can score I think that the football team can score 20 points on Saturday. Now, that certainly will keep things close. I don't know if they'll win. I think they're going to win, but like they can. The worst case scenario is that they lose by like a field goal. I think, like, or maybe a touchdown. Like I think it's going to be like, the Buccaneers could win 23-17. But other than like, I think that I see a couple touchdowns on the horizon for the football team, and the Buccaneers are going to struggle on offense.
All right, well, we'll run through the Saturday slate, then the Sunday slate coming here in the third. But we got Julio Jones, who disappeared after that first drive. 4 catches, 48 yards. He's got the score. Mercedes Lewis also outside of that drive. 3 catches, 45 yards. He's got the score. Aaron Jones doing some damage with 46 yards on the ground. Russell Gage just 1 grab, 27 yards. 34 yards for Calvin Ridley on 3 grabs as well. Not a ton of offense so far in this one. We'll see what the second half has in store. And we have our ops team of Kyle and Patrick, smash a like for them, smoking it on those numbers. We got Daniel and Michael, our production and technical advisors, and just all around great gurus here with us. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi, talking some playoffs, talking about it. Yes, I think Mike Drummond said, all I did was ask about the Titans, and this is where we went. Well, this is what we do. Have you ever listened to anybody talk sports? You don't just, let's talk hardcore Titans here, because again, I don't love that take, but we'll start. Colts and Bills kicking off the weekend, 1 o'clock. Do you see the Colts upsetting your favorite quarterback, Josh Allen, this weekend? The answer is no. Thank you.
No. It's going to be close. Another close game, I think.
Oh, no,
because that defense is so good, man. I think that Jonathan Taylor is going to have his way against that defense.
Yeah, they've definitely found that recipe. Phillip Rivers don't do too much, but playoff Phillip Rivers, and I'm a big Phillip Rivers guy. I love his moxie, but hasn't really ever been that dude to like just ball out in the playoffs. He's had some good runs, but we'll see. This could be the year. I think definitely going to rely on Jonathan Taylor. Had a heck of a game second half this past weekend, but I think the Bills get it done there as well. And then the second game on Saturday is escaping me all of a sudden. I know. Let me just pull it up. Exactly, because I know Saints-Bears are, I think, the Sunday. You have for Saturday, the 4 o'clock games, Rams-Seahawks. Maybe the least exciting game of the bunch, but what do you think there? Rams traveling to Seattle.
I love the Rams. I think the Rams win that game. Seahawks, I'm going to drop an especially if John Wolford starts. Wolford is like my favorite player now.
What are you doing?
He's amazing.
Yeah, but you just said especially if Goff doesn't start, they have a better chance.
No, I mean I think it's probably pretty equal, but I would love to see. I think Wolford's better than Goff. I really do.
Okay,
Goff is not a good quarterback. We know this.
What did you see? Like maybe I was watching TV. I like this kid. I like what I saw, but I don't think he's a better.
He had zip on his throat. He's making plays. He's running around. You know what I loved about him is this guy had. He really did play like he had nothing to lose. He was throwing into tight coverage. He was brave, man. And it takes bravery to be an NFL quarterback. And I think a lot of times you get guys in there that are just really skittish, that are afraid of making mistakes, especially in a game as big as that one for the Rams. Think not only was he thrust into the starting role, but he also they had to win that game to get in, and he just he played his heart out. He really did. And I love the way that he had, he just was really brave getting those balls complete to his receivers.
I will take your Wolford take, throw it in the trash, or recycling, because you can bring it back and just in a different package. I think the Seahawks smoke them. I think there's something. They're another team that's hit that stride. I think aren't being talked about enough. Defense is finally firing in all cylinders. Your former friend there, Jamal Adams, is playing with that. First time being in the playoffs. That could kind of go either way sometimes for these players. But I don't know. I just really like Seattle in that one.
Do you ever wonder if you used a product that you threw away, like if you had a recycled product?
All the time. I think about it a lot.
Like you have something like a pen, and it's like this is used from 100% recycled material. Do you ever wonder if that came from like a newspaper you threw away like years ago?
I sure do. I think about, or I also really? I usually don't think about necessarily I did, but if somebody famous like Denzel Washington threw a glass jar in.
I never thought about that.
That's the way I look. Cool. Remember how there was for a while there was those things Aaron Rodgers taking off like this is 2015, getting down the field. He's got almost 30 yards on the ground, and he had the one rush at the end of the first half, and there he is again. Remember when, like, you could track your dollars? Remember when there was those like websites that, and they're probably still out there, where people could like
I remember the dollars that had stamps on them.
Yeah, you could like track it.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like so when you got it, you were supposed to go on
right.
website and say, "Oh, I currently have it in blank New York or blank."
Interesting.
But
I think I did look that up once actually.
But yeah, recycle it. Keep your wolf for a take. I think he might be someone that's going to hang around the NFL for a little bit. We talked about the Saturday night game. We got Bucks, Washington. I think both believe Washington can win the game. I don't know. The Bucks do scare me. Tom Brady. I don't know if I can watch the game. Here's my take. I don't know if I can actually on Saturday night. I really wish it wasn't on Saturday night. I wish it was like 1:00 on Sunday when I could do something else.
You afraid to watch? Are you afraid that Tom Brady's going to win?
Yeah, I think he's gonna look really good. And it's really hard to watch. Like, it's gotten to the point where I've already went on my little rant, like all these, like I have like my sisters-in-law being like wearing Buccaneers hats, and I'm like, get out of here! What is wrong with you? No, but yeah, I'm hoping Washington gets the job done because they're the better story anyways. Screw Tom Brady, Bruce Arians. There's gonna be Davante Adams gets to the one. Oh, he stopped.
Oh.
Couldn't lean in. You see the superstar factor, this guy X factor.
This is Jay Sternberger territory. Let's see if he gives it to him.
You're right. And we have seen the vulture play has been outstanding. We do have a vulture call. We'll see if we have to pull it out here. We'll get to the Sunday slate after this red zone trip here from the Packers. So Aaron Jones in high play here. Sternberger, you never know.
How did he not get in there?
It's the wonderful tackling of the outstanding defense.
Let's see if we get Adams. No, it's going to be Aaron Jones.
Stop, too. So here we go again. Get those Sternberger takes ready. Stalker TD would take me to the top spot. That's another one. Like these guys, when they line up and they go in their power set and it's a passing play, you have 3 tight ends on the field. Nobby Roble, I wouldn't. And here it is. 3 tight ends out there. They give it to the fullback. I always forget if this is it Stoker or is it Tanya? Tanya, no, Pro Bowl snub in the NFL. It gets it done there. No official fullback, so Robert Tanya getting the score. Another guy. I don't even know what his price was, but he was way down there. I can only imagine if you threw him in your lineup because of reality.
Great block by Sternberger.
Did we get points for that? So there it is, the big score. Packers now take the lead, break the tie. Nice drive there. 3:54 left. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi with you. Hope you're having a heck of a Tuesday. Appreciate you. There's a million options. We live in a world of 1,000 things at our fingertips. And the fact that you guys are all here, whether it's our Twitch homies, people on YouTube, or the millions watching across the internets, wherever they're finding us, I must say.
It really is special.
Like you could be doing anything right now, and the fact that you're taking time, being here with the DK Sim Fam, hanging with us, that means the world. It really, it goes so unsaid that, the fact that your eyeballs or ears or both are here with us, that's huge. We appreciate that.
I would just like everyone to know how much I appreciate it as well. Definitely.
Kenny's appreciative.
Definitely special.
So here we go. 17-10. Packers taking the lead. So now we'll look at this Sunday slate here, Kenny. And we got ourselves Ravens, Titans, 1:00. I think this game, of all the games, maybe the most attractive matchup, just because I want to see the players and see how they play in the playoffs. You get a little revenge narrative for the Ravens. We got beat by the Titans last year in Tennessee. What do you think in this one?
I think the Titans again, man. I do. I think that the Tennessee Titans. The Ravens are peaking at the right time, right? That's what everyone always likes to say. But I still don't know if I trust them enough to say that they're going to beat the Titans, who are a very complete team. I mean, I also am a little worried after that Green Bay game, but I guess maybe them being in the snow, I don't know what it is. The Ravens, they let up so many yards to Derrick Henry last year. They let Derrick Henry go for 159 yards, and he also threw for a touchdown, which was crazy. There's no reason for me to believe that won't happen again. Just considering the fact that they have not had much turnover on that front seven. They still have the same nose tackle, and they have Patrick Queen now inside, but he's been really bad against the run. He's been great in pass coverage, but he's been bad against the run. So I don't know I have no idea what's stopping Derrick Henry from having a good game. And because of that, I can't in good faith say, yes, the Ravens are going to win this game. It's going to be too difficult for them to contend with Derrick Henry. And I am a little worried about Lamar, but he was not very good in the postseason last year.
Not just last year. You go back, he has not had good, he has not played in the playoffs. He has not played well in the playoffs in his young career.
Yeah. So I don't think that it's out of the realm of possibilities that he has another bad game.
Yeah, I personally would like to see the Tennessee Titans beat them. I don't know if it's going to happen. I think there's, Derrick Henry's had like a gajillion carries over the last 2 years. Can he keep it up? Don't forget, they also had that early bye, like with having the Steelers, who we'll get to. So he's been, the rest just hasn't really been there. So I don't know. We'll see. I like the game. I'm going to pick the Titans unconfidently on a Tuesday. Then we have Saints and Bears, and everyone keeps talking about Taysom Hill. Am I missing something? Is Drew Brees not playing or something? Like, why is Taysom?
No, he's just been
hard.
Well, people think he's going to retire, but he's just been not that great.
Yeah, I don't know. I just keep reading these articles like Taysom Hill. Bears fans are worried. What's going on here? You got Mitch Trubisky. You got nothing to worry. All jokes aside, Saints, Bears in the dome, fanless. What do you think here, Kenny?
I think the Bears can win this game. I think that it's going to be a weekend of, the recency bias kind of going out the door. Like, a lot of people think that it's, it's going to be so easy for these big time favorites. It's going to be easy for the Bills. It's going to be easy for the Buccaneers and the Saints. Like, I think that there's a lot more parity in the league, especially in the NFC, than people are really letting on. And it's just a lot of these teams are going to get exposed in the postseason. Like, there's a lot of parity, but there's a lot of parity because there's also just some really atrocious teams. Like the Buccaneers and Saints being able to play the Falcons and the Panthers multiple times a year, that inflates their record. Like, I'm sorry, you know what I mean? Like that's a legit thing.
I can't disagree. I think, I don't know. Like, a part of me, again, I think when it comes to playoffs, when your team isn't in it, like I said, it's been uncomfortable for me. Like, you want these underdogs. Like, I'd love to see the Bears beat them. I just don't think they're going to. I think there's a chance. I just don't. At the end of the day, there's something so ridiculous about the Saints. They always seem to find a way to win games, Kenny. They just I don't know what. I thought they would stink. I don't think they're that good. Their defense does play great in moments. I'm going to go with the Saints, but I don't like them as a team. But then, watch, they'll go to the Super Bowl this year, and it won't make any sense.
The playoffs oftentimes don't make sense, so I feel you there. But
it looks like our guy, Fantasy Hawk, picking the Saints there. Carter saying, Rossi, you shouldn't be mad at Tom Brady. You should be mad at the New England Patriots for not trying to put together a contract and keeping him because he wanted to stay and be a Patriot. Not true. Not going to get into it. Doesn't matter. The Patriots stunk out loud. If I was Tom Brady, I wouldn't have stayed either because literally he was throwing to Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey as receivers. We may have actually got separation more than those guys. For a third of the nature. Aaron Rodgers here, 1st and 10. He's in the zone here. The X Factor's lit. You have the 2 tight end set. Devontae Adams closest to us. Quick out right there. Gets absolutely annihilated. Laying the hammer down is that Atlanta defense.
What a completion of Mercedes Lewis.
There it is, your guy. First catch since the first drive. All right, so then the final game of our weekend, going to be the most interesting one. This game feels like it should be 1 o'clock. I don't like that it's a night game, but Browns traveling to Pittsburgh. No Stefanski, basically no coaching staff as of right now, as Kevin Stefanski has tested positive for COVID. Thoughts to him. Hopefully he gets quick recovery. Big catch here from Allen Lazard. Look at him fighting.
Lizard.
The lizard. That's a lizard sound. So we got, the coaching staff, Alex Van Pelt, former quarterback for the Bills, was involved with the Green Bay Packers. He was the quarterback's coach there for years. He's going to be calling the plays on Sunday, offensive coordinator, so that doesn't really, I don't think that's too big of a deal. You know what to do there. It's heavy run. Do you think the Browns can pull this off, Kenny? Do you got the Browns? Do you have the gall to go with the Browns?
No. we know what happens to the Browns have played the Steelers twice and they have not played them well. So I just don't understand how anyone thinks this time is going to be any different. That's my take on things.
And again, I want to see the Browns win so bad. Steelers, I actually respected the Steelers for a while. Now I'm just kind of over them. I don't know what it is. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. It's just fandom. This isn't factual. They're a pretty damn good defense. Their offense can get the job done. Running game's an absolute shambles. Yeah, I think the Steelers are going to smoke the Browns, unfortunately. But I'd love to see Baker get it done. Well, very good for him as we're here heading to the fourth. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi, 17-10. It was a rushing touchdown by the I'm a vulture, Tunyon. Had to get it in because everyone called me out for not doing it earlier. Tell you, vultures are running wild on Madden 21. But Aaron Rodgers so far, Kenny, 222 yards. He's got the touchdown. Matt Ryan, 146. He's got a score. The running game, no, not much there except for Tunyon with the 1 carry, 1 yard. The Jerome Bettis line with the score. Aaron Jones, that is, 53 yards. Todd Gurley being outrun by Aaron Rodgers. That's the story. That's all you need to know. Gurley stinking out the joint.
Hey, I'm still waiting for someone to take over as number one in my contests. I'm up by 8 points. Where's the competition, guys? Come on.
How many points you have? I want to know the points.
72.3. 72.23, I mean.
Let's see if you're beating me. And we have Devontae Adams got 5 for 57, 5 for 53 for Mercedes Lewis and the score. Ridley's got 4 for 49. Jones, hello, Julio, where'd you go, bro? 4 for 48 with the score. That was all in the first drive. Hayden Hurst is 19 yards on 3 grabs. Devin Funch is 54 yards, should I say, on 3 grabs. And Aaron Jones, 3 for 21. Let me see if I'm beating Kenny. I am in 6th in the other contest. Oh, no, you're crushing me. I only have 62.2. Yeah, you would be winning in the other contest as well. Kenny getting it done over there with that Mercedes Lewis captain spot. Russell Gage, 1 grab, 27. Same for Alan Lazard, 1 grab, 27 yards. We'll get here to the fourth. 17-10. Go Pack, go. Get the bye. The one thing I'll say about the Packers, we obviously Packers Chiefs both with buys. They played really good this past Sunday. And the loss, with their offensive lineman, Bakhtiari losing him, I thought that would be such a big impact. I still think they could roll over. And the Packers their defense still isn't that good. Like, it's just going to take one of those teams. There's going to be a Devontae Adams touchdown. Gets in there. First play of the fourth quarter, Devontae Adams going to put the Packers up by 2 scores.
Wow.
Is that your captain right there?
It is my captain.
So
that is my captain, and that is my contest.
That's going to put you way ahead of the competition. That's his first score of the game. Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers things.
No one going to catch me, man. Look at this. 88.61 now and climbing.
So 88 would be good.
91.91.
Yeah, you'd be good. You'd be up by 11 points in this other contest. With your namesake in it.
The CEH contest?
No, I created one like 2 hours ago.
Oh, I didn't see it. I looked for you. I looked for your contest.
I should have slacked it to your DM.
You know what? I'm not even, before I created my contest, I looked to see if you had made one, and you had. All I saw was CEH's contest. So.
You know what's funny? It doesn't always pop up on top. Because I saw CEH's contest too, and I didn't enter it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
You don't have to be sorry. There's plenty of things you have to be sorry about in this world, and I'm sure that none of them have to do with anything to do with the case. Just remember that. Yeah, that's right. Christian talks so much as number 1 receiver in the NFL. He did lead the league in touchdowns. A lot of big stats this year, and I thought the craziest thing I saw, I really just underrated, was Deshaun Watson. What a year he had for a team that you just stopped caring about like weeks ago and thought they all stunk. He second in passing. I think he was second in total touchdowns. It's just an incredible year.
He was incredible this year. Like, and you're talking about Devontae Adams or Julio Jones?
I can talk about whoever you want. I was talking about Deshaun Watson, but
Deshaun Watson.
I started with Devontae Adams, but he started with
these are. Sorry, I got confused. I was actually watching. I used to be a big fan of Jalen and Jacoby. It was on today, so I caught it. It was funny because Jacoby had said that Deshaun, he has never you can't remember a quarterback that's gotten more love and won fewer games than Deshaun Watson, and I think that's absolutely true. Huh. And it not as a criticism, but it's just very funny how like any other quarterback has a terrible, like their team is terrible. Also, like, why are the Texans not winning when Deshaun Watson was legitimately the best quarterback for like a good 6-week stretch there in the second half of the season, right?
That is a really good question because it's weird. It's just a weird situation. Because yeah, he was like literally the best quarterback like 2 years ago. He put those kind of together and they weren't good. But that could also be Bill O'Brien. Yeah, I don't know. I the more you say that, like those are the things. Like this is what sports radio for when we talk. Like it's thought provoke. You get a pass here. There's Todd Gurley breaking a tackle, getting him to the 40-yard line in enemy territory. They need to score, and they need to score quick. You have to shout out who you need. But yeah, Deshaun Watson, that might be true. On winning, but like he's so damn good. Like you would want him to be your team's quarterback, depending on your team.
Oh, of course, he's amazing. Did you now? I don't want to. Oh, Todd Gurley breaking away.
Second pass in a row to Todd Gurley, trying to show it after I made fun of him in between. And now 2 grabs.
The Nets are starting Bruce Brown tonight and Jeff Green.
Yeah, I don't know what that all about. I know Durant being, near COVID, he's just on from trades. I don't know. Where's like Levert? Is he starting as well? Who are they fitting into this lineup?
I don't know.
He should be the guy. What are we doing here? Nets, you stink, by the way. Everyone was they're gonna win 70 games. No, they're not.
Yeah, they're not.
There's a nice catch there. Aiden Hurst getting him to the 3-yard line. Todd Gurley in play here. Matt Ryan maybe throws another one. This is the same territory. We threw up to Julio Jones in the first drive of the game. Small Ben 7 says, I swear if it's Ridley or Hurst. Let's see here. Edward Pride, Kenny wasn't saying that Watson isn't good. He's just saying, referencing another show, talking about how he's, and that's a really good point. If we cared more about a player that kind of just record-wise.
Yeah, wait, hold on. I looked out of the chat for a second. Is that what people think I'm saying?
Just one person. It was just Edward. I'm just letting people know. Edward Pride says, this guy Kenny, WTF, are you talking about? Watson's a beast. No one's denying how good he is.
I'm not saying Deshaun Watson's bad. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. It's just funny how, like, I was saying, what did they win? 4 games? Like, what other 4-win quarterback, like, are we just, like so, like, sure they're going to be okay? We're like, oh, yeah, they're fine.
Yeah, Gurley, by the way, scores a touchdown here. Man, just basting his way in there.
I don't know. Is this going to dethrone me?
And we'll see. But, yeah, just so you know, there really is true. For the last 2 years, like, how good has Deshaun Watson been? Awesome. Like, this year, he was outstanding. We stopped caring about him because the team was so bad. They traded DeAndre Hopkins. You're like, oh, this team's going to stink. And he played really well, especially down the stretch. You watch that game against the Titans this past weekend, he was the best player on the field. And I know they also had a guy named Derrick Henry on the field running all over the place, setting records, hitting 2K, which huge congrats to Derrick Henry, the bowling ball. I want to see him keep going. Like, I hope this isn't one of those careers where 2 years in a row of over, like, almost near 400 touches, catches, passes, everything, being on the field, blocking. Like, I just hope it's not one of those things like the wear and tear takes him down. I hope he has another, like, 2-3 years. I just love seeing guys like him.
Me too.
Just destroying, right? Like, just a guy that gets 30 carries. You don't see it a lot.
You really don't. I mean, Jonathan Taylor did it last weekend, but the bell cow running back is definitely going away.
It's hard. See, now we got ourselves a 1-score game with 4:42 left. By the way, Kenny did not say that. And more importantly, just let him keep talking. He'll say something that way you can pick on, but like, give him a minute.
Right.
Come on.
Just give me a second, man. Cool.
Trade away. Texans are going to be interesting. J.J. Watt, apologizing. There was like this whole thing where he basically apologized to Deshaun Watson, said he's sorry for like ruining a year, wasting a year of his career. Give me J.J. Watt. Like, there's the guy, obviously, it doesn't matter what team you're a fan of. Like, you want on your team. There's an end around to Mercedes Lewis getting rushes.
Wow. What a
unbelievable.
Wow. Can't believe it.
And Noble Roby or whatever which one you are, we did say it. Levert not starting for the Nets. Yeah, but I think that's just starting in the NBA highly overrated. Putting together a lineup as we speak now. Some Kaufman sent me. I actually did this earlier, Kenny. I was saying it to Emerson. It is an incomplete pass from Aaron Rodgers. I don't know how to send people contests. Like, I'm really bad at this whole DraftKings thing. I usually just either enter people's or, I learned how to do the DK Sim Fam finally. But now I tried to challenge Kaufman. Like, I found him, and I ended up sending some random dude. I forget what it was, Jimmy Swaggers. And he entered, and it's for cash. I'm like, cool. But I didn't mean to.
All right, sure.
But that's going to be my new thing. I think I'm going to just send random people in the DK Sim Fam, or people that are like my friends or whatever they're called that you're connected to. Random contests I sent out. There's a catch there. Aaron Rodgers gets it to the 48-yard line, a first down. Give him a fresh set, up by a score. Rodgers coming off a touchdown pass to Devontae Adams, who led the league in touchdowns. Just seemed completely unstoppable this year, and I wonder if that will carry over to the playoffs.
I do too.
Sometimes it doesn't. Like, we've seen this. Like, Derrick Henry could easily go for 200 yards, you could tell me this weekend, or like 62 against the Ravens. And I don't know. It's strange. I think the Titans do have a good offensive mix to beat the Ravens, though. Their weapons with Jonnu Smith, A.J. Brown, Corey Davis is going to be a very interesting free agent next year. Nice catch again. 2nd and 9 for 1 yard. Burt Macklin says, the day I take Jones, Lewis, Tunyon, Lewis and Tunyon get carries. Why am I so addicted to this? No, because this is fun. Burt, we're all in it together, my man. I stink out loud in half of these. By the way, take a look at this contest after us. So we are going to play some DFS for basketball lineups. We'll be blocking in about 20 minutes. Yeah, it's a weird slate tonight. You have a couple earlies, a couple lates, games. It's a lot of injuries as well. Make sure you check out DK Playbook just in case you are confused on anything. Even though I do see everything is updated here in the app. Aaron Rodgers, 3rd and 9, big play here. Only up by 7. Has a receiver open. Mercedes Lewis. I'm telling you, get the car out. It's snowing here north of Boston, but get your Mercedes out because that boy is warmed up, ready to roll. He's having maybe one of his best games here in Simland in a long time. Score early. He's got to be getting close to home. Yeah, he's got a carry. Mercedes Lewis getting it done. People asking, let's see what we got here. Ticked off with the Falcons, wanted them to get the ball back. There's another pass there. Catch by MVS. 33-yard line. I've never seen a receiver like MVS who catches like 80-yard touchdowns, like seems like every other week, and also drops wide open ones. Sean Preston saying he almost went with Mercedes Lewis, but didn't. So we're going to check over with our Twitch homies, see what they're all doing. We have no back chat, so I can't see anything that happened previous.
That is the one downside to Twitch.
Yeah, just the Mama Vision. I'd rather watch cornhole on ESPN than baseball. Mama Vision seems like a little bit of a stretch, and I would challenge you to that. We'll see. There's a run there on a 2nd and 2. Aaron Jones gets the first down. It looks like they're going to call a timeout to preserve as much clock as they can, Atlanta. Because it looks like they're right on the verge of deep field goal. It is a 1st and 10. Atlanta with 2 timeouts remaining, 1:56 on the clock at the 30-yard line. Hey, Crowder saying, yeah, we're doing okay over here on Twitch. Appreciate those guys. Keep watching. Hit that sub. You always get notified when all things happen. Going to be a lot of leaderboard live this weekend. No DK Sims, just so you know, on Saturday because of the super wild card. I feel like they have to get like an old 80s wrestling promo for this super. Why do they call it that? I think it's the stupidest name.
Oh, I don't know, but I'll tell you, I love watching NFL on Saturdays. It is the best. You get Saturday and Sunday devoted to NFL. What's better?
I will be honest, it was weird this weekend with the 16 game slate on just.
Yeah, it was weird. It was weird not having NFL on Saturday this week, right?
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah, no Thursday, no Saturday, no Monday. That was actually the weirdest to me. Like Monday night, like, oh, what's the game tonight? And like, oh, there isn't. Which I'm fine with. I just find it funny that they put all the games on a Sunday when you could have, for ratings purposes, especially with the way that they're trying to push like more meaningful games. You thought they'd have like 5 or 6 games on Saturday just because they could have owned it without college football. These lowly bowl games.
Yeah.
All right, so don't anybody freak out because I pretty much guaranteed that Rodgers takes the knee here on first down. You're going to see a rush here. It almost happens every sim. You're going to see an Aaron Jones run. In the last sim, Christian McCaffrey actually scored in a run here. So we'll see if we get a repeat of that.
Who do you think's going to win before we have only a minute left? Yeah. Who's going to win the Royal Rumble this year?
Great question. So Women's Royal Rumble, I don't know if I'm ready to make my pick, but okay, here it is, Aaron Jones on the run. Right now, we can talk about this as we get closer. January 31st, same as Grammys. I'm going to say Bianca Belair wins the Women's Royal Rumble.
Okay.
I think they want to go babyface. The Men's Royal Rumble is... Go ahead.
She's a popular one to
yeah, she's kind of like the young kind of, I think like they're...
A lot of people think she's going to win, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so I haven't looked at any of the numbers yet. It looks like we have 3rd and 7th. So here's the final nail down. That's going to be your ball game. In the men's, like I'm just going to throw a name now, but I don't know who I'm ready to rally behind.
So people are also thinking that it's going to be Daniel Bryan. I think he's the odds-on favorite.
That one.
But I don't know if they do that. I don't know if they'll go with that.
I wonder if just because they need a tried and true right now with everything, especially if they don't think there's going to be fans in attendance, or if it's
you going to feel? Oh, hold on.
It's not going to kick it.
They are.
Think so?
Oh, I thought they were about to.
Kenny, you know I love my kickers, but I try not to get teased like that.
I say it every year. Give me Kevin Owens.
Well, he's in the title picture now. And listen, I've never seen a babyface, get destroyed with no help, like ever in the history of wrestling. But it's the fun we have here. Smash that like for some wrestling. I've been begging for more content here with DraftKings. That's my fight for 2021, but we'll get to all that. Kenny, this was an interesting game we had here. Packers doing it, getting the job done. Look at these guys taking pictures, holding each other, smiling. Good old days when you could touch people.
That's right.
Packers win it 24-17. Aaron Rodgers was great. Julio Jones had a great drive. And then we literally disappeared, put him on the side of a milk carton. Well, look at some of the numbers. Oh, there's the vulture. Tunyon. Caw-caw, the vulture, caw-caw. Coming in. Devontae Adams played out here. Did we get a bonus in this? I don't think we did.
No bonuses, man.
Yikes. Good scores here, but
bad.
No, we don't like that. We're all about them bonuses. We didn't get to see your sunglasses. Like I'm a little depressed. Patriots don't make the playoffs.
No bonus glasses today, man.
Oh.
Got to show up next time, Falcons.
Come on, people. Small Ben says Julio is not my kid. Outside of that first drive, I would agree with you, but let's still do the ball game. All right, Kenny, what do you think here in this one? Anybody jump off the page? Need to see the numbers. Who is your crusty cough? Smells decent. I bet you Kaufman actually smells good. Never smelled him in person, but he feels like a guy that would be really insecure if he wasn't. But Aaron Rodgers didn't get the bonus, but who's your Kaufman I Smell Good award?
So I'm going to just quickly, I'm sorry I'm not looking at the people at home. I'm just looking over at the free showdown between the Packers and Falcons just to get the ownership number. But I think I am prepared to say that my crusty cough player of the game is Mercedes Lewis.
Yes.
He's 9.9% owned. There it is. He had 19 points. He was just fed all game long. It was kind of insane. Seven rushing yards even. He got the ball on an end around, the 6 catches for 63 and the touchdown. You had to have Mercedes Lewis if you wanted to dominate in this sim. So I will go with him. As for my not my kid award recipient, we're looking at some of the receivers here. Hayden Hurst had a good game. He had the big guys getting touchdowns. Both running backs did well. It's a difficult decision on who you want to take. I'm actually kind of leaning towards Hurst just because considering the rest of the people, that were highly owned, they all did well. Am I missing an obvious one here? I mean, Devin Funchess even did well in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe Russell Gage. People like Russell Gage in this game. 1 catch for 27 yards. I'd go with him.
So who's it going to be? Is it going to be Gage or going to be Hayden Hurst?
I'm going to go with Russell Gage.
I'm
looking for the ownership on him, but not great. Yeah, 48. Here we go. $4,800 and 35% owned, and just the one catch for 27 yards. So Russell Gage, not my kid.
Russell Gage isn't my kid either. It's weird. But yes, that'll do it here. Kenny, dude, always fun teaming up with my man. This is
great time being with you, Rossi. It's a good podcast. The hour that we get to spend together.
Sure is. And you can make sure you follow at Kenny Ducey over there. Make sure you give him a follow, make fun of him, say whatever you need to, put it on Twitter, because you can't be nice on Twitter, by the way. It's just like a rule.
Right.
But I want to give a shout to our guy, Michael, Daniel. Thank you guys so much for our technical and production side. Kyle and Patrick flying there in the ops team. Kenny, when are you back? You back tomorrow? Back for a little
I am
while?
back tomorrow, 2 and 6.
What? I don't think that, like,
2, and then I put 4 up because 2 plus 4 is 6.
math.
Or what's 6? Would it be?
Don't do it. That's like
6?
gang signs. No. We have to block that.
Okay.
We have to block that. You can't do that. Not New York, dude. Be careful. All right,
Someone got arrested in my apartment building today, actually.
Of course they did. That's the most New York thing you've done since the time you almost left your girlfriend out in the winter.
Cops just six. That was funny. 6 cops just came running up the stairs.
And they were like, "Hey, you on that DK Sim film? What's up, dog?" Anyways, all right.
Oh, you want to stream? I'm so sorry. I'm being so loud.
We're gonna get out of here. Glash and Brennan Cristal will have you next for Chargers 49ers. But before we leave, we have to give it up to the best looking hat in the entire business right here. Jesse Cofield, take it away.
Oh, what? Who, me? Also, fun little, quick little, removable.
Oh, what? Come on. You know what, Jesse? I thought you were nice. That was just very mean of you to do.
The game's changed.
Oh my gosh, my son would lose it if he saw that. I gotta get that.
Fun little feature that I have with this hat. Thank you, DraftKings.
Need the hat.
All right, guys, I know you guys need hats. I'll put in a good word for you. All right, we're going to have more Madden Sim action coming your way at 8. Brendan Glasheen, Brendan Cristal, as we just heard, they're going to have to call the Chargers 49ers. We have a number of contests for that game, including the Madden Stream 1.5K Flea Flicker has a 1.5K prize pool, $200 prize for first place. Plus, the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool, $50 to first place. Head over to the DraftKings lobby to get those lineups in now. And the NFL playoffs, guys, they're here. And you can create lineups right now for our Saturday and Sunday millionaire contest this weekend. Adam Kaufman caught up with some of our favorite NFL analysts to break down each slate, starting with Saturday.
All right, fellas, let's talk a little NFL playoff action. Wild card games this weekend. You got 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. DraftKings naturally is offering millionaire contests for each of those days. There's also a full 6-game contest that takes you through and keeps you occupied the entire weekend. I'm Adam Kaufman with Reed T. Fowler, Kenny Ducey, and Jeff Ulrich. And guys, let's zero in specifically on Saturday first, a stud play. Who is going to destroy this slate? Kenny.
Well, I think it's going to be Jonathan Taylor, the same guy that just destroyed the slate last week. He had a 235-yard game. Not sure if you guys remember. And he does have the best matchup here. Look, Indy's passing defense, we know it's not the number 1 passing defense in the NFL like we thought early in the year, right? Everyone thought that this was the best secondary in the NFL, but it's still good, okay? I actually did want to take Josh Allen here because this guy has looked absolutely on fire. He looks unstoppable, but if I have to pick a guy that has the best matchup, it has to be Jonathan Taylor here. I think he's going to be the stud of the slate. I think he's going to be super involved. It looked like Nyheim Hines might be, in for a bit of a timeshare with Jonathan Taylor, but now they've just given all the carries to Jonathan Taylor. Hines isn't really even a factor on this offense anymore. They don't have Wilkins. So I think that Jonathan Taylor could easily run another 30 times in this game. And you look at Buffalo's rushing defense averaging 4.6 yards per carry this year to opposing running backs, 4.9 yards a carry over their last 3 games. Darrell Henderson Jr., Kenyon Drake, these are not guys that are very good running backs, but they had 100-yard games against this defense. Jonathan Taylor will become the 4th guy to have 100 yards rushing against the Buffalo Bills defense this weekend. Book it.
Well, if the Colts are looking for an upset, his success is probably their best shot. But Jeff, let's go to you. Is there a stud that you like better than Taylor?
Yeah, look, I hate to say it, but Kenny's and my studs intertwine here because I agree. This is a danger game for Buffalo. Indy has the right pieces right now with Jonathan Taylor to really push Buffalo to the limit. Their rush defense isn't good. But the other factor in that is it's going to make this a very high volume Josh Allen passing game, in my opinion. Now, look, almost every week is a high volume passing week for Josh Allen because that's just what the Bills do now very smartly. But you look at this Indy defense, they've kind of turned into a funnel defense. They're not that good against the pass. They're very good at stopping the run, one of the top 3, but they're middle of the pack, and they've allowed 4 300-yard passers against in their last 5 games. Josh Allen coming in playing, if he's not playing the best in the league, he's right up there with Aaron Rodgers. So this is a player who 37 touchdowns, 8 rushing touchdowns. He is the Bills. He's the Bills offense. Everything runs through him. I think he's really going to have to win this game because I think this game is going to be closer than people think. I think Jonathan Taylor's going to put up yards. I think it's going to force Josh Allen into one of those monster games. Just last thing, who else are you going to take at QB on the slate? There's nobody else here. Maybe Rust goes off against the Rams. That's pretty thin because of who he's going up against. Brady against Washington. Josh Allen is a play at QB here, and that's the guy I want to pay up for.
Reed, there are 3 games on Saturday. You're allowed to pick a stud from a different one.
Yeah, but I'm not going to. This is where the value is, right? And Stephon Diggs. So I'm sort of piggybacking on what Jeff is saying. And Diggs, look, he's accounted for 22% of Josh Allen's passing touchdowns. He's the leading receiver in both receptions and yards, the first Buffalo Bill to do so. And to get 3x value, right, because you're looking at wide receiver, paying up a wide receiver is never a strategy that's heavily utilized throughout the season. To get 3x value, he's got to get you 24, 25 points. This guy's done that 7 times this season. And 3 of his last 4, he's done that, right? So Stephon Diggs has those ceiling games. And if you look at the Colts secondary, like Jeff mentioned, they've been bad over the last month and a half, really, right? I mean, look at Visca Chenault, 2 touchdowns. He was wide receiver 9. A couple of weeks before that, or the week before that, Juju and Deontay both finished as a wide receiver 1 and like a high wide receiver 2, both touchdowns. Nelson Aguilar, a few weeks before that, also finished as a wide receiver 10. So when you talk about this game and how it provides value, I think Stephon Diggs at 7,700, what he's been able to do in this offense has just been stellar. So I'll go with him.
Well, Jeff, Reed teased it. If all the studs are in that Bills-Colts game, where you find the value?
In the Bills-Colts game, man. I know there's 3 games in the slate, but the other 2 has such far less fantasy appeal, at least for me. I'm going John Brown. And look, Cole Beasley banged up, very questionable to even play in this game. We saw John Brown return last game. Look, we've all touched on the Indy secondary at this point, but I just feel like this game, it's going to be reliant, if the Bills are going to win, on Josh Allen and his receivers. We've seen John Brown have a great connection with Josh Allen. And look, Brown's had multiple games with 10 or more targets, even with Steph Diggs in the lineup this year. He's just a guy who's got a good connection, can go deep, can play him a little bit on screens. At 4,700, I don't think there's better value for me at wide receiver this week.
Kenny, is there another game on Saturday?
I don't know. Can't think about it. I don't think so. I think that's the only game.
Where are you finding value then?
I really like the play here with the Washington DST. I cannot believe that the Washington football team is the 2nd cheapest defense, considering it's probably the best defense playing on Saturday. Tom Brady is 43 years old. I got to credit Doug Kazarian of ESPN with this great statistic. He is 43 years old. He goes to bed at 8:30.
You can find that on Wikipedia.
In primetime games this year, Koff, he's 1-3 with 5 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. So not only does he not like to play at night, but I'm going to tell you something else about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that no one wants to talk about. And that's the fact that every single time they've played a good defense, they've lost. Do you know of the other teams in the NFC South? None of them have good defenses. The Panthers don't have a good defense. The Falcons don't have a good defense. The Saints do. And but other than that, they got to play 4 really bad defenses, right? 24 points against the Chiefs, 24 against the Rams. They had the 3-pointer stinker against the Saints, 23 against the Saints, 19 against the Bears. All 5 of those games were losses. In all 5 of those games, Tom Brady had 8 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. I'm sorry, I do not see it with this team. They have not beaten a good defense. If you think the Packers are a good defense, which the jury is very much out on that, and most people will tell you they're not, then maybe, yes, Tom Brady's beaten one good defense this year. But I think, look, the narrative around Tom Brady has always been in the postseason. How'd the Giants win those 2 Super Bowls against Tom Brady? You rush him from the edges, he can't do anything. Well, he's going to have Montez Sweat, and he's going to have Chase Young to deal with on Saturday. I don't think it's going to go well for Tom Brady. I expect turnovers. I don't expect a lot of points in this game. And the 2nd cheapest defense, are you kidding me? Give me the Washington football team on DST every day of the week.
Reed, there is no denying that old man Brady has struggled in prime time, and his Bucks have struggled in prime time this year. And obviously Saturday night is when they're going to play. And I'm all in on the Alex Smith story, so who knows? But when Kenny says it, usually that means Bucks by 17 or something like that. Where are you finding your value?
Yeah, I'm surprised. 1 year removed from your boy Tom Brady and besmirching the good name, calling him an old man Brady. And
He
you
was
got
an
me
old man in New England too.
Yeah, no. Look, I mean, leave it to Kenny to bring in his NFC East bias into this. Where they're not even close, right, to this game with his hate on Tom Brady. And I get it, really. Tom Brady, how you beat him is up the middle. You get his feet, you get all that busyness around his feet up the middle, and he is terrible. But yes, to Kenny's point, as the second cheapest defense, if you're going cheap, and if you like Jonathan Taylor, Kenny, I mean, the Colts are the cheapest there. You might as well double that up. But I'm going to Nyheim Hines. I liked him last week. He didn't necessarily do anything because Jonathan Taylor had a franchise day, second highest DK fantasy point score. My hot take totally went down the drain with that one. And look, Nyheim Hines only saw 18% of the snaps. He still got you 12 DK fantasy points. He is involved. So what Kenny is saying is not exactly true. He's still involved in this offense. He still gets a ton of targets, a ton of catches. And over the last handful of weeks, it's not been Jonathan Taylor in the passing game. It's been Nyheim Hines. So if you think this game that Buffalo can keep this close, right, or they, for whatever reason, Buffalo goes out and absolutely torches Indy, I think Nyheim Hines is going to be involved in this, especially when you look at what the Bills have done to other guys like an Austin Eckler, for instance. 16 targets, 11 receptions, 85 yards. Look, I'm not saying Hines is Eckler or they're the same, but still, I think there's a way to exploit this. And Hines at $4,700, he's still a factor in this pass game. And if he gets a touchdown, he's averaging 12, and that gets you up into the high teens.
We'll take a look at the Sunday slate coming up after our 8 p.m. Madden Sim, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, go check out that Saturday 2.5 million wildcard millionaire right now in the DraftKings lobby. $25 entry, $1 million going to first place. All right, so as we all know, it was a dramatic ending to the regular season for the Giants, who just needed an Eagles win to make the playoffs. However, the Eagles had other ideas that did not involve helping the G-Men. Emerson Latzia caught up with former Giants wide receiver Hakeem Nicks to get his reaction to how the season ended for New York and what the future holds for his former team.
All right, I am happy now to be joined by former Giants wide receiver Hakeem Nicks. How are you doing, man? How are you surviving this pandemic?
Man, I'm doing pretty good, man. Surviving to just stand with the family, keeping the family close, man, and just taking it day by day.
That's the way to do it. I know the Giants now will be taking it day by day, that their season is over. Obviously, it wasn't, the result they were hoping for on Sunday. You took kind of care of your business against the Cowboys, but then you had that whole Eagles debacle and Doug Peterson, pulling Jalen Hurts there in the fourth quarter for Nate Sudfeld. I just want to get your reaction to all of this now that it's been a few days.
I think the same reaction, that everybody had, but hey, typical Eagles though, man. They ain't gonna give the Giants nothing easy.
Do you think Doug should have handled that differently?
My personal opinion is I would, me, if I was a coach, I was, I play to win the game. That I think that's what we're taught. And, as a player, that's what you're, believe that your coaches is, putting you in a situation to do. So, that being said, man, I guess that was his coaching decision. He said he had his reason for doing it, but I'm sure plenty of other, teams would have let it play out differently.
Oh, yeah. I mean, one of his biggest critics right now has been Joe Judge. And there have been some reports that there were Eagles players who were really pissed off. There were some sideline confrontations there. Can you put yourself in the shoes of a player for the Eagles? What would have been going through your mind?
Oh, yeah, man. You upset, as a player, because I told you putting everything out on the line. And once you put everything out on the line as a player, that you expect to have great results. And the fact that it turned out short, man, that's kind of the worst way to lose.
Giants finishing 6-10. I know there are no parades for a 6-10 team, but it certainly feels like it was more of a foundation building kind of season. What surprised you the most about this year? Joe Judge is first on the sideline.
Well, I would say probably the record, because I honestly thought they would at least win about 10 games with the talent that they had. And being with Saquon Barkley going down, I think that was a huge hit, which we all know. But I think the record was the most shocking. Not that the talent isn't there. We know the talent is there. A great group of guys. Maybe one or two pieces could be added, throughout the draft, in my personal opinion. But that was probably the most thing that shocked me overall, just the record. But, we know it would be some time, a new coach, new system. That don't just happen overnight.
Yeah. What do you expect to see from Saquon and the offense when they do come back?
I expect it to be explosive, led by Saquon, and a nice passing attack game. Maybe throughout the draft, add another pair of hands to the catching attack.
Yep.
And I think they'll be good to go, man. The confidence is there, the experience to be there. And Daniel Jones, huge fan of his. I think he plays the game extremely well.
Yeah, they have the 11th pick. Is there anybody you're hoping the Giants target? I know you mentioned another set of hands, possibly.
Oh yeah, we got a Tar Heel in the draft, man. Diami Brown, young receiver. I worked with him.
Okay.
He got some nice hands, man. He sized up pretty well, speed wise, and he's training real hard right now to be a top guy to go. Yeah,
I don't know if you could imagine maybe Jalen Waddle or even Devontae Smith out of Alabama. There's Kyle Pitts, tight end out of Florida. Those are all pretty sexy names.
Man, listen, it's so many of them. All those young guys can go. I got to rep my Tar Heels, though.
Yeah, you do. And I know Daniel Jones will be entering his third season. So seeing kind of what happened to like Josh Allen's development too, when the Bills paired him with Stephon Diggs. What about like scooping up someone in free agency, or do you think besides the draft, the pieces are there for Daniel Jones to be successful?
I think besides the draft, the pieces are there for him with a few touch-ups, guys. But I think for the most part, with Saquon coming back, that new energy coming back with the receivers they got, and maybe adding another set of hands, I think they'll be good to go.
Yeah, because I feel like this division, no matter what, Hakeem, is always like up for grabs. There's never really a clear-cut favorite. I mean, heck, there hasn't been a repeat champion since the 2003-2004 season. So how optimistic are you of the Giants' chances winning this division in 2021?
I think they can. Like you said, it's always up for grabs. It's been that way since, when I was in the division. It was always up for grabs to get down to those last two games where you got to play Dallas or either the Eagles, and you got to depend on somebody to lose or somebody to win. It just gets like that, man. The NFC East is a tough division, man. On any given Sunday, any team can win.
All right, everybody, the time has come to talk about our play of the day here on the Dream Stream. The PGA Tour returns to action this week with the first tournament of 2021. The Century Tournament of Champions tees off on Thursday from Kapalua Resort in Hawaii. Some of the biggest names in golf are participating, and you can enter a lineup right now for a PGA Tour 600K season tee-off contest. A $10 entry gives you a shot at $600K in total prizes, with $200K going to first place. So check that out in the DK lobby right now. And while you do that, we're going to give you some help with those lineups, courtesy of Pat Mayo and the Action Network's Jason Sobel. We're going to start with Pat and Jeff Feinberger breaking down their favorite plays from the top of the board.
In terms of the betting odds, you got the favorites. You got the big, let's call them the big four, big five. Dustin is 6.5 to 1. Rahm is 8. Thomas is 8. Xander is 10. Bryson is 12. Those are your top 5 in terms of the betting odds. Surprised to see Xander above Bryson? I guess Xander has the course history
thing. I was hoping to catch a number on Xander.
Yeah, it wasn't. They weren't going to do it.
They don't do that for anything. They don't do that in a major. They're not going to do it here where he's got the history and it's the no cut and it's the full Xander profile. I really like Xander. I debated Xander, but I bet Justin Thomas at 7 to 1, Pat, this morning.
And he's 8 to 1 on DraftKings Sportsbook.
That is a great number. That's a number that that's a great number. I missed it, but I don't think where I could play I'll ever see an 8, so I moved on my 7.
Are you surprised Rahm is 8? Like, why is Rahm the same as Justin Thomas in this? I don't understand that. I'm not saying that he should be 16 to 1.
He's won the Hero World Challenge.
Rom?
Yeah, I have no idea. There's a lot of scary marks. There's the equipment move.
But if you give Xander the credit of being 10-1 because he's played well at this tournament, how about the guy who's won 2 of the past 4 years and is probably the best or second best player in the world? But Rom is going to be the same as him?
That's a misprice that goes to maybe Justin is just this
No one cares. Yeah.
There's not enough money, like actual money that's bet on them for them to like feel differently. I don't know. I love John Rahm, so I do think they should be probably the same price. Despite the course history, I obviously give an edge to Justin.
You mean the guy who's come first, third, 22nd, and first?
Okay, you're right. You're right. They shouldn't be the same. They shouldn't be the same.
Rahm has never finished outside the top 10 in this tournament, by the way. He's come 2nd, 8th, and 10th. Dustin, I went and looked back since 2011. He's never finished outside the top 10.
Well, let's talk about them both. Rahm, I mean, the equipment news,
we'll cross him off.
No one's worried about it, but I'm not betting him, especially even to get a point less, I'd bet Justin.
It's a nice rainbow there.
To me, Dustin gets crossed off too.
It's just too low. Like, I don't think that there's a huge distinction between DJ, Rahm, and Thomas.
Dustin Johnson is the man, and we got to 2, and I think you alluded to it on our fantasy draft shows, which still go watch. They're still applicable. You and your buddies get together, do one yourself, whatever. You mentioned, like, I do believe Dustin winning 2 and winning the one that was always most important to him, the one that he grew up near, the one that was his one, could open a floodgate for him. That maybe I thought would happen after the first, but I'm even more confident we could see a floodgate for Dustin and like a yearly major for the next couple years. But I think he wound it down. I think he's decompressed a little bit, and he'll wind it back up. He's on TikTok doing the and that's what he should be doing. 2 beautiful children, that wife, those in-laws. Dustin, I'm just more ready to bet Justin in a hit and giggle where he dominates.
I agree.
Like, even if Justin was shorter and Dustin was 8, I wouldn't want Dustin right now.
I think it's hard to say you wouldn't want Dustin.
I wouldn't I don't know. I wouldn't feel like I want to make that bet. Like, I feel like in my trying to play amateur psychologist, there's been like a wind down there. And we're going to wind that back up again. Now, it's a hit and giggle. Dustin Johnson show up to hit and giggle, put up a 61, and then have that, see a paycheck, and we're on. As all these guys can. But to me, there's a clear advantage in the similar price range to betting Justin Thomas this week.
Yeah. And
who has a great track record in hit and giggles. Even just won with his pops.
That's true. No, they lost, didn't they?
No, they won.
No, I thought Kuchar and English. No, that was the family event. Yeah.
No, you're talking about something else. I'm talking about the PNC. I don't think Dustin played in the.
You didn't play in the father-son.
Formerly Franklin Templeton, but now it's something else.
QBC shootout.
Yeah.
English and Kuchar won that.
Yeah, and then Justin and his dad, who shouldn't even be allowed to play in that, won.
Dad's too good.
They should send VJ's son a trophy. Like, you won this thing, but the number 3 player in the world decided he wanted to play.
You blink, and just like that, golf is back. We got the Century Tournament of Champions with the return of the PGA, and of course, the return here of Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, Adam. I am so glad to get this long wait over with, and finally the PGA Tour is back. What a long month it was.
This tournament in Maui, too. I can't believe they're not letting you cover it in person.
I've done this one a few times, probably about 6 or 7 times I've covered this event, and people ask me all the time, what's your favorite event to cover? The Masters? Yeah, that one's great. U.S. Open? Sure, love it. The Open Championship? Fantastic week as always, but nothing beats a week at Kapalua. Late tee times, they finish up early. The beach is right nearby. It's a pretty good week to be there.
Yeah, strangely, this is the one where the family says, can we come along? Would that be okay? Huh? Just tag along on the trip. So Dustin Johnson, let's talk about him. Of course, coming off that dominant win at the Masters. This is a tournament he's won a couple of times as well. He's the betting favorite to do so again on the DK Sportsbook, plus 650. Will he win for a third time?
Okay, so Adam, I've got a prevalent theme for this week, and there's one metric that I like better than all others. It's not driving distance. It's not strokes gained approach shots. It's not even putting. It's motivation. And I'm looking at guys who are treating this week's Tournament of Champions as a business trip, not a vacation. That said, Dustin Johnson is the eternal outlier. Dustin Johnson can show up, basically jump off the back of a fishing boat onto the first tee and go out and win this golf tournament, as he's done a few times in the past. And, I have a feeling that it's more vacation than business trip for him anyway. And still, he just goes out there and plays really good golf because he's the best player in the world. And so, like I said, he is an outlier. He can absolutely win this golf tournament. He is not my favorite play this week. I just think those odds are a little bit too low with an elite field featuring 10 of the top 11 players in the world. That said, if you really like him, I won't stop you.
All right, so business trip or vacation for Justin Thomas. This guy has won this tournament a couple of times as well, most recently last year, as a matter of fact. He is the third best odds in the DK Sportsbook at plus 800. Will the third time be another charm for him?
Yeah, just like Dustin Johnson at the Masters, JT also coming off a win in his last start. Of course, he doesn't have his dad next to him this time. He won with his father, Mike, at the PNC Championship. Also isn't playing against 11-year-old Charlie Woods either. So he's got some stiffer competition this time around. And again, I feel the same way about JT as I feel about DJ, which is, look, I'm not going to talk you out of him. If you really like him this week, he's a two-time champion. Absolutely, he can win this golf tournament. Is he my favorite play? Again, just the odds are a little bit too low. I understand them. They're the right odds. I just don't think I want to dip that low for Justin Thomas this week. But if you're playing one and done pools, if you're looking for a DFS pick and you want to plug in Justin Thomas this week, yes, he should be a very strong play.
Xander Schauffele is plus 1,000 odds. That's fourth best in the field. He won here 2019. He was the runner-up last year, except unlike those last couple of guys coming off of wins, he's trying to shake off a poor finish in the second half of the Masters. How's this unfold?
He was my favorite play on the board as of this past weekend. And then reports came out of Kapalua that he is just getting over COVID. And so apparently feels healthy, maybe a little bit lethargic. He is testing negative now, so he will be in the field. Nothing to worry about there. But the fact that he's getting over that, it doesn't bring me from loving Xander this week to hating him, but it does drop him just a little bit, a couple of notches in my eyes. And so he's won this event 2 years ago. He lost in a playoff last year. Obviously really likes this golf course, should be a strong play. But again, just that concern over getting over COVID just recently just drops him a little bit in my eyes from top of the board to just below the top.
Player props are always fun, obviously, and the DK Sportsbook has plenty. This is a different kind of one that I don't think we've ever discussed, which is bringing college into it and alma maters. You have a handful of guys from the University of Georgia, led by Patrick Reed at plus 150 with this particular prop to win this tournament. Who is going to be that guy, that former Bulldog, to come out and upset all his peers?
Well, I think the other Georgia Bulldogs might take a little bit of offense to Patrick Reed being included in this prop, as he left Georgia and won a couple of national titles at Augusta State. That said, if I'm picking amongst the Georgia products, so to speak, I'm still sticking with Patrick Reed. He played really well here a year ago, got into that playoff, and I think he's a guy that, like I said earlier, will treat this like a business trip. I don't think he's going on vacation, going paddle boarding and whale watching too much. I think this is a guy who's very motivated, very intense on the golf course, and I think we're going to see a good week from Patrick Reed. So sorry to the Georgia guys, but I think you're going to lose to an Augusta State guy in that prop.
Another prop is best 18-hole score. It would be easy to go with a favorite, one of the guys we've already discussed, but is there a long shot guy maybe you like better here?
Yeah, this is a really tough one. I looked at first-round leader bets over the last 4 years, and even though we've had superstars winning this golf tournament, it's been Joaquin Niemann, Mark Leishman, Kevin Tway, Jimmy Walker as the first-round leader. So basically what I'm saying is there is a guy that can shoot a good score who isn't necessarily one of the top names in the field. So it's worth searching for somebody. Who is that guy? Boy, if you want to look at a big hitter, Jason Kokrak or Cameron Champ could do it this week. If you want more of a ball striker, Carlos Ortiz, Sebastian Munoz, both of them played really well at the end of 2020. So there are a few names for you if you want to chase this one, try to find the guy that's going to shoot 62 or 63 to win that prop.
Okay, so individual 18-hole round scores aside, how about just a long shot guy, someone who's, less popular, sneak in, get some good odds on him just to finish top 5 in the whole tournament?
Yeah, top 5, top 10. I think Mackenzie Hughes is a nice bet this week on this golf course. You're going to see a lot of guys with 20, 25, 30-foot putts or that mid to longer range putt. And quite frankly, most of the time, we're going to see guys lag one down there. They're going to tap in for their par. They're going to move on to the next hole. Mackenzie Hughes, one of the best putters, fast green putters, and long putters, long range putters on the PGA Tour right now, rolls it really well. And if he is thawed out from that Canadian winter, I think he could have a really good week in Hawaii. In fact, I expect him to play a little bit better each round. I think by the weekend, that prop bet could pay off.
It's a new year, Jason, but same old question. Who's going to win this thing?
I am going with a guy who is absolutely on a business trip, maybe the most business-like and intense player that we have in the top tier of the players in the world right now, and that's Patrick Cantlay. Showed late last year in October, that he could go toe-to-toe with some of the game's best, beating Jon Rahm and Justin Thomas down the stretch of the Zozo Championship. He was 4th here last year, so obviously likes the golf course. And like I said, for me, the biggest thing is motivation this week. I don't think Patrick Cantlay is going there to do some whale watching and go hang out in the ocean and frolic and drink Mai Tais. He's going there to win a golf tournament, and that's exactly what I want from a player this week.
All right, guys, our 8 p.m. sim is coming up in just a moment, but it's not too late to get in on some NBA action tonight. We have a 2-game turbo slate locking in just a few minutes for Lakers, Grizzlies, and Timberwolves Nuggets. Take your shot at $30K in total prizes, including the $10K top prize for just a $10 entry. We also have showdown contests for Minnesota, Denver, locking at 9 p.m. Eastern time, and Chicago, Portland, locking at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. So go check those out in the lobby right now. All right, guys, that is all for me for now. Let's toss it over to Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Cristal for the call of Chargers-Niners. Guys, have a blast.
Jesse, thank you very much. Yes, Brandon Cristal and Brendan Glasheen. I've told you this 1,000 times. I really do enjoy saying your name. I don't know why.
Well, I appreciate it. It's a lot better than not enjoying it or calling me a name. So I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay. All right. I just take pleasure in that. So I feel like I have to tell you every time I work with you.
So is there an inspiration with the denim shirt? Are we looking for a fashion statement, or that's just
I looked at the matchup, and to imagine being out of New England and in some warmer weather in Santa Clara, even LA, it's the matchup of the Chargers and the Niners. I felt, this is kind of LA. This is kind of California,
maybe. Well, I thought if you're wearing jeans also, you're kind of channeling Jay Leno. Just going.
Yeah. But since
Canadian
March,
tuxedo.
Waist up, it's fine.
Oh,
Okay,
sure.
I got gym shorts on here, man. Come on. Hey, so lineups have locked. So actually, they just did. So who do you like? I put Mostert in the captain spot because I haven't done a Niners game. Yeah, I feel obligated, and I haven't done a Niners sim in a long time. So,
all right. Well, I got my lineup in on time. I was proud of myself for doing that. It's taking a second to load, but I want to say that I captained one of the wideouts, maybe Debo. It's not loading. Whenever it loads, I'll tell you. But my lineup did have both quarterbacks. I think because it ended up working out that way. I think I took the Niners D maybe, and I think I did have Mostert. Now here we go.
Let's go.
All right. Oh, sorry. Nope. I captained George Kittle.
Boo.
So Kittle, Justin Herbert, Mostert, Garoppolo, Kendrick Bourne, and the Niners D. So I went heavy on the Niners preseason rankings rather than what's going on in real life.
All right. Fair enough. I've got 2 punt plays because I worked in Herbert, Eckler, and Keenan Allen. I've got the Virgil Green, who is the tight end too, also plays fullback, and then Juszczyk in the flex as well. So I loaded up on dudes up top, and then some high risk value. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, I was in 4th place in the sim I did with Koff last night early. If they would have stopped the count, I would have finished top 5. I finished 75th, so it wasn't great.
Yeah, I've heard that line before. It's too bad that didn't work out for you.
Right. It ain't how you start, it's how you finish. But this is the time of year, and maybe this is a good question we can throw out in the chat at some point, where I'm just getting random emails from winning different weeks and different pick'em games that I was in with buddies, or you're getting your fantasy payout. So I want to know the most surprising fantasy payout where you didn't know that you were in, or you didn't realize you won money. Like, I finished in 3rd place in my work league. I didn't think it paid any money. Next thing you know, I'm $150 richer. So I'm curious if anybody has any good stories. Yeah, I was doing the math, and between winning all these different games, I think I'm going to be net positive between my 6 leagues and all the pick'em games by a couple bucks. Nothing, not thousands, literally a couple bucks, but it's better than being down.
Yeah, for sure. No question. All right, here we go. Chargers to get the football first. We are here for the next 2 sims. Brendan and Brandon, smash the like button. Let's have ourselves a good time. I'm looking forward to it. Happy to be here. Never take a day for granted in Simland. 56% owned, the quarterback, Justin Herbert. We already got ownership coming in. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Michael is our producer tonight. Zach and Jim are updating scores. We have the $500 free showdown, the $500 free late classic, and of course, the DK SimFan Friends League. 168 entries for this one. Looking forward to it. Here we go. Go Chargers. Go.
I guess we should break the news, and it's not really breaking the news, but passing the news along in case people weren't paying attention in the last 10 minutes. Devontae Smith, Alabama wide receiver, is your Heisman Trophy winner, which is cool to see, because if you want to make the case for the best player in college football, this kid was it. And it didn't matter that he didn't play quarterback, didn't play running back. I understand it was a weird year in college football, coast to coast, and certainly just across the world of sports. But when you flipped on, maybe we'll just call it the highlights, right? Instead of watching every game, when you flipped on the highlights, you saw the most Devontae Smith highlights. He was the best player on the best team. Would Alabama be in the national championship without him? Maybe. But he was still the most dynamic player. And so it's cool to see non-quarterbacks and non-running backs winning.
For sure. And there's a nice moment here that I'm seeing on my Twitter feed. Smith embracing Mac Jones at the podium. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, they did the whole thing virtual. And so you had Chris Fowler, Maria Taylor in studio in Bristol at ESPN headquarters. And then obviously with 2 of the 4 finalists being there in Alabama, they were there with Nick Saban. So I watched a little bit of it before I came downstairs to get set up, where the small town in Louisiana where Devontae Smith was from, at the community center there, had about 125 friends and family all sitting in rows of chairs and tables, socially distant. I thought that was really cool that they don't get to celebrate with Devontae because he's in Tuscaloosa getting ready for a football game on Monday, but to be there to celebrate in his honor is pretty cool.
Now I'm hearing that game is going to be moved because of
COVID?
Some issues there. They might move it a week.
Wow, really? Where are you hearing that?
God, I should have had it up before I brought that up. Let me.
I'm not saying. Believe me, I'm definitely not saying.
No, I got you.
Other than I just haven't seen that anywhere.
My
day's been filled with Broncos GM search. Peyton Manning is a Hall of Fame finalist, which, by the way, I've been saying it for a long, long time. He's going to get in on the first ballot. You can mark that down. Peyton Manning, first ballot Hall of Fame. Mark it down. You heard it here first.
Okay.
And then a little bit of keeping track of this Heisman stuff here. So I just haven't seen that.
AL.com, which is Alabama.com.
Okay. Yeah, that's the big newspaper there in Birmingham, right?
Because of COVID issues at Ohio State, there has been discussion about postponing the title game to January 18th.
All right, I'll still watch it.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
You know why that's good? And what's interesting too, this isn't the NFL where there's the same company testing at least 29 of the 32 teams, and the NFL gets all the data every morning. The college football playoff has no jurisdiction over these teams, just their conferences do to whatever degree they do. So I'm not saying that there isn't COVID issues. I am saying that Justin Fields got blasted in the semifinal game. So under the umbrella of COVID issues, you would give Justin Fields a week longer to heal. So I'm just saying, there's a chance that a couple of COVID issues have provided the cloud cover you need to get Justin Fields a little healthier.
All right, Ryan pops up in the chat. I know I've seen him before. I know his last name. I'm going to take a stab at it here. Schetzel. Ryan Schetzel. They're moving it because Fields is hurt. He suspects the same.
Okay. Look, believe me, this is not, well, I may have said it without anybody saying it. I will not be the first one to say it. It reminds me of years ago, the comedian Mike Epps. You remember Mike Epps?
Yeah.
So he was coming through playing one of the comedy clubs and came to the radio station, and he brought up the point about comedians stealing jokes. And he goes, look, the George Bush wants to build a wall between Texas and Mexico. Okay, but who are they going to get to build it? Joke. He goes, all of us had it, but D.L. Hughley said it on an HBO special, so it's D.L. Hughley's joke, even though we were all saying it on our own. So that's good that Ryan has it. I think that you will hear that louder and louder, and you'll almost not be able to prove it unless someone makes Ohio State show all the positive tests, and the guys are missing practice. And there's so much secrecy in college as is with health, and this is even in some ways more secret unless people put it out there, that it'll be almost impossible to track unless somebody leaks it from inside, and odds are that won't happen.
Oh, gosh darn it. It's Schetsley. It's pronounced Schneeblay. My bad, man. Folks want Eckler to score. Earl Sparks, a Mostert sandwich with golden Eckler sauce.
Ooh, almost picked off.
Almost picked. First incompletion. 4th and 1. Be aggressive. Go for it.
Oh, more breaking news within the last hour. You may have seen this from the great writer, Hall of Fame writer, John McClain.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Caserio is expected to take that Texan job. When I saw that he was going there to visit and it seemed like finalize things earlier in the day, that it seemed inevitable. So that's one of the 7 GM openings now filled by a guy that everyone's been trying to hire, Nick Caserio, for years. I mean, you live in Boston or outside of Boston. You know how often his name comes up every year as a possible GM candidate, and he kept staying, and now he's going.
What the heck happened last year? The Patriots didn't give the Texans permission to.
Okay, well, here's how that works. Part of it might be that nobody likes Bill O'Brien, so there's that. And when you don't want to talk to a team about a job for whatever reason, Bill O'Brien may have been that reason. You just tell the team, and if they like you, and in this case, certainly the Patriots like him, they deny permission. It's an old trick that teams can pull to protect their guys that don't want to go to a situation, but don't want to look like they seem ungrateful for their name being mentioned.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, good for him.
And then the Broncos have asked for 3 teams to get permission. Champ Kelly, we knew about, who'd been here before, has been with the Bears the last 5 or 6 years. Great guy and a leader in the clubhouse there. And then also George Payton, who was talked about as a finalist in Cleveland. He's with the Vikings. And then Dave Ziegler, who began his career in the Broncos scouting department. He's been with the Patriots since 2012.
Well, good for Nick Caserio for having all of the responsibilities now.
Sure, but if they lose Caserio and if Dave Ziegler gets this job or a different job, I'm not saying there aren't other people in the personnel department, but that'll definitely be a bit of a hit to Belichick's personnel department. And if Josh McDaniels were to take a head coaching job, I don't think he's as favored because of what happened with the Colts, but I know that he'll talk to some people, including Tom Telesco and the Spanos family. I think he'll have a shot to talk to the Chargers at least.
Oh, Belichick's not getting any younger, so he's going to have to find some other assistant coaches that he's high on. It seems like they always depart, and not just assistants. To your point, the Nick Casarios of the world as well. So, Nick Caserio now running the show in Houston. If you're just joining us here, and Trenton, good luck to you. I wish you luck. Herb is also pointing out that he won first place in the $500 free contest before. Good stuff.
Could you make the case, I think we both could, that even though the first pick goes to the Jags and they've got all that cap space, and Houston's not only got a tough cap situation, but has no draft picks because of the Laramie Tunsil trade, among others, and DeAndre Hopkins, I guess, to a lesser degree. And even with Justin Herbert and that Chargers roster, which is really, when you watch it here and no one's hurt on Madden, it's great. But in real life, they're always hurt. That because of Deshaun Watson, Houston's the most attractive job?
Yeah, Watson's a sure thing, but I feel like there are a lot of other issues to address
that make it unappealing or less appealing than those other ones.
It's appealing for sure, but I might put the Chargers job 1 and then the Houston Texans job 2. Right?
Yeah, I think that Jacksonville's interesting depending on whether you're a GM or a coach, who you're paired with, how much autonomy you have in either job or partnership, depending on how it's set up. And then are you taking Trevor Lawrence if we've heard about possibly Urban Meyer taking that job because he liked Justin Fields more because he got Justin to come to Columbus, or if Ryan Day if they would throw $10-12 million at him. I don't see that happening, but that was a story that was out there if Urban turned it down. But I heard Ian Rappaport say this morning that Urban to Jacksonville is it's a very real possibility. So, but let's take Urban off the table and Ryan Day for that matter. If you're a coach GM, all that cap space and all those draft picks, is that appealing? Or the Jets picking it too, working with Joe Douglas, is that appealing? And having a bunch of draft picks, like their roster's a disaster, but there's nowhere to go but up.
Steven says he could bring Bill O'Brien back to the Pats. The Chargers is the best job.
Bill O'Brien is the problem.
Great offense, defensive players coming back from injury. Talking about the Chargers, that's for sure. On defense, they'll bring back Derwin James.
The Chargers roster is as good as just about any roster in the league. I like Uecker. I don't love him, but as we've seen, you don't need a frontline back. And in fact, I can throw trivia at you. There's only been 2 leading rushers to win the Super Bowl in the history of the Super Bowl. Last year, the Chiefs were doing it with a bunch of guys named Williams that you've never really heard of unless you play fantasy football. Right?
Yeah.
They'd lost Kareem Hunt, and it didn't matter because they had Mahomes and all those other dudes.
Oh, boy, Garoppolo.
Wow.
Way to stay on your feet to the end zone. Touchdown, Niners.
Get
What
up,
a play.
Oh.
Wow, Jimmy Garoppolo channeling his Eli Manning impersonation and throws a bullet as the pressure got to him.
Shaking off Bosa, shaking off the older of the Bosa brothers like it was nothing. That's impressive. And then that throw. If Jimmy Garoppolo could do that in real life, there would be no questions about his future in San Francisco.
Garoppolo, 24% owned. I faded Jimmy G. He always lets me down. Speaking of letting me down, Jared Goff is in the next sim. That should be fun.
He is not on my... I've already filled out my lineup. He is not in my lineup there.
Earl Sparks says, Pettis? Really? Yep, it was Pettis.
I looked at Pettis and Bourne and went Bourne. Clearly, I made the wrong decision to this point.
Oh, and by the way, I know we were talking about the college football situation in Caserio. The Chargers went for it on 4th and 1 and decided to pitch it to Eckler, and he's doing a little dance and doesn't get the first inside the 25-yard line on the Niners' end. So
that's why Anthony Lynn was fired in real life, similar to the way virtual Anthony Lynn might get fired.
Hey, speaking of the Chargers, what do you make of Ian Rappaport's report last night that Jason Garrett's got a chance at this job? Because
I don't know the relationship between Telesco and Garrett, but there has to be something there.
Yeah.
I don't know what the appeal is, although they may look at it and say, look at all the good things Garrett did, and then understand at times where you're hamstrung by working for Jerry Jones, and think that they like what Jason Garrett's been able to do with the Giants offense this year. Not that it was otherworldly, but they lost Saquon early on. Yep. And part of it is that you can take your time, not take your time, but you can take the opportunity to talk to as many guys as you can, more so than in other years, because you're doing everything via Zoom early. So I think that's part of it as well is, hey, if we can pick Jason Garrett's brain for a couple hours. Some people use these as fact-finding opportunities to meet with 10 people to steal ideas and then give them to the person you hire, or if, in this case, the GM's there. So Telesco wants to listen to every coach's ideas and maybe borrow some stuff or just not leave any stone unturned. Do I think he's going to get the job? No.
Maybe they're just, doing him a favor, putting him in the discussion.
Well, there's that too. And real quick before we look at these numbers, an agent might say, hey, I know you want to talk to this guy, but I also need you to talk to this guy. And so there is some of that. Now, usually it'll be a coach GM pairing. So like, hey, I know you want to talk to Brian Daboll, but I also represent this number 2 or 3 personnel guy. So I need you to interview him for the open GM job. And then I'll make sure Brian Daboll is looking at you favorably.
Right. That's a good point. And you know that, covering the Broncos, just doing your due diligence. And producer Michael says, I want the Chargers to get Brian Daboll. So,
well, and they very well might. He's going to be highly coveted. We know that he's probably number 1 on the Jets list. I guess the question is, do you want to run the exact same stuff he's running with Herbert? And the other thing too is, I know it sounds silly. We hear it all the time, whether it's a GM, coach, and owner. They talk about the culture. Mm-hmm. But you have to be able to tell, can a guy come in and change our culture or set a culture that's a little different? For the Chargers, whether it was Mike McCoy or now Anthony Lynn, I know they found lots of ways to lose, but I don't have to look up any stats. I know they've had the most injuries over the last 6 years of any team that you've seen in the NFL, especially on the O-line. I have to think their O-line combinations far exceed any other league or any other team in the league because of all the injuries.
Smash that like button. It's great to have you here on a Tuesday night. We have a solo leader in the $500 free contest.
I'm in 19th place in ours.
Rufio, you're in 19th. Good stuff. Rufio in first with Pettis and the captain, Jimmy G, Debo, Niners defense. Justin Herbert's going to throw on the run. That's enough for a first down. Nice grab.
How often do you go head-to-head with Kaufman on NBA and NFL stuff?
Yeah. I'm in a bit of a cold spell. I beat him last night, but he's won like 6 of the last 8 matchups in NBA.
He and I
is tough. I was saying this last night. NBA is difficult.
NBA
You have to follow along very carefully, understand rotations, guys that come off the bench, play significant minutes. And of course, you have to monitor load management, never mind the COVID issues, like Kevin Durant's now a COVID issue. And
yeah, that's killing my season-long league because I had to put him in Monday, and we only change our lineups Monday and Friday because I played with a bunch of dinosaurs. And so just sitting there, I was busy dealing with the John Elway stuff. didn't realize that Durant was going to be out 4 games, so it's going to be a long week. But yeah, I think basketball is really tough. I feel like I have such a better. I understand I cover an NFL team and follow the league more closely. You know what I've been doing, honestly, is just going to Twitter and looking at people's different DFS lineups, all the experts out there, whether they work with DraftKings or a couple of the other sites, and that's helped me beat Koff a couple times. So don't tell them my secret.
Well,
I don't have the time to break it down. Like when not only is Durant out, but also how do you say his name?
Sound it out.
The backup. What is his name? Kuruk. K-U-R-U-C. How do you say it?
Oh, Luwawu Cabaret? Yeah.
No. Radion's Kuric. K-U-R-U-C-S.
Oh, you're talking about the Nets.
The Nets. I'm saying, like, I don't have time to track that. I asked my buddy who plays different lineups every day, and he said, well, you need to see if that guy's playing too. And then I went to one of the Nets beat reporters, Alex Schiffer, who covers him for The Athletic, and he told me that he was out. So I'm playing Prince, who is getting all the minutes but no points.
Yeah, boy, says Chris Stahl looks like a guy who tried to sell me a Jaguar last month.
Okay, I've been worse people look like from car salesman, I guess. I'm
Are you
wearing
talking
my
about
Heisman.
an actual, like the animal or the car? Just to clarify.
Yeah, I don't know where Jaguar sales are for the animal, although we definitely, if you watch Tiger King, right, we know how many exotic animals are in captivity in America, and it's not even close, beyond just what those like rescues, but people just have them as pets. I think Texas, they seize like thousands of tigers a year in Texas, in Florida. Because what happens is they're cute as cubs and they grow up and then you have a big ass tiger in your house.
Don't get in the bathroom.
Don't go in the basement. Whatever you do, don't go in the basement. There's a really hungry tiger down there.
Trevor Banks. Oh yeah, I was Baker yesterday. Yeah, I suppose Baker does pull off the denim look from time to time.
He's a Texan.
Yeah, guys, what book we reading today?
I like those commercials. And I'm a big Baker fan. I want him to do well, and I think it's cool if the Browns can find a way to win. I don't think this is not stacking up for them well with all the COVID issues that they're dealing with. To not have your head coach in an NFL playoff game, not great.
Back to our Chargers discussion. Lucci Rivera said, I like how he, meaning me, said Derwin James as if they weren't missing damn near every starter on defense, but they blamed this season on Lynn like there wasn't a whole pandemic.
No, that's part of it. But
yeah,
they were
everyone
by
had to deal with the
16.
pandemic.
They were, yeah, right. Just like when Joe Judge said that about all the challenges. Everyone has challenges, dude. There's way more people that have more challenges than your players doing meetings on Zoom and having to wear masks. Everyone there's making hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more, so it's fine. But yeah, to your point about the Chargers were up 16 and lost 4 different games with a 16-point lead.
Oh.
So that's apples to apples. This year it didn't go well against another team dealing with the pandemic.
No, it's true though, Mr. Rivera, that they had several injuries. I just pointed out one.
Yeah,
I guess it could have gone for more.
Yeah, Bosa was hurt a lot of the year, or points late. Ingram was hurt almost the whole year. Chris Harris missed 7 games. They obviously spent good money on him to come in. Casey Hayward was banged up. Derwin James is the best safety in football, but he can't stay healthy. So it's hard to show off your ability when you don't have the number one availability, as coaches like to say. And then on offense, they've been banged up and COVID and all that. I mean, Keenan Allen was hurt all year, battling through hamstrings at times. Mike Williams is banged up from the start. Eckler was banged up and missed a bunch of games, was on IR. O-line was an issue. So not really making excuses. I'm just stating a fact. It's been tough there in LA.
Oh my God. Justin Jackson just scored a touchdown.
He's my captain.
What? Justin Jackson? Not the third down back, not the power back. I might run away and go hide in a corner because no one's going to like this. You put him in the captain spot?
No, I was kidding. I captained.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a second. Like, snuck that in there.
Although the other day we did a Minnesota game. It was Minnesota and the Jets or something. And Kaufman's talking about how bad Thielen has been and Kirk Cousins, and they went nuts. Or then Hogan. Maybe it was a Jets game and Hogan went nuts.
Well, in the words of Jason Rossi, I guess it's time for a vulture call. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Justin Jackson, 0.16% owned. I don't know what else to say. Who's that guy? Everyone's like, what the heck's going on?
No, I rostered him for a couple games when Balaj hadn't gotten there yet and Eckler was banged up. And then they handed the ball to the rookie, Kelly.
7-7. Less than 3 to go in this first half. Ashton says, Rossi and his vulture friends today, I tell you.
Yeah, the Pettis Jackson double should have you in first place. If anyone has that combo.
Lucci, are you a Chargers fan? I'm just curious. I appreciate the passion you have. Do you think, all right, so first off, are you a Chargers fan? And second off, do you think, what is the ceiling of Justin Herbert and Anthony Lynn together? Do you think Anthony Lynn could lead the Chargers to a Super Bowl in the near future? Or at some point down the road? Because you got to deal with Mahomes in that division. So it's going to be hard no matter who the coach is.
Yeah, but Justin Herbert seems like he's got the tools to make it fun. And this is the example I use. John Elway was a quarterback here for 16 years in Denver. Guess how many division titles he won? 7. They went to 5 Super Bowls.
How many do you got? 7.
7.
Holy crap! Let's get cracking.
I'm not saying that Mahomes isn't gonna win more division titles. Obviously, he's now won 3 in a row and go to more Super Bowls and likely win more Super Bowls. But at some point, this roster is going to fall apart to some degree. You just can't pay everybody. You can't keep paying Tyreek. And Tyreek Hill's going to get slower and older, and so is Kelsey. Mahomes will be fine because he's going to have that huge arm. But the pieces around him, the O-line, you're not going to be able to pay Eric Fisher and Mitchell Schwartz. You're going to have to go young. There's going to be injuries in certain years. So to just go ahead and pencil them in every year for 15 years, I understand Peyton and Tom Brady certainly changed that narrative a little bit in their divisions with the Colts and the Patriots. But I like the Chargers personnel. It'll be interesting to see who the head coach is. I don't know, Brian Daboll. If I'm going to say, yeah, Brian Daboll comes in. Name any of these candidates. You're not ready to say any of them. Oh, yeah, they're definitely going to win Super Bowls because you need to see them do it. And there aren't too many guys that have Super Bowl rings that are looking at these jobs right now.
Lucci adds, I just think black head coaches get a short leash. I respect that.
They don't get as many second chances, unfortunately. If you look at black head coaches that got multiple jobs, Marvin Lewis hasn't been offered yet one in a couple of years. It's only been 2 years. Lovie Smith and Tony Dungy might be the only 2 to this point that have gotten more than one opportunity. I'm not saying Anthony Lynn won't or Vance Joseph or guys like that, but now Lynn has to go find a coordinator job or become an assistant head coach and work his way back into the queue and explain why he lost all those games by 16 points next time around and what he'd do differently.
It's just a damn cough, man. The only way Lynn leads a team to the Super Bowl is if he's a tour guide. So an assistant. Or maybe actually a tour guide. It's fair to wonder. All right, well, we've got about 500 of you watching. Much appreciated. Play action, Jimmy Garoppolo. He'll fire and complete inside the 30. There's a timeout.
Is that their last timeout? No.
2 more.
I just smashed the like button.
That a boy. Kendrick Bourne with the catch, 1 for 22.
He's on my roster.
Bourne in the $500 free contest is... Hold it up in a sec. Let's see, 1:01 left in the half. Little pump fake out of Jimmy. And you got to get rid of the ball. There you go. End zone. Oh, looking for Kittle.
I could have used that. He's my captain.
Just a little Kittle, says Earl Sparks. That's too bad.
Wait, so we're asking, was I a Chargers fan? I'm not a Chargers fan. I'm from Dallas. I just like the roster they've constructed. And if they'd ever be healthy, they'd be a lot more formidable. You can stop Patrick Mahomes with Derwin James more easily than Derwin being on the shelf, obviously.
Kendrick Bourne is 40% owned. There's another timeout, San Francisco. All-Star Gaming 246 says, damn. Trenton says, son of a... Yeah, contested ball. That was like a triple team on Kittle in the end zone.
I'd probably be in first place.
Okay. They'll spread them out. 3rd and 1 from the 16. Here's Jimmy to Kittle. First down inside the 10.
Call timeout. Don't mismanage the clock, virtual Kyle. Speaking of the Niners, by the way, we saw the Hall of Fame finalists. I mentioned that I'm predicting Peyton Manning first ballot. John Lynch, a finalist yet again. One of the 15 finalists for, I want to say, the 6th or 7th year now.
So is it his time?
I don't know. Well, we could go through the names at some point, whether you want to do that here before halftime or after. But Peyton's taking up one of the 5 slots for the modern era finalists. And then Calvin Johnson and Charles Woodson will take strong consideration as first ballot guys. So that could be 3 off the board, leaving only 2 spots. Touchdown.
Wow. What a ball.
Pettis?
Kendrick Bourne.
Nice. I'm jumping up in the world.
Jordan Lindenbaum is not happy. Pettis made a contested insane catch, and Kittle can't hang on. So this one's going to earn a thumbs down.
I'm in 12th place.
Remember, we just stream the games. That's what we're here for. You can do whatever you want. But we prefer the like button. It's appreciated, guys.
Smash it.
Smash it. Kendrick Bourne, 40% in the flex, 4% in the captain spot. Gold is on for the extra point. Still 3 timeouts for the Chargers.
Well, we'll see how they didn't get it to Guyton. That dude's super fast.
The bad boys of pop. Okay, so the Bourne for Pettis decision wasn't that detrimental.
No, looks like it worked out for him.
J.E. Captain, Bourne supremacy.
Nice. Are they working on a 5th Bourne movie with Matt Damon?
I don't know.
I feel like they might be. Let me check. I'll do some quick research.
I was born in it.
What's funny is they signed Jeremy Renner to a 3-picture Bourne deal. He did the first one, whatever it was called, Bourne Legacy or whatever, Bourne something. And then Matt Damon came back and did a 4th one. So I think Jeremy Renner, I don't know if they let him out of the deal or whatever, but there's 2 more Bourne movies with him in it.
All right, enough of the movie talk. I've had enough.
All right, that's a Kaufman special.
No, I'm just kidding. If you want to talk about movies, you can do whatever you want.
Well, I'll tell you if there's another Bourne movie coming because I'm in for that.
Yeah, let's put a wrapper on that conversation. Jim and Zach, by the way, updating scores. Christian Luca says, why do I lose every night? Christian, just keep at it, brother. Get back on the high horse and say a prayer. And hit the like button. You'll feel better about yourself and your lineups might produce. That's not a
Matt
problem.
Damon's from Boston. Cambridge,
Yeah.
And so is Ben Affleck, FYI.
Kareem says Matt Damon is the best worst actor ever. Explain yourself, Kareem. Kareem. All right, Keenan Allen's in the slot. 11 seconds, 36-yard line. Herbert's got a cannon. And it's just a damn Kaufman calling out Christian for his poor spelling. Easy. Work together. You guys have formed a great family here. Doesn't get said enough. You just kind of don't talk about it. It's great.
You know there's a 4th Matrix movie coming out?
Oh, boy. Really?
I was so confused after the 3rd one. Yeah, it's part of that Warner Brothers deal. We're going to watch everything on HBO Max, like Wonder Woman.
Well, good for the Matrix.
October 18th, they were talking about another Bourne movie in the works. Or October of 18, and here it is October 8th, 2019.
Save the date, everybody.
It's in the works. I don't know where they're at.
Save the date and make some room on the shelf so you can buy the disc. That's, targeted at one individual. Jordan says, Christian, talking to Christian in the chat, next time you make a lineup, just throw it away and pick all new players.
The George Costanza approach.
It's not a bad idea. Just make a lineup and then go, this ain't it. And then pick all the opposites. 3rd and 7. Final play of the half. Justin Herbert. Incomplete. What a shame. Well, we've reached the half in virtual Santa Clara.
I have 13 real points. I mean, I'm in 13th real place. 41-29.
Daniel's talking about Paul Greengrass just worked on the News of the World with Tom Hanks.
Is that good? I want to watch that.
I have never seen it.
Daniel, is it good?
Daniel, we have questions here.
I also want to watch that movie Greyhound that he did on that they released on Apple TV.
Is that like Greyhound the bus?
No, it's a World War II movie.
Oh, okay. Brad says, at least it wasn't intercepted. Okay. 14-7. We have a 10-way tie for first in the $500 free contest. Garoppolo in the captain spot. Eckler, Samuel, Kittle, Bourne, and Pettis. Jimmy G, 144 passing, 2 touchdowns. Herbert is 7 of 11, 67 yards. Mostert not doing all that much, 4 for 19. And Eckler, 14 for 63. Justin Jackson has the touchdown.
All it takes is one big play for Mostert to make a house call. You know how that goes.
Yeah, I can see why folks are annoyed, though, that Justin Jackson.
They're not going to name their cat after Mostert.
And Debo's got 4 for 55. 1 sack between 2 teams. Bosa.
He should have had 2. The fact that
had
Garoppolo shook him off and then fired it to the end zone. Still remarkable. That's the play of the game.
And he hit Pettis, so changed everything. Bone Dog 84 is in first place in our free roll.
Way to go, Bone Dog. Keep it up.
CEH 1300. He was in an iffy mood last night.
Yeah.
And he's in 7th.
All right. He invites me to a lot of contests.
Sleep. He's in high spirits. He was having a rough night. It wasn't himself. So I'm happy for him. I hope he's here. I'm glad he got on the high horse and made a lineup. So that's good. Chris Robinson, what's up? What's
The
up,
lead singer
Joe?
of the Black Crowes?
That's not him.
No, different Chris Robinson. Gotcha.
Not confirmed, though, actually. So maybe we can get clarification.
That'd be awesome. He would surpass Eric Winalda as the biggest celebrity.
Winalda, what a guy. Love that man.
Well, he's so far our biggest celebrity after you and Emerson in the DK Sinfo. I mean, he's on TV and he played 100 games for the U.S. national team. So unless
He's
the real
won.
Chris Robinson. Well, right. The only reason I put you up there, I shouldn't say the only reason. The main reason is because Rossi said he would put you ahead of Winalda when we were talking about this a while back.
He didn't mean that.
He goes, Glash is a bigger celebrity than Winalda. So, okay.
Winalda's such a nice guy.
And he's really good at his job, or really good as an analyst. I guess as a coach again.
Yeah, he's in Vegas at the moment. I think he's going to be making his way across the pond.
Right, I saw that, but I guess it's shut down because of the lower level.
Chris Robinson says, I'm not in a rock band, but I have dated Gwyneth Paltrow.
I would like to see some proof of that.
Prove it!
Unless he forgot that Chris Robinson was married to Kate Hutz and then got the reference wrong. Or did he date Gwyneth Paltrow also? No, Chris Martin from Coldplay married Gwyneth Paltrow. I think he's confusing a lot. But it's not that Chris Robinson.
Just made that catch. That was Debo. Ball at the 34. We are just underway in the third. Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Crystal.
Oh, I just got a text to freak people out a little bit. One of the ski lifts up here at Winter Park in Colorado was broken, and people were stranded for hours and then started jumping from various heights. My neighbor sent me this story because they missed it. They just gotten off the lift. They missed that by like minutes. That seems kind of scary.
You're afraid?
Well, I don't think you want to be sitting on a ski lift for hours. It gets kind of cold up there.
True. Your phone just went off.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of texts about this. Broncos stuff more than.
Oh,
more
well,
than
you did
that.
this, then you paused. I thought you meant
Sorry.
about this subject.
Sorry.
Speaking of famous, wow, phone is buzzing. Ball is at the 1 yard line. What a punt! Trevor
All-Star
says it
Gaming.
needs some damn Virgil Green.
All-Star Gaming says, All-Star Gaming 246, I give up. Here we go. 99-yard touchdown run for Eckler, maybe? Or a pass from Herbert to Allen. Oh, Eckler.
Oh, my God.
No. 3 more broken tackles, and it was a wrap.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 more. And he would have easily had it. Where are you on the in the free roll?
Let's see.
You're in 20th. I see you.
Yeah, okay. Where are you? Are you above me?
No, I'm in 141.
Yeah, only way to go. Only way to go. Are you calling any basketball games this week?
Weekends.
Okay.
Like back-to-backs in the America East Conference.
Yeah, are they doing back-to-backs? I know Mountain West is doing that.
Yep.
I'm following Big 12 more closely because of my Jayhawks, so I'm not paying that much attention other than to CU, CSU, Air Force, and Wyoming for my updates.
Kansas plays tonight at 9, right?
They do. TCU. Yep.
So the dude that's calling the game is actually a good friend, Mark Neely. I'm talking to him tomorrow, actually. So he's the play-by-play guy. Calling the game from home.
Who's he doing the game with?
Good question. See, you keep hitting me with these questions, man. Now
Well, I
I gotta
guess
go
I'll find out at 7. Well, really at 8 when we get, or 10 your time when we get off air.
9.
9.
I just wanted to say it because you said every other time but 9.
Oh, no, I'll be able to watch for an hour-ish or 45 minutes. So, yeah, I'll see who's doing it with in between Sims.
Fran Fraschilla.
Oh, okay. He's doing it with Fran.
Yeah, he's good. Good job. Eckler, is that enough for the first? Yeah, yes, it is. Wow.
Yeah, Fran's one of my favorites. When he and Doug Gottlieb both started doing ESPN together, and so Doug and I were working in Oklahoma, and they were first-year analysts when Fran got done coaching. And he wanted to get back into coaching at various points, but at this point he's 20 years into being an analyst and I think enjoys that lifestyle.
He did some games as Herbert takes off. Wow, nice run. Gain of 14. He did some games in during the what am I trying to say? The Olympics. He called some Olympic games. Not the most recent, the one before that. So 2012. Pretty sure.
Okay. 2016? 2012? No, because 2020 didn't happen, so 2012.
Right, 2012. Yeah.
Was that the end of the story, that he calls them Olympic games?
Yeah, that's all I had,
Okay. Yes, he did.
That's all I had. He does a good job. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought there was something else coming.
No. It was just I was highlighting that he's done that too.
Sure. Yeah, he does a really good job.
And I'm not that interesting. I don't have as interesting content as you, Brandon Christel.
Yes, you do. Come on, you have. Maybe it's even more interesting. It's hard to say.
Juan Flores says, Christel, stop name dropping. LOL.
I'm just telling a story that is factual.
Here's a guy that is complete for the first down. Joe Reed. Nicely done.
Do you have Joe Reed in your lineup?
No. He's got 50 yards, though. Brad Wallace says, Herbert has double Meowster's rushing yards. That is a fact.
Any update on the cat situation, or still COVID preventing you from getting to Maine?
We're still in that limbo.
Can't they just mail the cat? Same day air travel?
You know, you're the only commentator that still brings this up.
Well, I think it more will when it's crawling all over you during the Sims.
Not looking forward to that.
Well, when it's little and a cute little kitten, you'll be cool with it.
Yeah. It's not as cute as it's running around breaking crap.
Those are dogs, dude. What do cats break?
Yeah, they just crawl on stuff and jump on crap. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, Mike Williams.
Nice strike from Herbert.
Let's focus on the game. No, I'm serious. There's no update on the cat. Peter Beckman, see ya. Thanks for hanging, bud.
This could be Eckler time for all the folks that rostered him.
Chris Brumwell, respect our Canadians.
My only Charger is Herbert, so I'm going to just take it on himself.
Herbert.
Go.
Oh, no, he fumbled. Picked up.
Is that Virgil Green? No, it's a
no.
lineman. Is that Pouncey?
I don't know who it was. James Costello, no on the Maine Coon. The DK Sim fam made me aware of what a Maine Coon looks like. Those things are hideous. Speaking of a jungle cat in the bathroom, imagine seeing a Maine Coon. Oh, look, Virgil's out there, but second and goal from the 7. Keenan Allen at the top of the screen. It's Eckler, not Justin Jackson.
The Niners D, I thought they were about to snatch the ball out of the air and go to the house the other way. That would have helped me out. Stick.
People of the DK Sim fam, I know Justin Jackson scored earlier and you all hated it and you were mad. I get it. But please, if you're so kind, smash the like. Let's get to 400 likes by the end of this sim. I think we can do it.
Run it. Run it.
Oh, my God. Herbert, you're not helping me here. I want people to hit the like and you're getting sacked.
Now, you going for it here? You got to kick it. You got to kick it.
James and Joe are telling me that Maine Coons are awesome. They're just very intimidating. Dean Murray, hope you're well. Dean, what did we do the other day? We Googled your name. Something like that. We were doing some random... It was me and Rossi. Me and Rossi up to no good. Googling people's names. So, yeah, great story. 14-10. That's all I got.
What was the best name you Googled?
Well, it all started because Steve Buchanan, who is a colleague and, you know, sometimes a friend. He's also the guy with the wrench in the chat. He can be very, very strict with his chat rules. He searched his son, Googled him, Steve Buchanan DraftKings, and me, dressed as a cat with face paint and a cat cheetah jacket, I popped up, and his kid was like, "Dad, who the hell is that?" So Steve, his son, was petrified, and, you know, I caused that because my mug showed up when he Googled himself. So I gave the kid nightmares. I've made Steve, in a way, I've made Steve a better parent. Now, don't do what that guy did. So, that's it. That's the story.
All right.
Oh, no. Is that true, Ashton? Dr. Dre had a brain aneurysm?
Oh, I just saw something pop up on Twitter with a picture of Dr. Dre. Yeah, Dr. Dre's reportedly suffered a brain aneurysm. He's in ICU. That according to Twitter.
Sean says, "Why would you dress like that? Are you slow?" No, Sean, it's a long story. You kind of had to be here to understand.
Are you slow?
Complete. On the sideline.
Looking at these Heisman voting numbers, Mac Jones may have taken a few from Devontae Smith, but I guess because everybody's in the southeast region of the country, they didn't really necessarily split votes with each other other than just the way the votes shook out coast to coast. There's almost 900 Heisman voters. So Devontae Smith, 1,856 total points, 447 first-place votes. Trevor Lawrence, 1,187 points, 222 first-place votes. Mac Jones, 1,130 points, 138 first-place votes. Kyle Trask, 737 total points, 61 first-place votes. It's worth noting, all the votes were turned in after the conference championship games before the bowl games, where Trask was atrocious, Trevor Lawrence didn't play great, and Devontae Smith was awesome against Notre Dame. None of those factored into this.
Choker says, "You made me a better parent, Glash. Now I don't mind when my kids want to watch video games." Pride says, "Brandon Cristal is the real life Everybody Loves Raymond."
Okay. About kids watching video games, I have a 14-year-old who certainly watches other people play Fortnite. And I think it's silly.
I do too.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
No.
This is not the end of the half. This is the end of the third. And he took a chance.
But everybody that's watching us, one, we're, I guess, talking about real life sports versus telling you how to kill somebody on a video game. And a lot of people have a vested interest in this for a little bit of financial gain potential.
What was that last part you just said?
Then people are watching this to potentially win some money. They've got some money
Oh,
involved
yes.
in this. Versus when my kiddo flips on YouTube and he watches Mr. Beast play Fortnite, he's not getting anything from it, other than I guess maybe some slight entertainment. But like anything else, entertainment's subjective. So.
For the first time tonight, I'm saying hi to our Twitch audience. Hi, Twitch. I'm sorry I let you down. Tag is it. Mamba Vision. Winter Bold. I know. I'm a bad person. I can be better. Hi, Twitch. Mamba Vision. Fooligan. Love you guys. Tag is it. Trash us some more. You're it. How's that sound?
I'm not trashing anyone.
No. He's talking to me. He's talking to me. Yeah. You're fine.
I thought because I was talking about watching video games. The idea of if someone's just sitting around that doesn't have a lineup constructed, then I'm not saying I'm going to judge you. I'm just more asking are we that entertaining, which is cool if we are. Cobra Kai's out. I heard that's pretty good.
Edge 95 says the folks playing Fortnite are more entertaining than us.
Okay. Well,
all right.
Still can't win any money watching them do it.
Now, when you read that sentence, he's also implying that we are entertaining. They're just more entertaining.
Sure. Right. That's a great way to look at it.
You got to pay attention. Words are everything. Chris says, I blame Glash for all of this. That's fine. I take responsibility. Kind of. 14-10. We should be in for a great finish. Shout out to Jim and Zach. Updating the scores. Michael, Daniel, production team. We're here for the next one as well. So hopefully the entertainment value increases. Stats are updated through 3. Herbert gave that a loss, and it's incomplete. He was looking for, maybe it was Reed, 4th and 7. Pat says, at least you guys are getting better looking than the Fortnite players.
I don't know what the Fortnite players look like, but I'll take it.
Giggle Pigs thinks you look like John Lackey.
That I do? I don't know what John Lackey looks like, to be fair.
Lackey,
I gotta check him out.
Lackey got into really nice shape to help the Sox win a World Series in 2013.
It's not the Sox? I thought Sox.
Yeah, the Sox. Yeah, I haven't seen Red Sox.
I don't know if either of us look like John Lackey according to this array of photos that you Google. Maybe he means someone else.
Rich One says, I feel like Glash can shave and have a full face of hair in 30 seconds. Not the case. It would take me a month to grow this back. Earl Sparks, John Lackey likes beer. He likes chicken too. That's an open target, and Jimmy Garoppolo puts it right in the breadbasket for Kendrick Bourne to the 40-yard line. 1 minute into the 4th, San Fran leading 14-10. We will have the next sim, Madden After Dark, which is presented by Moose Air. There is a contest available in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Brandon Cristal is in 17th place in this contest.
Closing in, if my man Kittle can get in the end zone, the captain, help me out.
The contest is called GM, meaning Game 2 with Brandon Cristal. I even wrote it out because it just gives me a reason to read it again. Game 2 with Brandon Cristal. Rams at the Bills. Jared Goff against Josh Allen. I kind of like it. I'm rooting for the Bills because, Jared Goff, that guy.
I took a lot more Bills players.
Jared Goff ruins everything. Just ruins it all.
We should tell everybody that's watching to sub out and let's put Walford in to get a more exciting game.
Rich One Beats now says I look like a boozed up Baker Mayfield.
Here we go.
That's pretty good. I think you look like a boozed up Baker Mayfield more than I look like John Lackey.
Mark Mantelli says he's in first. Mark, are you A3? No, that's not the right one. Whoops. Pardon me. Give me a second. I exited out of this. Yeah, Baker gets Baker enjoys himself when he's at book club. From the Chargers, 48. Mostert, you're letting us down tonight, my friend. 30 yards on 9 carries. I am in 160th place. Not
Out
good.
of
168. Oh, there he is, Mantelli, with a NY at the end. Isn't first.
Ice Cube tweeting at Dr. Dre, send your love and praise to the homie Dr. Dre. Yes, that story definitely seems real. It's one of my lights guys over.
Jimmy! Wow, what's his name? James Costello says, heard you earlier smacking on Tampa Bay fans.
You were?
You got the wrong crew here.
I mean, I'm happy to.
That might have been Mr. Kenny Ducey, because I know he is riding the Washington football team train.
Well, you know who else is? Kaufman. He's all over Alex Smith and Ron Rivera. The problem is their team's just not going to do.
Wait, he thinks that the Washington football team.
He likes the story. He just likes the story. He's going for the feel-good story. But you know what? Life isn't a Disney movie. The The Bucs have Tom Brady and a bunch of all-stars on both sides of the ball. The Redskins have a couple of nice players.
If Koff was a real Fast and Furious fan, he'd be rooting for, the 10th installation of Brady making the Super Bowl. That's a better story. I'm joking.
Oh, I'd rather just see the 10th Fast and Furious that's about to come out.
I think there's actually a 9th one, then the 10th one.
I'm in for both. Well, how do you count Hobbs and Shaw?
Oh, good call. Yeah, that's fair. All right. I'll shut up.
Did a marathon of that before maybe the 7th or 8th one came out with my older kid. So we'd have been 11 or 12.
What
and now,
in the world?
Whenever they come on, we're watching. There's Nick Bosa showing Joey how to get it done. The little brother showing him this is how.
Let me say this. If Chase Young and the Washington football team defense gets to Brady early,
sure,
that's going to be a game. Because Brady against good pass rushes has been awful. Every game they've lost, they have not won a game with the exception, 2 exceptions. They beat the Giants on Monday Night Football in November at the end, but they barely held on. Okay? And then they actually had a come from behind win against Atlanta, which, that's just Brady having good luck against Atlanta. Other than that, Tampa has just cruised in their wins. Have they really been battle tested? That's the question.
That's a good question, and I'll make this statement and not feel that bad about it.
Okay.
There's a chance, and I'm not talking all time, but there's a chance that Chase Young is the best football player on the field in that game. And I get that he's only 22 years old or whatever, and he's a rookie. But you talk about the real deal, you can see it from him. And I know that there's Pro Bowlers on both sides of the ball, current and former, and guys that will be wearing gold jackets beyond just the quarterback potentially. But there's a chance that Chase Young, who's a big-time game wrecker, is the best player in that game this weekend.
Possible.
And they've got a really good secondary, or a really good pass defense with some nice pieces, I guess, in their secondary. I think the Bucs have too many weapons and enough on defense. Now, no Devin White because of COVID makes it a little more interesting. He's far and away their best defensive player on the Bucs. With apologies to my pal Shaq Barrett. There was a tweet earlier that said not only is Kevin Stefanski out, but a major Browns player is also going to be out. I haven't seen any more on it yet.
That feels like that news broke 2 years ago. I was up early today, but that was today.
But have we heard a name?
Not a name that jumps off the page.
Right. Well, I saw where Joel Bitonio, who's starting guard, that matters for sure. But Myles Garrett, either of the 2 running backs, I think you still need Chubb probably more than Hunt. You can get by with Hunt. That's definitely not much of a drop-off.
Mm-hmm.
Jarvis Landry's been your best receiver, but he's shown that he can connect, and Peoples-Jones and Hollywood Higgins will make plays for him. They've got a couple tight ends, obviously. So I don't know who's, other than Baker. And Baker and Myles Garrett, to me, are the 2 biggest names. And is Denzel Ward going to be back? None of this is shaping up well for the Browns in their first playoff appearance in decades.
But let's keep in mind, and I know I'm going to, rub Steelers fans the wrong way. The Steelers have not been this consistent playoff team in terms of taking care of business in the first round. See the Jaguars giving them trouble at home a few years ago. That game has the makings of just like chaos, like across the board. I mean, it's already chaotic with the news today. And want to acknowledge this as this game winds down. Kicking Club says the best thing the Washington football team has going for it is they are just happy to be there, while the Bucs really need to win or they'll be embarrassed. I agree with that take. If Tampa loses to Washington, a 7-win team,
I'll let you answer it differently than maybe Koff will. I said, are you pulling for Brady and the Bucs? And he said,
Yes.
no, he's not actively pulling for him.
What does that mean, actively? What does that mean?
He said if he wins it, great. He just feels like if Brady were to win it, then everyone's going to be so dismissive of Belichick and what they accomplished and say that Belichick only did it because of Brady. Look, my brother-in-law that lives an hour north of here in Fort Collins is from New Hampshire, right around the corner from where you guys are. He's been all in on Brady and the Bucs. Not that he doesn't want to see the Patriots win more Super Bowls and keep winning, but he's certainly a Bucs fan for the rest of the way out.
You know what I say to that? It's already too late. Brady's already getting a ton of credit at this stage.
Sure.
Not a good first year for Belichick without Brady.
No. The old saying, show me a good coach and I'll show you good players. All those guys opt out and you're stuck with either Stidham or, and is it unfair to call Cam a washed up Cam Newton? Not a less good Cam Newton.
Where Belichick hurts himself is that he also constructs the roster.
Yeah.
So that's the unfortunate news about Belichick when it doesn't go well. Is you construct the roster, you make all the calls. So I'm rooting for Brady. I hope he does well. I really do. It will motivate Bill, if anything. Oh, I can't. It will help when one does well. The other one will be motivated by it.
Well,
I think
so
both sides.
let me ask you this. I think they're motivated as is, but
Hold on a second. Kaufman said he's not actively rooting for him, meaning
Yes.
that's so silly. That's such a thing that he would say.
well, you can take it up with him.
I
But
will.
that's what he said, and Mike can confirm it. Mike and Daniel were here last night, but that's basically what he said when we were talking about it.
It's a cop-out. When he does win it, he'll be like, oh, I was rooting for him. Oh.
Yeah, that's what I said. I go, how much Brady stuff have you bought for yourself and your kids?
Seriously, give me a break.
You can have a favorite player, and when they leave your team, you can still cheer for them as long as they're not playing your team and they don't affect your team.
What does he think's going to happen? Like if he roots for Brady, his DVD shelf's going to fall on his head while he's watching the game? Like, no, you're allowed to do that. You're a sports fan.
He did say one of his kids, because they're both starting Madden leagues or Madden franchises, has the Bucs. One's doing the Bucs and one was using another team. I can't remember what he said. But the kid that has the Bucs wanted to trade Brady because he's still mad. So he wanted to be the Bucs because he likes the Bucs for whatever reason, but without Brady, and wanted to trade him and start whoever the backup is.
And he's going to dress up as a pirate for Halloween.
I have to think that the Bucs game will be the #1 watch game in New England this weekend.
Yeah, it's a night game on a Saturday.
Okay.
Which
Yeah.
helps, given all the closures in the area,
Sure.
So
I just think if all things being equal, when we see the 6 TV breakdowns in Boston and they put it in the paper online on Monday, you'll see that was the #1 watch game. They're all going to be highly watched.
Scene star. Why do you think Cam Newton's a clown? He's a pretty good dude.
Yeah, I didn't call him a clown. I said he's washed up. Did you call him a clown?
No. He's saying this chatter is saying he's a clown.
Oh, well, I just think he's not very good at playing quarterback anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah.
His body has let him down, and he's kind of limited in what he can do when he can't run the ball and can't make all the throws he used to be able to make.
Yeah, there's some truth to that,
You
unfortunately.
think Garoppolo and Tillery are pals? I don't.
Speaking of Jimmy G, I know we didn't talk about this here, but that's the guy Bill's going to get. He's going to get Jimmy.
Maybe. And he might be available for not very much. I guess the question is, what are the Niners doing in place of him? Are they going to go try to get Matt Ryan? Or I guess Kirk Cousins signed that extension. Or Matt Stafford.
Yeah. Oh, I think that there's a solution for Bill. You get Jimmy and succeed with Jimmy, and by succeed I mean win 10, 11 games, make
Sure,
the playoffs.
playoffs.
Oh, yeah, I was going to go to this guy a long time ago, but I had to cater to Tom.
Yeah, Tom and Robert Kraft made me trade him. I always loved him. He was great in our system.
Right.
He was
You would
gonna
have
be the
won with
guy.
him. I don't agree with that, but no, I would have won with Jimmy.
Let's be fair. It's crazy to break it down to one throw, but if he hits that throw to Emmanuel Sanders, we're talking completely different about Jimmy G, and we're still talking about when is Patrick Mahomes going to win it? Is this year the year?
Right.
I mean, that ball was off and it wasn't like he airmailed it or underthrew it by 20 yards. He overthrew him by 2 yards.
Fair enough.
And Emmanuel Sanders was dealing with a knee injury all year. So a healthy Emmanuel Sanders, or late in the year, maybe he just runs right under it and it's no problem.
This is true. This is true. All right. Cool. Who do you have for a player of the game? Who do you like?
What was Jimmy G's ownership numbers?
24% in the flex. So
then I think he's going to be either he or Kendrick Bourne, 6 for 86 and a TD. But let me pull up my lineup real quick to see. So Jimmy G, 16-6, Bourne 20. Yeah. So, but Bourne was 48% owned or something like that.
40%.
Oh.
Yep, and 4% in the captain.
All right. I think I'm the people that were bold enough to captain Kendrick Bourne. That's the way I'm leaning. Do you want to talk me out of it, or you feel good about that?
It's okay. I trust your instincts.
Okay.
So, all right.
I think you know which way I'm going for the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award, right? He's no cat. He's no cat, but Meowster. See ya.
We had a solo winner in the $500 free contest. 15,019 entries. Good stuff. A3 row 612 came in first by a healthy margin, about 7 points.
I came in sixth place.
You came in sixth.
Yeah. Look at
cool.
me.
I came in sixth last.
So look at us. We're bookending it. Way to go.
And then so Mantelli, nice job, Mark. Scene star. No, I missed it. I'm sorry. I've noticed he's trying as well as he can. He's not getting traded. He's a free agent. Scene. Mantelli, nice job. Mark got first place in the free roll, and we will wrap up the $500 late classic when we return. I know we started the sim about this, Brandon Cristal, but want to bring this up again. For the first time since 1991, a wide receiver has won the Heisman Trophy. Devontae Smith of Alabama, the fourth ever wide receiver to win the Heisman. You believe it's well-deserved. Tremendous season. Why do you think he ultimately won it?
I think when you flip the TV on, if you're watching any of the games on a college football Saturday and or the highlights, Devontae Smith was the best player. He was the most dynamic player. Too many times, the best player in college football doesn't win this award. The guy with the most stats does the best stats, and it's almost always a quarterback. He's now the third Alabama player. The other two were running backs, Mark Ingram and Derrick Henry. Not saying they weren't deserving, but it goes to quarterbacks so much more frequently than it does to any other position. So I remember watching Desmond Howard when he won it with the Wolverines in 91 and how deserving he was. Tim Brown in 87. Johnny Rodgers was kind of a hybrid running back wide receiver when he won it. But to see that's kind of the way Tom Osborne ran that offense. But to see Devontae Smith win it on the best offense, maybe the best offense Alabama's ever had, is really impressive. But he was the best player in college football this year. So it's cool that he was rewarded with the Heisman Trophy and now is a part of this immortal club.
He doubled Trevor Lawrence in first place votes, 447. The Alabama wide receiver, Devontae Smith, the 2020 Heisman Trophy winner, 1,856 total points based on the votes. Lawrence in second, Mac Jones third, and Kyle Trask came in fourth. There was a nice embrace between Jones and Smith at the podium during the ceremony. So that is going to do it for us. We will be back at 10, shortly before 10 p.m. Eastern time, to get you ready for the final sim of the night, the Bills and the Rams. Bills hosting the LA Rams. So you get your Jared Goff fix, your Josh Allen fix. Come back and join us. In the meantime, Brandon Cristal and I will step aside and we'll hand it over to Jesse Cofield.
Thank you, Glash. All right. As Glash mentioned, they will be back for the call of Rams Bills. That showdown is featured in the Madden 3K Flea Flicker. which has a $3K prize pool, $1K for first place, plus the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool, $50 going to first place. Head on over to the DraftKings lobby to get those lineups in right now. All right. So in the last hour, we got you ready for the Saturday wildcard slate with our guys, Jeff Ulrich, Reed Fowler, and Kenny Ducey. So let's get to part 2 of that segment where they break down the Sunday slate of games in this edition of NFL Price Check.
Thinking studs, who you paying up for in the 3-game slate on Sunday?
Well, I think the fantasy gods have shined upon us, Koff. We get a rematch of last year with the Titans and the Ravens. And in that game, Derrick Henry had 30 carries for 195 yards. He actually threw for a touchdown in that game. He was the hero of that game as the Tennessee Titans shocked the world and beat the Baltimore Ravens. Looked like they were on their way to win the Super Bowl. Now, there hasn't been much roster turnover for this team. They did add Patrick Queen on the inside at linebacker, but he's much better in pass coverage than he is at run stopping. He's struggled this season stopping the run. The nose tackle is the same in Brandon Williams. They still have Matt Judon and Tyus Bowser at linebacker. Look, they still have John Harbaugh as their coach. I just don't understand the big changes that are going to be made from last season to this season to say that this Ravens team is going to be able to stop Derrick Henry. Will Derrick Henry rush for a Jonathan Taylor-like 235 yards here? That might be a little bit of a stretch. But to me, he's the best player on this slate. He's got this team that he knows. He's got a good matchup here. And I think that the Tennessee Titans are going to replicate the same game plan they had last year with Mike Vrabel in the playoffs, which is just run the football every single play. And, maybe Ryan Tannehill takes it on the read option every now and then. But I expect a lot of Derrick Henry here. I think he'll get 30 carries. And judging the last time he had 30 carries against the Ravens, it'll be pretty good.
All right, so Kenny studs are top-tier running backs. If the pattern holds, Jeff, you're supposed to give me a quarterback here.
Yeah, pattern's going to hold, all right. And look, does Kenny know that Derrick Henry had 250 yards? I don't know why he's comparing him to Jonathan Taylor, but I'm going to go with Lamar Jackson. I mean, again, I'm going to go with the stud at quarterback. And you look at this slate, I don't think the decision is necessarily as easy as it is on the Saturday slate with Josh Allen, but still, the upside with guys like Drew Brees, Ben Roethlisberger, it's thin. Like you could get a big passing game out of Ben Roethlisberger, but man, I feel so much safer with Lamar Jackson. And part of it is matchup. The Tennessee Titans have the worst pass rush in the NFL. We can just say that they're the worst, the lowest in sacks per game. Their secondary has been terrible all year. And look, we think of Lamar Jackson as a run-first quarterback, and obviously he is, but he's improved as a passer at the end of the year. The last 3 or 4 games, he's got a 66% completion percentage over his last 3 games. Marquise Brown, touchdowns in 3 straight games. Mark Andrews is coming back to life finally after a mid-season dip. This offense is starting to click. It's not just that Lamar is running for 150 yards every week. We've seen them come into a role here at the end of the year. And look, they've done it against a couple good defenses. Like I would throw the Giants as a decent defense in there. And this is a better matchup. So yeah, I'm not sure how this game is going to go. Kenny's right. The Ravens have to stop Derrick Henry, I think, if they want to win this game, or at least want to win it in any kind of convincing fashion. But look, if Derrick Henry goes off, I mean, Lamar Jackson threw 59 times in last year's playoff game against Tennessee. That's pretty good from a quarterback. So I think for fantasy purposes, again, you take Lamar at QB, you look for value elsewhere.
Reed, I feel like this is where I'm supposed to ask you who your receiver is from that Titans-Ravens game, but I just can't believe that's the direction you're going to go in here.
Yeah, it's the receiver, but it's not in that game. Marquise Brown, I think, is finally coming to form. I mean, thank goodness it's coming at the right time for the Ravens. Their offense looks pretty strong, but I'm going Deontay Johnson, $6,200 against Cleveland. Like since week 15, he's seen 31 targets. I mean, this is absurd. And last week he only saw 4. So 27 over 2 weeks is crazy. It's just something that when you're looking at a slate like this, especially, that game, not necessarily looking like, and everyone, the narrative is, well, these two teams, might be defensively stout. That really hasn't been the case, especially in the secondary. Pittsburgh secondary, not as strong as we once thought. And the Cleveland secondary, not great at all. I mean, look at the Tennessee receivers back in week 13, Corey Davis, 12 targets, 11 receptions, 180 yards, and a touchdown. I mean, the Browns are giving up the 6th most PPR points to wide receivers. And just that when you're trying to fit Lamar, like these guys, Lamar and Derrick Henry in, everyone's going to pay down at wide receiver. And I think a guy like Deontay Johnson is going to go slightly overlooked. And those targets are tough to come by when you're looking at receiver. I just like getting that volume.
With all those studs you guys have mentioned, Jeff, we're going to need to pay down somewhere. Where's the value?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with that Pittsburgh Steelers game and just kind of touch on something that Reed mentioned. I mean, the Steelers secondary they haven't been as shut down as you think. They got a great D line. They got great pass rushers, good at stopping the run, but they've allowed some big plays. They've allowed some big games to wide receivers. So I think going with one of the Browns receivers here and trying to target a potential big game is fine. Cleveland is underdogs in this game. Baker Mayfield's been playing well, and I'm looking at Rashard Hollywood Higgins here at 4,100, and I think he makes for a pretty solid GPP play at that price. This is a play, again, when he's been in the lineup, and obviously he missed week 16, he has seen some 10-plus target games, and they've come in games when Cleveland has needed to pass. And again, you look at the setup here. The Browns have a great rush game, but the Steelers know what's coming, and their defense has been so good at limiting big runs. You've got to think at some point Baker Mayfield is going to have to win this game. If he's going to do that, probably going to go to his big play guy in Rashard Higgins, averaging over 15 yards per catch over the last half of the season here as well. I just feel like at this price, a lot of people probably looking towards Corey Davis. I kind of like Higgins in the matchup a little bit better. I think there's a little bit more big play potential, and he's cheaper too. So give me Higgins.
What do you think, Reed?
Yeah, I mean, if Darnell Mooney, right, this kind of hinges on Darnell Mooney's availability. If he's out, I really like Anthony Miller against the Saints at $3,300. I mean, when you talk about what Trubisky is going to need, he's going to need a safety blanket, Koff. He's going to be scared of the Saints defense. Saints defense is strong, right? If you talk about the defenses on Sunday, they have to be one of the best, right? And Baltimore, yeah, absolutely. But when you talk about an all-around defense, pass rush, run defense, and the secondary, you like the Saints in that position. And look, over his first 3 weeks, Anthony Miller, when Trubisky was starting, week 1 was wide receiver 19. Week 2, not so great, wide receiver 137 Koff. And then the next week, wide receiver 36. So you like those peaks and valleys when you're looking for a GPP move here. And Anthony Miller, I think, is it. He averaged 24 routes in those first 3 weeks and essentially got targeted on every other route. And that's kind of what you want, right? And the secondary for New Orleans, their weakness is that slot corner. If it's Chauncey, I believe Chauncey Gardner-Johnson might still be on the COVID list. If he's not in, even if he is, they've been susceptible across the middle, and that's really where Anthony Miller does his work. And he's gotten red zone targets as well in those first 3 weeks. And so that could be one. If he is in, if Mooney is in, Corey Davis, I think at 4,800 is also interesting as well.
Bring it home, Kenneth. Value Sunday.
Yeah, I like your guys' calls. I'm going super value here with Marquez Callaway at $3,100, the undrafted rookie out of Tennessee, simply because the Saints will probably run the football a lot here. So I don't think that there's going to be, a Ben Roethlisberger type number of 50, passing attempts here by Drew Brees. But there's no Michael Thomas, which, they didn't have him for the 2019 NFC Championship game either. So that they're used to that. No Traquan Smith. Who are they going to throw the football to? Well, I don't think they're going to be targeting Kyle Fuller on the outside, facing up against Emmanuel Sanders. I do think Sanders is going to get a pretty high volume, but I don't think that he's going to be open a lot. Jared Cook, he's usually good for like 4 targets a game, mostly in the red zone. So what are they going to do here? They're going to throw to Alvin Kamara, sure. I think they're also going to throw to Marquez Callaway. He's gotten 4 targets a game in each of the last 2. They're not going to throw to Juwan Johnson here, right? He's a non-factor in the Saints offense. They're not throwing it to Jake Kumaro, except for the one time he caught a touchdown pass and blew up a showdown slate. It's going to be Marquez Callaway. At $3,100, I think you can do a lot worse here than a guy that could potentially get you 6 catches for 50 yards. He's shown some promise. And, I also kind of like Des Bryant down here at $3,000, just on the off chance that they decided it's the playoffs. Let's use Des Bryant because he's played in the playoffs before, and we have no other receivers. But the emergence of Hollywood Brown, I think, kind of ticks his value down a little bit. And ultimately, I think I side with Callaway here. Again, I don't really like saving money on this slate because all the value receivers, it's just kind of ugly. But if you have to pick one, I think you got the Saints number 2 receiver here at $3,100, and Drew Brees might try to go out with a bang here in his NFL career. So I think he could maybe get, 7 or 8 targets.
DraftKings has a millionaire contest Saturday, another one Sunday, and the 4 of us and all of you have 6 games to watch this weekend. This has been NFL Price Check.
You can enter a lineup right now for our 2.25 million wildcard millionaire right now in the DraftKings lobby. $25 entry, $1 million in first place. Now, guys, last hour we heard part one of Emerson's conversation with the former Giants wide receiver Hakeem Nicks, where they discussed the unceremonious end to New York's season. We now bring you part two, where the former Giants star looks back on his most successful season.
I mean, you were with the Giants the last time they won a division, like in 2011. What do you remember from the playoffs and that Super Bowl run?
Man, just everybody excited. Once we got in, because we was 9-7 that year. So I think once we got in there, we was like, okay, it's a whole new ball game. And we had experienced coaches that we believed in. And then the slogan that year was just all in. Everybody was all in on one accord. No egos. Everybody wanted to see everybody succeed, and that just made the teams thrive and be the best we could be at that moment.
Yeah, how were you guys able to put together that streak too, like that winning streak, in order to like crack the postseason?
I think once we knew our back was against the wall, we had that one spark. Victor Cruz gave us in the Jets game.
Yep.
And we took that and ran with it right after that game.
How often do you think about that Super Bowl victory? Because I was going back, I was reading up about it, and I remember Bill Belichick building a game plan really around containing that receiving core. And then you go out and tally a game high 10 catches for 109 yards.
Man, that was just me trying to just be there for Eli, man. that was a hard, tough defense to go against, man. They was out there hitting hard. Then they made us run a lot of zone breaking routes, so which really had to read a lot of defenses on the run at the time. So we'd call a play, and then according to that defense they ran, we had to run a certain play. So we had to be on top of our game going into that game. You still talk to Victor Cruz a lot? I talk to Cruz, man. That's my brother. He's doing pretty well. He's everywhere nowadays. He really is. I see him everywhere. He's a good friend of DraftKings. We've done some projects with him like in the past as well. I just know like those were the glory days for you guys. I don't know how often people approach you like out on the street and just want to pick your brain about the Super Bowl run. Oh yeah, all the time, especially to my young guys that I be training, man, and dealing with here in my local area down in Charlotte. But that's why I give back to most of the time, man. It's these young guys, man, and just feeding them the game, man, because they got the love for the game. Before you get out of here, and since we're on the subject of the Super Bowl, right now in the DraftKings Sportsbook, Chiefs have the best odds. They're plus 225. The Packers, second best odds to win. Who do you think will end up hoisting the trophy in the big game? Oh man, it's tough to say. I mean, obviously, the Chiefs, they're back in the same position, and once they've been there in their most, recent team, so they're back in the same situation. You can never count them out. Me personally can't count out, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, or Aaron Rodgers at that. So, but I think a surprise team in the AFC though, the Bills. Oh yes, the Bills. All right, so your final two teams standing in the Super Bowl are going to be who? My final two teams standing. I'm putting you on the spot. Oh man, you put me on the spot. Let's go. You like the Chiefs. You said that. You like the Bills to compete with the Chiefs, but who's repping the AFC? Yeah, I like that. I think that's the AFC matchup, AFC Championship matchup. And I think the Chiefs would take it. I think the Chiefs would take it because they got more weapons. All right. And the NFC, man, I'm stuck between. This is tough, dude. Yeah. Because you kind of could think, man, Tampa could get Green Bay. Yeah. And who knows if Seattle decides to make a run, right. Russell Wilson. He turns it on because he was in that MVP mode earlier in the year. Right. All right, so you got Chiefs and who? Oh, just make it. Do it. Come on, coward. Do it. Oh man. Let's go Chiefs. Let's go Chiefs and Green Bay. All right. And who's hoisting it? I'm gonna go with the Chiefs. Oh, repeat. I like it. I'm gonna go with the Chiefs. Well, if anyone knows, just because they showed me they can do it, they showed me they can do it time after time again. So you got to go with the consistency.
All right. Well, if anyone knows what it takes to play on the game's biggest stage and win there, it is you, Hakeem Nicks. It's really good catching up with you, man. Thanks for hanging out with DraftKings.
Hey, man, I appreciate y'all for having me, man.
The time has come to talk about our play of the day here on the Dream Stream. The PGA Tour returns to action this week with the first tournament of 2021. The Century Tournament of Champions tees off on Thursday from Kapalua Resort in Hawaii. Some of the biggest names in golf are participating, and you can enter a lineup right now for our PGA Tour 600K season tee-off contest. So a $10 entry is going to give you a shot at 600K in total prizes, with 200K going to first place. So go check that out in the DK lobby right now. And while you do that, we're going to give you some help with those lineups, courtesy of Pat Mayo and the Action Network's Jason Sobel. We're going to start with Pat and Jeff Feinberg breaking down some of their favorite long shot plays for this week's tourney.
Cantley and Reed and Webb are all 18-1. Vic and Hideki are 20. Finau, Morikawa, how's your burger? 28-1.
I went to bed potentially thinking I could bet Cantley or Reed this week. I don't know why I chickened out on Reed, because I thought anything close to 20 I would fire on.
It's a good number.
Yeah. On it, I'll be honest. You mentioned him. I literally thought my card, like on Saturday, when envisioning what I would be doing, would be Reed and Berger.
And it's funny because I'm going the other way. There's 3 guys I haven't narrowed down to is where I was probably going to start my card with if I didn't jump up and take a Bryson or a Justin Thomas. Really digging Hideki. Hideki has never finished worse than T5 in this tournament in his career.
Interesting. Okay.
And it's been a while. I mean, you forget because he hasn't won since 2017. He hasn't been at this tournament. But he loves a good no-cut event. Half of his wins in his career at no-cut events. And he sucks on Bermuda is the one thing. But these are like the slowest greens on tour. And it's not like he had a bad year last year. I went back and looked at it. 11 of his 12 starts, I think it was, post-COVID, he finished inside the top 30. It's a lot like he basically did what Rory did.
And are you looking at Webb? Because I heard you make a Wyndham comp earlier, so I just knew when you said that. Pat's got a Webb mind.
Think about it. Webb, if we were talking about a course where driving distance isn't the end of the world, and Webb's a fine driver of the ball, but he's not Dustin or Bryson off the tee. He's an excellent wedge player, one of the best, probably akin to Justin Thomas. Now, he faltered towards the end of last year. Maybe that was natural regression after being the best iron player or top 3 iron player in the world for the past 2 years. But we're on Bermuda. You always take Webb on Bermuda. Slow greens. He's one of the best slow green putters. He's basically the really good version of Brendan Todd. And he's a top 10 player in the world, and he's the same odds basically as Victor Hovland, who's great and everything. But
that's an insult to Webb.
I feel like this is a very good price for him.
To call him Brendan Todd.
But like he's not like.
But like you don't need like.
But if you're looking for comps for players, right? Like I think that Morikawa is the better version of Webb, tee to green. But obviously Webb has the huge advantage on the greens. Todd hits every fairway. He's short off the tee, really good with wedges, and makes every putt. Webb is longer off the tee, not quite as accurate, better with his irons overall, and almost as good of a putter. Like he's the advanced version of what, like Todd is playing last year. Todd played peak Todd, and peak Todd wasn't even as good as like average Webb.
Can I just say something? Dustin literally like just tweeted something.
And now your opinions have changed?
No, about a video about there is no such thing as an off season, and clips of him like how hard he's been working. I'm not changing my opinion. I still think that like he kind of mentally shut it down, and we're gonna build that sucker back up and crush out souls again. Hit and giggle just reeks Justin to me. I like going to the wall with Justin in Muck Muck.
2019, Webb played this, came 8th. It was the first time in 5 years he had played. Previous to that, 14, 13, and 12, 3rd, 11th, and 3rd. Gained 7.2 strokes on approach in 2019, too. Couldn't make a putt to save his life, which is kind of weird for Webb Simpson on Bermuda grass greens. So I think that he's somewhat undervalued at 18-1. I've seen him at 20-1 in some spots. It's hard for me to get away from Reed at this number because Reed just plays this course so well, but he gained almost 10 strokes putting last year. Like it was a really outlier performance a year ago that's just really hard to replicate.
I really wanted to start the year backing him again, but I'm I'm going to go with the good guy in Justin Thomas. And any thoughts?
You think that will screw up the cohesion of your card? That if you take super good guy Justin Thomas and villain Patrick Reed, that it might just wash itself out? Not good team unity on the betting card.
I mean, I guess I could. It's a low exposure event. Maybe I make no other moves and walk away with those two. Victor, also potential for me, but I don't know if I want to just back him.
It's hard.
I'd rather bet like a Reed or Cantley at 2 shorter points at the moment.
Now, Vic didn't play in this when he won Puerto Rico, but this event, it's not necessarily that it's unkind to first-time winners. It's just we never see first-time winners win. Neiman came 5th last year in his debut, and he was the 7th first-time
Did
player.
Morikawa play? Because he won.
Was the 7th.
Oh, sorry. I'm excited.
I get that you're excited. He became the 7th player since 2014 to finish inside the top 5 as a first-time player. Yes, Morikawa did play last year. He was T7. Morikawa was the other one on this list that I was looking at.
You blink, and just like that, golf is back. We got the Century Tournament of Champions with the return of the PGA, and of course, the return here of Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, Adam. I am so glad to get this long wait over with, and finally the PGA Tour is back. What a long month it was.
This tournament in Maui, too. I can't believe they're not letting you cover it in person.
I've done this one a few times, probably about 6 or 7 times I've covered this event, and people ask me all the time, what's your favorite event to cover? The Masters? Yeah, that one's great. US Open? Sure, love it. The Open Championship? Fantastic week as always, but nothing beats a week at Kapalua. Late tee times, they finish up early. The beach is right nearby. It's a pretty good week to be there.
Yeah, strangely, this is the one where the family says, can we come along? Would that be
weird,
okay?
huh?
Just tag along on the trip. So Dustin Johnson, let's talk about him. Of course, coming off that dominant win at the Masters. This is a tournament he's won a couple of times as well. He's the betting favorite to do so again on the DK Sportsbook, plus 650. Will he win for a third time?
Okay, so Adam, I've got a prevalent theme for this week, and there's one metric that I like better than all others. It's not driving distance. It's not strokes gained approach shots. It's not even putting. It's motivation. And I'm looking at guys who are treating this week's Tournament of Champions as a business trip, not a vacation. That said, Dustin Johnson is the eternal outlier. Dustin Johnson can show up, basically jump off the back of a fishing boat onto the first tee and go out and win this golf tournament, as he's done a few times in the past. And, I have a feeling that it's more vacation than business trip for him anyway. And still, he just goes out there and plays really good golf because he's the best player in the world. And so, like I said, he is an outlier. He can absolutely win this golf tournament. He is not my favorite play this week. I just think those odds are a little bit too low with an elite field featuring 10 of the top 11 players in the world. That said, if you really like him, I won't stop you.
All right, so business trip or vacation for Justin Thomas. This guy has won this tournament a couple of times as well, most recently last year, as a matter of fact. He is the third best odds in the DK Sportsbook at plus 800. Will the third time be another charm for him?
Yeah, just like Dustin Johnson at the Masters, JT also coming off a win in his last start. Of course, he doesn't have his dad next to him this time. He won with his father, Mike, at the PNC Championship. Also isn't playing against 11-year-old Charlie Woods either. So he's got some stiffer competition this time around. And again, I feel the same way about JT as I feel about DJ, which is, look, I'm not going to talk you out of him. If you really like him this week, he's a 2-time champion. Absolutely, he can win this golf tournament. Is he my favorite play? Again, just the odds are a little bit too low. I understand them. They're the right odds. I just don't think I want to dip that low for Justin Thomas this week. But if you're playing one and done pools, if you're looking for a DFS pick and you want to plug in Justin Thomas this week, yes, he should be a very strong play.
Xander Schauffele is plus 1,000 odds. That's fourth best in the field. He won here 2019. He was the runner-up last year, except unlike those last couple of guys coming off of wins, he's trying to shake off a poor finish in the second half of the Masters. How's this unfold?
You know, he was my favorite play on the board as of this past weekend. And then reports came out of Kapalua that he is just getting over COVID. And so apparently feels healthy, maybe a little bit lethargic. He is testing negative now, so he will be in the field. Nothing to worry about there. But the fact that he's getting over that, it doesn't bring me from loving Xander this week to hating him. but it does drop him just a little bit, a couple of notches in my eyes. And so he's won this event 2 years ago. He lost in a playoff last year. Obviously really likes this golf course, should be a strong play. But again, just that concern over getting over COVID just recently just drops him a little bit in my eyes from top of the board to just below the top.
Player props are always fun, obviously, and the DK Sportsbook has plenty. This is a different kind of one that I don't think we've ever discussed, which is bringing college into it and alma maters. You have a handful of guys from the University of Georgia, led by Patrick Reed at plus 150 with this particular prop to win this tournament. Who is going to be that guy, that former Bulldog, to come out and upset all his peers?
Well, I think the other Georgia Bulldogs might take a little bit of offense to Patrick Reed being included in this prop, as he left Georgia and won a couple of national titles at Augusta State. That said, if I'm picking amongst the Georgia products, so to speak, I'm still sticking with Patrick Reed. He played really well here a year ago, got into that playoff, and I think he's a guy that, like I said earlier, will treat this like a business trip. I don't think he's going on vacation, going paddle boarding and whale watching too much. I think this is a guy who's very motivated, very intense on the golf course, and I think we're going to see a good week from Patrick Reed. So sorry to the Georgia guys, but I think you're going to lose to an Augusta State guy in that prop.
Another prop is best 18-hole score. It would be easy to go with a favorite, one of the guys we've already discussed, but is there a long shot guy maybe you like better here?
Yeah, this is a really tough one. I looked at first-round leader bets over the last 4 years, and even though we've had superstars winning this golf tournament, it's been Joaquin Niemann, Mark Leishman, Kevin Tway, Jimmy Walker as the first-round leader. So basically what I'm saying is there is a guy that can shoot a good score who isn't necessarily one of the top names in the field. So it's worth searching for somebody. Who is that guy? Boy, if you want to look at a big hitter, Jason Kokrak or Cameron Champ could do it this week. If you want more of a ball striker, Carlos Ortiz, Sebastian Munoz, both of them played really well at the end of 2020. So there are a few names for you if you want to chase this one, try to find the guy that's going to shoot 62 or 63 to win that prop.
Okay, so individual 18-hole round scores aside, how about just a long shot guy, someone who's, less popular, sneak in, get some good odds on him just to finish top 5 in the whole tournament?
Yeah, top 5, top 10. I think Mackenzie Hughes is a nice bet this week on this golf course. You're going to see a lot of guys with 20, 25, 30-foot putts or that mid to longer range putt. And quite frankly, most of the time, we're going to see guys lag one down there. They're going to tap in for their par. They're going to move on to the next hole. Mackenzie Hughes, one of the best putters, fast green putters, and long putters, long-range putters on the PGA Tour right now, rolls it really well. And if he is thawed out from that Canadian winter, I think he could have a really good week in Hawaii. In fact, I expect him to play a little bit better each round. I think by the weekend, that prop bet could pay off.
It's a new year, Jason, but same old question. Who's going to win this thing?
I am going with a guy who is absolutely on a business trip, maybe the most business-like and intense player that we have in the top tier of the players in the world right now, and that's Patrick Cantlay. Showed late last year in October, that he could go toe-to-toe with some of the game's best, beating Jon Rahm and Justin Thomas down the stretch of the Zozo Championship. He was 4th here last year, so obviously likes the golf course. And like I said, for me, the biggest thing is motivation this week. I don't think Patrick Cantlay is going there to do some whale watching and go hang out in the ocean and frolic and drink Mai Tais. He's going there to win a golf tournament, and that's exactly what I want from a player this week.
We are just minutes away from Madden After Dark, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. It's not too late to get in on tonight's NBA action. We have a 2-game slate starting in just a few minutes at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So draft your lineup from Spurs, Clippers, and Bulls Blazers in our Tuesday night special contest. That pays out $100K to first place. We also have a featured showdown for that Bulls Blazers game locking at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. Our $120K fadeaway is just a $15 entry, and that pays out $30K to first place. And don't forget to check out all the action over on the DK Sportsbook on the NFL, NBA, college football, college basketball, UFC, and more. All right, guys, it is time for me to say goodbye tonight, but I leave you in the capable hands, or somewhat capable hands, of Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Kristoff for the call of Rams and Bills on Madden After Dark.
That's better. I mean, we flipped the calendar to a new year, and it's still not very capable, but somewhat capable. Jesse, thank you. Have a great rest of your night. Here we go. Bills and Rams in Buffalo. There will be fans in the sim. There will be some fans in Buffalo this weekend. Should be fun to start the playoff action on Saturday. Brandon Kristoff, we have a couple of minutes to get our lineups good to go. What do you got going on? How you feeling about your lineup?
I feel better about this lineup than my first lineup, and I finished. Where did I finish? Fourth?
Sixth. I finished sixth last. You finished in sixth.
Yeah, so I like this lineup better, maybe just because I like what the Bills have going on and some of my Rams plays. Even though I'm playing mostly Bills, I think I have the Rams D just with Aaron Donald and that crew that they can make a play. So I'm excited. I sat down and saw the last comment from the end of the chat, and Earl Sparks in our previous sim said, Kristoff seems like the kind of guy that'll go into a convenience store for a newspaper and talk to a total stranger about nothing interesting for 30 minutes. I suppose interesting, like everything else, is just it's all relative.
To take it a step further, you'll get the newspaper, read the front page, and then you'll have something on the newspaper.
Sure.
Whatever the cover says.
Absolutely.
Hey, so I haven't done either of these teams in a while, but Darrell Henderson is like the sneaky good dude.
I saw that. When I saw his numbers, I was like, oh, okay. He's clearly getting more run than I would have expected.
Yeah, third down back. I've put him in the captain spot just to kind of give myself some freedom with the rest of my lineup. I've got Josh Allen, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, Lee Smith, who's the tight end one in Buffalo, and then Josh Reynolds, who's like the most productive wideout 3 between the two teams. So that's what I went with. Used all my money. So Henderson and the captain. No Jared Goff. I am not team Jared Goff. So.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, so as I'm tied for first with you, I captained Cooper Kupp despite my nervousness about Jared Goff. Then I've got Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Higbee, Josh Reynolds, who's averaging 11 points a game.
Right.
And Lee Smith, kind of a punt play, but I've done a Bills game where he scored. And the other day when I played against Kaufman, I played Lee Smith, and he scored twice in real life.
Wow.
So I'm feeling a little Lee Smith love.
All right. Very good. Lineups have locked. This is the final sim on this Tuesday. And then we go to Wild Weather Wednesday tomorrow. I know you're all excited for that. So
I like Wild Weather Wednesday. I know I'm not going to be a part of it tomorrow, but I was last week. I always like it.
Try to enjoy this one as much as you can. I know you'd rather have the weather, everybody. So, I don't know. I don't mind it either, but we'll get to that later. Let's enjoy the day that is today and have ourselves a good sim. I am looking the way we're going to bring energy tonight, and there's a discussion about that because we had a discussion about voting on the buzzword. I still my words I heard have been twisted. My words last night were I actually brought to the table, and I want to do this now to kind of get it out of the way. Brandon Kristoff, I am debating, and I think I've made up my mind, despite the vote, that I want to do away with the buzzword. That was a 2020 thing. And we had a vote last night. Yes won. Yes meaning keep the buzzword. But I kind of want to move on from it. Am I crazy?
Well, I don't know. Even though you and I have done a number of games, I feel like I haven't been a part of the buzzword enthusiasm one way or the other. So I guess you have to explain it to me. And then I'll decide if I think it's worthy of keeping. Not that my vote counts more than anyone else's, but a microphone.
I love these Rams uniforms, first and foremost. Roland, yes, Samir is still with us. He is Samir. He's behind the scenes.
We're going with the Rams circa St. Louis Super Bowl kind of unis here.
Love those. So I feel like I would be doing myself dirty. The buzzword was installed because quiet hours were installed in my building. Because some moron late at night during the pandemic times, late March, early April, someone was announcing football games very loudly. And there was an email sent to the entire building that whoever's doing that needs to stop. And we've installed quiet hours at 11 o'clock. So now I have decided to troll my own building. And ever since, yell a word for a minute straight.
How bummed were you that Sarah sent that email to the rest of the building?
Oh, she wouldn't do that. She knows I like to have fun.
As long as she's not on a conference call to the board of directors.
Man, you might be right.
It turns out she was the one who sent the email.
All right. Well, I'm debating if I want to just stop doing it, but I didn't feel great about it last night not doing it. Got to be
Quiet hour starting at 11. Well, we still have an hour.
Oh, yeah. I just think, as a way to go out, just shout a word, a theme, a word that kind of represents the night. And,
we were off. My Jayhawks start playing right now, so I will put that on a small screen in the corner and try not to yell at the television too much.
Yeah, I was wrong, and that game did tip off just now. So I'm actually happy, so I can catch the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't love this Jayhawks team, but they'll be a tough out in March. They played like crap against Texas the other day.
Jason says, does anyone know when DraftKings is going to stop the Madden streams, or is it year-round? Oh, this is year-round, my friend. These are not going anywhere. Never. Stay here. Let's see. Giggle pigs. Amen. Mr. T. Reynolds in the captain spot. It's 3rd and 5. The unfortunate part about rostering so many Rams is Jared Goff must deliver the ball to these players. And I'm worried about it.
It's a dependent position.
Yes, he does have to get the ball to the players. That would be helpful. Here is Goff sitting pretty in the pocket. Oh, no, and look what you did. Oh, no, wait a minute. And he got a man. Higbee short. Oh, he fumbles. The Bills have it.
Higbee, one of my six players.
Wow.
What a disappointment.
Tyler Higbee. Jared Goff saved the play, and that is how you repay him? The galloping chicken? Oh, we got a booth review. Hold on a second.
Oh, was he down?
Was he down? But still not enough for the first down. Be fourth down, so we're going to punt. He's down. He's down. That was fun. Just a whole lot just happened there. Yeah, Jimmy B, Brad Wallace, what a mess. Take the chai guy. Baby. What's up? Yeah, they're going to punt. Well, not a turnover. If you had the Bills DST, I'm sorry to hear. Sorry for you. Bonzo, what's good? Edge 95, good to see you, pal. Hope you are all having a great day. Brandon Cristal is here. Brendan Glasheen. Zach and Jim updating scores. Michael and Daniel, the production team. Jesse Cofield just said goodnight. So, thanks to Jesse for all she does on these streams. On the handoff, it is Devin Singletary for a gain of 6 to the 26-yard line. Josh Allen, 88% owned in the $500 free contest. 32.6% in the captain. Steph Diggs, 20% captain. 70% in the flex. Big numbers. And on 2nd and 4, Singletary just shy of the first down. 3rd and 1. Yeah, these uniforms go back to the 90s for the Bills. And these are the 2000 St. Louis Rams uniforms. Sharp look. Trips to the left side for Josh Allen, who does have superstar traits in the update. That's complete. Lee Smith gains 14 yards. Josh Allen now 1 for 1. And that'll move the
I'm
chain.
slightly distracted. I was trying to see if I can find your buddy calling this KU game. The only broadcast I'm getting on the ESPN app, or on ESPN.com rather, is the Spanish broadcast. I don't know why, because it's on regular ESPN. Either way, as long as I can see the score, I'm obviously not listening to the call right now.
Yeah, you really concerned me. You were very quiet.
I was more confused, and you were rolling through the lineups and what people were doing. So, Lee Smith, big game. I see that in the chat. Let's go. Lee Smith's one of my 6. I was in 30th place a second ago.
I'm in 84th. By the way, 186 entries in the contest. Thank you all for partaking. Trips right from the 42.
31st place.
Here's Allen. That is broken up. 3rd and long coming up.
I'm in a showdown with Koff, but I've got the Joker tonight, so hopefully he goes off against the visiting T-Wolves here in Denver.
I've got did I play him? I guess I didn't. Nope.
I played Kyrie. He got me 51.5 points. Joker's already got 29.5 in the second quarter.
I played Kyrie as well. He was like absolutely. I'm only down by 1.75 to Koff right now in a head-to-head.
We both played Davis. Ed Davis. He's filling in for Big Cat. I got McCollum going later. He has someone not revealed. And I have Juancho Hernan Gomez, who's got 34.25. Still down 5 though. Oh, because he got 45 from Anthony Davis. And I played the Prince kid, thinking he would steal Durant's minutes. And he may have, but he didn't score any points.
Master is wondering, will there be more tomorrow? Madden Sims, yes. Wild Weather Wednesday, 6 Sims. We do have the weather. We do have the scheduled matchups, so we can discuss at the quarter break. Let's see. Small Ben 7. There's my guy, Lee Smith. There's Jared Goff. Oh, my goodness. He threw it right to Tre'Davious White. Take it to the crib. In his face. That's what you deserve, Jared Goff. Dive next time. Touchdown, Buffalo. Guy stinks.
Luckily, he's under contract for 3 more years for $150 million or whatever.
Yeah, Robert Woods is the guy wearing the navy blue, not the cerulean blue.
I don't know if I love the blue on blue matchup.
This is great. Haven't done a Rams game in a while, and Jared Goff, you just keep delivering.
And I wish I rostered the Bills defense.
I tell you, don't trust Jared Goff. He'll let you down. He will let you down. Pick 6. What was he thinking? Unbelievable. Well, the Bills defense should have 2 picks. Luckily for Jared Goff, Tyler Higbee was down, bailed him out. 2 drives, should be 2 picks, but it's just 1. Take the Chai guy says, good looks, Goff. I needed that. Dean Murray rostered the Bills defense. I should have known something. I should have done that too. For the way I knocked Jared Goff, I should have rostered the Bills D.
Oh, I thought I had the Rams D. I do not. But now I wish I had the Bills D instead of Reynolds or Higbee. You get enticed when you build a lineup and you can spend so much more money on a skill player.
It's true.
When the defense, like I had the Niners D last game, and what they end up with 4 or 5 sacks.
Captain Blood, ownership on the Bills defense. Got it right here. 12.7% flexed, 1.5% in the captain spot.
Oh, they're the leader in the clubhouse right now for player of the game if they keep this in.
Yeah. That is in the $500 free showdown. We also have the late classic wrapping up tonight. Good start if you played the Bills defense in classic. Shout out to chat if you played the Bills D in classic. and we'll make sure we get you involved. Here's Jared Goff on 2nd and 10. He missed his receiver. He's now 2 for 5, 10 yards, and a pick. Yes, Gone Fishing. Goff, you got to fade Jared Goff. I've always said this. If I meet Jared Goff in real life, I'm sure he's a nice guy. But just not a guy you want to be around in Simran. Watch this. Tre'Davious White. Watch this. Do it. Okay.
Nope.
Robert Woods.
Former Bill. It was old team pick.
Ooh, revenge narrative. Good call, Brandon Christo.
I don't know if it's that much of a revenge. You were drafted by the Bills. You get traded to your hometown where you played in college at USC. And you go to the Super Bowl in your first or second year there. So it's not that much revenge. It's more just, I was better than you thought, dummies, but I'm glad I'm in LA. Of course, the Bills are in the playoffs also in real life.
Yeah, Rams too. And do we know what's the latest on Jared Goff if he's going to play this weekend? That would be.
I haven't seen, but today's Tuesday. And, well, is that one of the Saturday games or Sunday games? I haven't memorized the schedule yet.
The Rams and Seahawks play Saturday. So
I saw that game a couple weeks ago. It's pretty boring. Hopefully it'll be more exciting.
So they're both of these teams are on Saturday.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah. The Bills, Colts early, Rams, Seahawks middle of the slate, and then Buccaneers, a Washington football team to close it out.
That's right. We were talking about that game for a bit. Last sim. Dean Murray, nice work. Had the Bills defense in Classic. 13th right now in the CEH free roll.
There's my captain.
Cooper Kupp, nice work.
Or as Archie Manning calls his oldest boy, Cooper. Peyton and Eli's older brother. Normal people would just say Cooper. Most of us aren't from Mississippi or wherever. I think that's where Archie's from.
I'm reading CBSSports.com. Jared Goff still uncertain for Wild Card Weekend.
They might be better off with Walford anyway. Ooh.
Nice play by Reynolds.
I got him too. Now I just need 11 or 10 to get in the end zone, and we're in business, even on an end around. That way the people that have Goff get screwed again.
All right, everybody, tell us who you need.
Oh, LL Cool J just tweeted, Dre is recovering nicely. So that's good for those of us, or those of you that missed it, that Dr. Dre had a brain aneurysm.
Awful.
I've had this conversation before, and it'll keep coming up. Because sports has grown the way it has and entertainment has, we'll just call it the last 30, 40 years, more and more famous people are going to keep dying compared to the early 80s when there just weren't that many celebrities. I mean, you have celebrities upon celebrities, you have fake celebrities. So unfortunately, from now until the end of time, or unless celebrity culture changes, there'll just be a run on famous people dying, I don't say all the time, but with some frequency. And thankfully, it looks like Dr. Dre hopefully is okay, according to that Cool J.
I mean, just because it's Madden After Dark doesn't mean you have to go dark on us there. Yeah.
Sorry. Every time somebody famous dies, I'm like, well, yeah. In the 50s, nobody knew any of the athletes or any of the entertainers other than Ella Fitzgerald or whatever.
That was Henderson making the catch just shy of the end zone at the 2-yard line. Malcolm Brown is the RB1. Henderson the RB3. But you'll see him on third down situations. 3rd and goal here. They give it to the big guy, and he's short. Oh, they gave it to Brown, excuse me. They go to Brown, the non-third down back. And 4th and goal coming up for the Rams. The touchdown belongs to the Buffalo defense. Wow. What a putrid start out of the Rams offense.
I feel bad I rostered 3 of their players and captained one of them.
Yeah. Got Lakers, Grizzlies on right now. Wow, LeBron is pretty good at basketball.
He's good. Anthony Davis is good. They're going to be fine.
Yeah. Malcolm Brown, 4 carries, -3 yards.
Malcolm Brown was the #1 running back in high school his senior year. I think I've shared this tidbit before. Todd Gurley started over him a bunch of years, was the #10 running back that same senior year.
Really?
Yeah, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And even though Gurley hasn't been great in recent years, he's still much more heralded than Malcolm Brown.
Higbee has 3 catches, 13 yards. The longest grab belongs to Josh Reynolds, 1 for 21. Robert Woods, 1 for 20. Jason says delete him off the game. Talking about
Goff?
Malcolm Brown. I think Malcolm Brown, Or maybe he's talking about Goff. Let's see. The kick is good. Sam Sloman. Almost wanted to say Greg the Leg. It's too bad.
No, he's a Cowboy.
He is
Helped me win a couple of fantasy games this year. Had like 18 one time, like 21 one week.
I was very tardy last time. First time playing Fortnite. Fooligan, Tagazit, Colin. What's up, guys? Mamba Vision. Hello to all of you on Twitch. Thanks for being there. You guys are great. Hit that like button. We're only 30 likes away from 400. 425 folks watching on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out on a late night Tuesday. West Coasters, still early in the evening. So if you haven't already, smash the like. It's appreciated. Scott Waddell, Barry. Wait, what is Barry saying? You owe DraftKings, Ed Scott? Edge, I'm fine. Having a seltzer water and a piece of gum.
Did you want to look at the 15 Hall of Fame finalists? I know we talked about it last time.
Sure, yeah. So Peyton Manning's on there, of course.
Yep, he's a lock. Mark it down. Just remember, you heard it here first. When you find out that he was in, just be like, "Yep, PK said it." As the story goes, Brett Favre. This is the way it works in the room. So there's 48 voters. Used to be 46. They added Dan Fouts and James Lofton, 2 media members who are gold jacket wearers as well. Whoever's presenting, usually it's the local media from the town they played in. The one voter from that city stands up and says, "I present so-and-so for the Hall of Fame." So the Green Bay voter, I'm not sure who that is, stood up and said, "I present Brett Favre for enshrinement in the Hall of Fame or consideration."
Mm-hmm.
And that was it. That was the end of the presentation. It apparently took 11 seconds, I believe, because you don't vote at that point. You would go through the presentation and talk about a guy, right? So that was like Zach Thomas is one of the semifinalists. So the Miami voter is going to get up and say, "I present Zach Thomas," and then start reading through his list. He did this. He made this many Pro Bowls. And they go through it. And then maybe if a player played multiple cities, they'll say, okay, like before they open it up for discussion, do you have anything you want to add? Like say a John Lynch, right? He played most of his career in Tampa, so he'll get presented by the Tampa person. Then they will allow Denver's voter, Jeff Legwald, to speak on his behalf before opening it up to discussion.
JE in the chat, Bills pick 6. That is the touchdown. Jared Goff threw an awful, no interception is a good one, but it was just not pretty. He threw it right to Tre'Davious White. Do you want to go through each of these names and give me a yes or a no?
On whether they're Hall of Fame finalists or whether they're Hall of Famers?
Whether they're Hall of Famers as of this season.
Well, here's the biggest issue with the 15 names.
Yep.
Is figuring out the final 5, which is what it has to get down to. It's not going to be easy, especially with the first 3, I think, garnering strong consideration. But I will go through it with you here. I'm trying to just find the easiest way the list is. Okay.
So we got to get this down to 5.
Got to get it down to 5, and this is how many times they've been finalists. So bigger.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, I don't have that part up. That's a good point.
Well, it's right on the Hall of Fame's website, so I can.
Oh, okay.
So who's going first? You're going first, or I'm going first? And are we doing it alphabetically or based on eligibility? Why don't we do that based on eligibility?
You said the list is on NFL.com? On Pro.
Yeah, if you go to Pro Football Hall of Fame, profootballhof.com.
Yeah.
Click on read more on right under the first story. That'll get you there quickly.
Okay. Very good. Oh, I was just here.
Well, and now you're back.
Oh, here we go. Boom. Times as a finalist. Got it. Okay. All right, let's go right in order.
This is alphabetical order, not Times as a finalist order.
Alphabetical order.
Okay.
Jared Allen.
Not a Hall of Famer this year. I'm not sure he ever gets in.
Okay. It's a tough one. But
he did lead the league in sacks at least a couple of years. and I guess we need to check Korea's on the all-time list. But I don't know if when you flip the TV on, you're like, oh, Jared Allen's definitely a Hall of Famer. The eye test matters to me.
Rondé Barber.
Not going to get in this year. I bet you he gets in at some point.
Right, and we're going off, yeah, if they're going to get in this year. That is a completion. Nice ball there. Buffalo to the Rams, 27. It's John Brown. We'll keep an eye on that. Tony Boselli.
Tony Boselli.
What did I say, Tom? Tony, sorry.
It sounded like you said Ton. Tony Boselli, he's definitely going to make it into the top 10. And so that's how it works, is they vote the first round out of 15 guys, they vote it down to 10. And then at 10, they vote down to 5, and then at 5, they vote again. So just because you make it to the final 5 doesn't mean you get in. Not every year in the last, 15 or 20 years, 5 people get in. So Tony Boselli it's going to be either he or Alan Faneca is the O lineman that gets in next. They're the only 2 linemen on there. But I think that this year may be his year. Tony Boselli was so good. He falls into the Gale Sayers, Terrell Davis argument, but he played 6 or 8 years and was all pro, first team all pro for like 6 years.
All right.
So I'm saying put Boselli in my top 10 for him.
Okay. All right, Leroy Butler.
No, not this year. Not ahead of John Lynch.
Alan Faneca.
Faneca, like Tony Boselli, will be in the top 10. So we're getting rid of names right now. I think Jared Allen and Rondé Barber for sure aren't in the top 10. Torrey Holt, and I think Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne are going to continue to kind of split votes, if that makes sense. They both accumulated a lot of stats, won a Super Bowl, and Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce had obviously been splitting votes for a long time until Isaac got in.
Were you a yes on him or no?
No, I'm a no on Holt right now.
Okay. Yeah, 1 so far out of the first 6.
Well, but now these next ones are going to be a lot easier.
Calvin Johnson.
He is definitely a finalist. I'm not sure he's a Hall of Famer. He's certainly a Hall of Fame talent, but lots of receivers have had to wait. Very few receivers have gone in first ballot. Randy Moss did. We know T.O. had to wait. Mike Werner had to wait. Chris Carter had to wait. Isaac Bruce had to wait. I think there's a chance because Calvin chose to walk away and didn't need to, that counts against him, even though he was so dominant at times. And his teams never won. Again, not his fault, but just a fact.
John Lynch.
Definitely a finalist.
Okay. Peyton Manning.
Yes, as I have predicted and will continue to predict, he does get in on the first ballot.
Okay, so you're up to 4. Clay Matthews.
I think he gets in. I think there's some big sentiment, even though it's his first time as a finalist. I think people realize this dude played 19 years and never missed a snap hard. He was always on the field. I think the same thing's going to go for Sam Mills, who's next on the list.
Sam Mills.
Yeah, Sam Mills was like 5'8", playing middle linebacker and dominant on those Saints dome patrol defenses, and then was the first great player for the Carolina Panthers. Has a statue outside of the stadium in Carolina. So I think he's in the top 10.
Chris B says, I'd rather hear Tom scream a buzzword than you two babble in monotone about whatever. Shut up.
I guess I can change my inflection, but we're just talking about Hall of Famers.
Hi, Chris. Good to see you.
Thanks
Richard
for coming.
Seymour.
I think he's a finalist for sure. And I think he will get in at some point, but I don't think this is his year.
Zach Thomas.
I think he's a finalist. I got to get down to 10, right? And I've already excluded a lot.
Yeah, you're okay. You're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're at 7.
Okay.
With 2 names to go.
All right. So then we can circle back around. So Woodson's definitely a finalist. I jumped ahead of Reggie Wayne. Woodson's definitely a finalist. Charles Woodson.
Reggie Wayne, yes.
Reggie Wayne or Torrey Holt likely makes it into the top 10. But I don't think either are Hall of Famers this year. And it may be a couple more years. Problem is there's a logjam, and you can easily make the case. I need to double-check Jared Allen's numbers. But that all 15 of these people should have gold jackets and be enshrined in camp. Because, you have to ask a couple questions, but the favorite one to ask for people as it relates to the Hall of Fame in any sport is when you write the history of said game, can you write it without this person? And you can make a case for all 15 of these names.
Zach Morris is trash. Glash is actually super cooled liquid.
Okay. Here's Jared Allen's career numbers in terms of accolades. 5-time Pro Bowler, 4-time first-team All-Pro, 07, 08, 09, 2011 as well. 2-time leader in sacks, and he's a member of the 100-sack club. And as I click on that, it'll tell me where he ranks all-time. He ranks all-time 12th with 136 sacks, and the only chance he's dropping out of that is if Von Miller can get back on the field, and Von's 30 behind him, so it's going to take a while. So Jared Allen, 12th most sacks all time. Yeah, I think he gets there. I just don't think this is his year. I think it'll take him a few years. He's a goofy dude too, but I enjoyed getting to cover him a little bit early in his career in Kansas City and then running into him along the way over the years. So let's go from 10 to 5 though.
First time playing Fortnite on Twitch says Glash pizza deal. If this game does not end in a tie, I get a pizza. Yeah, pizza deals are gone, man. It's a good one.
So 2020.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're 10 down to 5. Let's pick the 5. That's the harder part.
All right, so here we go.
Do you want to agree? Do you want to agree with me and go? We don't have to go in alphabetical order. We can make the easy ones first. Do you agree with my prediction that Peyton Manning will get in on the first ballot? Are you ready to walk out on that plank with me?
Manning, yes. I think Charles Woodson, yes.
I'm right there with you. I think those two are no-brainers.
Okay. Calvin Johnson.
I think there's going to be the most conversation about Calvin Johnson. I guess I want to pull up Calvin's numbers real quick too. When I say the most, I'm saying as they go down from 10 to 5, or when they get inside that final 10, I feel like the most conversation will be about Calvin Johnson.
So Boselli, Johnson, Lynch, Matthews, Seymour. See, Seymour's a no for me.
Right. Do you think he gets in the top 10, or you think he's not even in the top 10?
Oh, he's in the top 10. We already have 10. We're at 10. We're trying to get
no. I was just saying I didn't know because I was one that kind of ran through the list and you weren't dismissive necessarily. No, I'm with you. I don't think this is his year by any means. I think it's going to take a while. And I need to look up his numbers too. So Calvin Johnson in 9 years, is that right? 7, 8, 9, 10. In 9 years, 6 Pro Bowls, 3-time All-Pro, once second-team All-Pro, All-Decades team, led the league in receiving yards twice, and I think set the record 1 year, right? 731 catches, 11,000 yards, 83 touchdowns. So again, he passes the eye test. But there's plenty of dudes whose numbers are better than his. I'd be willing to bet that both Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne have better numbers. Steve Smith Sr., Andre Johnson, I think those guys will have better numbers, among others. So I know it's not popular, or I don't know if it's popular or not. I'm going to say Calvin Johnson isn't in the final 5 this year. He doesn't make the Hall of Fame his first time out.
But eventually, I think you're right. He will get in. I think
he may get in ahead of Holt and Wayne, even if you want to make the case that they were better or more productive or whatever.
The Bad Boys of Pop says, let's do an ice deal. If Henderson scores 2 touchdowns, I win. If he doesn't, you win. I'll send you prize in the form of snow. You send me mine in the form of rain.
That sounds great.
What? Oh, I love it. This is the weirdness that we need on Madden After Dark.
Okay, so who do we have for sure? We have 2 still. Just Peyton and Woodson. So one of the linemen, and you have to really decide Boselli or Faneca, but I think this is the year one of the linemen get in. And I think, so here's how I'm going to round it out. So it's going to be one of the linemen, and we can argue over it or just flip a coin. Then I think John Lynch finally gets in. And then I think the 5th one is one of the older guys that's back in, Clay Matthews or Sam Mills. When I say back in, I'm saying this is nowhere near their first time eligible, but so that's how I'm going. That's my 5. And I know I didn't pick between Faneca and Boselli. We probably got to narrow that down.
Wait, but you said to pick between Mills and Matthews?
Mills and Matthews, Faneca and Boselli. So one of each. One kind of older guy and one lineman. I mean, I say older guy. Sam Mills has passed away, but you get what I'm saying in terms of when they played. Yeah. Guys that played in the 80s and early 90s. And Matthews started in the 70s, actually. Here, while you're going through the numbers, I'll pull up both Tony Boselli and Alan Faneca's resumes.
Okay. Singletary has 8 carries for 10 yards. What's the score? 10-3. Touchdown belongs to Buffalo's defense. Higbee's got 4 catches to lead all receivers. His 20
That's gonna
yards
help
is
my lineup.
second behind Reynolds and Brown.
Let's see how I'm doing.
And, Woods has got 1 for 20. What, very spread out.
I'm in 75th place. But that's because Diggs has 0. Cooper Kupp, my captain, has 4.2.
I am in 86th.
Oh, well, you're nipping at my heels.
PhD 1974. Glash looks like he's ready to jump into the 80s. Zach Morris, what dork bets on the Sims, watches the Sims, but doesn't care to like it? I'm with you there.
Me too. The only thing stranger are the people that don't make a lineup and just hang out with us.
Yeah, we're almost at 400 likes. We'd love to get there. I know Twitch doesn't have control, but Twitch, you know, you can just come over to YouTube for a hot sec. Stats are updated through the half, by the way. So, all right. So Mills or Matthews? I go Mills.
All right, let me pull up their resumes too. So we'll do them first. Sam Mills and then Clay Matthews Jr. That Matthews family. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
I mean, Clay Sr. played. And obviously Clay played 19 years. His brother, I think, played 19 years and is in the Hall of Fame. He played something like that. Maybe Bruce played 17. And then Bruce's son, Jake, wasn't he the first pick in the draft by the Falcons?
Cannot confirm.
And Clay Matthews III, obviously, was a Defensive Player of the Year and a Super Bowl champ. Surprised no one ever ended up signing him this year. I know he wanted $10 million to come out of retirement. The Broncos talked to him when Vaughn got hurt. So here, Clay Matthews, 19 years with the Browns and Falcons, Clay Matthews Jr., 4-time Pro Bowler, second-team All-Pro once, was member of Pro Football Writers All-80s Decade Team. Sam Mills, late Sam Mills, 5-time Pro Bowler, All-Pro once, first team, second team All-Pro twice. Also played for the USFL when he came into to pro football from 83 to 85, was 3-time All-USFL and won 2 USFL championships. So he played from 80, well, I guess he played even before that. 81 with the Browns, then 82 with the Toronto Argonauts in the CFL, and he was just an off-season with the Browns. Then USFL, then New Orleans, and the Panthers. 83, or I guess 86 to 97. Yeah, so you said Sam Mills. I guess I'll go the other way, and I'll say Clay Matthews just for fun.
Okay. And then the other one.
Faneca, 9-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
6-time All-Pro. 2-time second-team All-Pro. So 8 All-Pros in those 9 Pro Bowl seasons. Consecutive from 01 to 09. Was the center for that first Super Bowl that they won in Detroit over Seattle. Super Bowl XL. Baselli, again, only played from 96 or 95 to 01. Was the first pick of 2 franchises, both the Jags and Houston. And he went to 5 Pro Bowls, 3-time All-Pro, 97, 98, 99.
Look at Josh Allen go. Holy smokes, what a run. Up to 74 rushing yards.
Baselli is a guy that I've worked with a lot. He's from Colorado. He grew up just outside of Boulder, but chose to go to USC because he didn't want to go to school in his backyard. And he works with Westwood One. You hear him on the national calls on a lot of Thursday night games.
Yep.
And he's a Jags radio guy. I do think he'll get there, but I think Faneca gets in ahead of him. So those are my picks. Peyton for sure. Make sure you write that down. So when it happens, you can say BK said it first.
Peyton, Woodson, Mills. Well, I went with Mills. You went
and I went with Matthews. And then I went with Faneca. You went with Baselli. For no real reason, right? And then what was the other one? Oh, John. I went John Lynch. I don't know if you gave me a fit.
Yep.
I do want to look at Richard Seymour's numbers too while we're at it.
Yeah, you know what? You know what the knock on Seymour is just that he was part of a great core and.
Yeah, but part of that too, though, is somebody has to be a Hall of Famer, and
yeah,
it can't
you're right.
just,
It's fair.
It can't just be Ty Law. I mean, maybe it can. Richard Seymour, 3-time champ. We know that. 7-time Pro Bowler, 3-time first-team All-Pro, 2-time second-team All-Pro, but only finished with 57.5 sacks.
Well, you know, I went with Boselli because, you know, I'm just trying to be a nice guy to my coworker, Emerson.
Okay.
Big Jags fan.
Okay. Look, if Tony gets in, it'll be because he passed the eye test, and everybody will talk about how dominant he was for those 3 years, that he was the best left tackle in football for 3 straight years.
It's just a damn Kaufman says on that list, Faneca is number 2 after Peyton Manning.
Okay. Won't surprise me. They're going to put a lineman in this year, and I think one of the safeties, Leroy Butler or John Lynch, and I think it's finally John Lynch's time. Because, well, where's that list again? How many times has John been a finalist? A lot, like 6 or 7, right? Yeah. John has been a finalist 8 times. And we talk about writing the story. He was, as people pointed out, he's never been the best player on any defense that he's been on because he had Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, and Rondé Barber on those Bucks teams. And then he had Champ Bailey here in Denver. But he was as big a reason, I think, as anyone that the Bucks had the success that they did. Then he went to 4 Pro Bowls in Denver. Some of that was just on reputation. I think he gets, but you know how it was. When you watched the Bucks play, you were waiting for John Lynch to take someone's head off. For a guy that was a college quarterback and threw the first pitch in Florida Marlins franchise history in the minors, but still.
Look, Lynch was very good. I know we have our friend James is a big Bucks fan. He's advocating for him.
You want non-fans to advocate because those are the ones where they pass the eye test. I'm not trying to dismiss James, but give me somebody who's not a Bucks fan that's picking Lynch, or not a Packers fan but thinks Leroy Butler should get in, not a Patriots fan thinks Seymour should get in.
Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to be a whole.
No, I know. I'm just curious in the chat, like where everyone is. Dan Russell's mad that we've been talking about this for 75 minutes. This game's terrible, Dan. If someone will start scoring, we're happy to talk about it.
Paul Butler says Patrick Willis. Go over his resume.
Patrick Willis is awesome, and he'll be a Hall of Famer.
I read there was speaking of the sim. There was something funny from where was it? PhD said Diggs is at home with his feet on the coffee table eating nachos, asking himself, "Where the hell is Diggs at?" Just thought that was funny.
I think. Wait, what place am I in? Oh. 71st.
To be fair to Joseph Odom, he did put some money on this, so he doesn't care what the score is. I mean, you've got the Bills D. You like the defense. Joseph, $150. I hope you win. Josh Allen is the quarterback. He's got trips left, 3rd and 6 from the 14. Got to get to the 8 for the first. That is Diggs, and Diggs scores. Pound the nachos, extra cheese for you, because you scored a touchdown.
I'm jumping way, way up. I'm also in a dead heat with Koff in our basketball showdown.
That is nacho cheese. All right, back to the Hall of Fame.
What's interesting about the Hall of Fame, so they put 20 people in this year, right? They had the Centennial class, so it was an extra 10 of older players. Then they had the 5 modern era enshrinees, and then extra there were coaches. There's 20 this year. So you're going to have 20 plus likely another 7. You're going to have to figure out how to get 27 people on a stage in a given weekend. And they're not exactly sure how to pull that off in Canton and make it into one TV show. You certainly can't. So how do you divide it up and all that? That's also based on things being back to normal by August.
Ha! One can hope. Joseph Odom, did that help you?
I want to go to a concert. Like, the Hall of Fame will be cool. And I'm so happy that Steve Atwater's getting in. But I just want to go to a concert. It doesn't even have to be a good concert. I just want to, I'd like it to be.
Joseph Odom, what is your lineup? I'm going to shout the players you have extra loud so you can hear when you're at work. Josh Reynolds. Maybe that will be my new formed buzzword.
Josh Reynolds?
No, I'll pick someone's lineup and just blatantly, emphasize each time that player touches the ball.
Hey, throwing this at you, courtesy of Albert Breer. Nick Caserio is the 5th member of the Pats scouting department that's left within the last 3 years. That's at the director or higher level elsewhere. And then Dave Ziegler's interviewing with the Broncos. I don't know if he'll get the job or if he'll get promoted to Caserio's job, you know? That's probably most likely, I bet.
How the hell did you miss who scored? No offense. I mean, I just yelled the play-by-play of the call. It's Steph Diggs. I'm joking. Joseph, I know. I've seen your face before. Kinda. You know, I know you have to work. So I get you why you want the play-by-play. I get it. 2nd down and 6. Joseph, put your boss on your phone. I'll yell at him. I'll stick up for you.
Where's he work?
I don't know. He says works on a line. Joseph, literally stop working. Take your phone or however you're watching. Bring it to your boss.
On the line, don't they need to then any part of keeping it going?
Just take your lunch break now, and I will see Simp. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Buffalo defense has the touchdown too. Joseph, stop working right now. Take your phone to your boss and say, the DraftKings people have something to say to you. And you should record it. It'll be kind of funny. Maybe your boss will let you watch while you work. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Joseph, we could solve all your problems right now. He works at Subaru. That's what makes a Subaru.
We got plenty of those in Colorado.
Joseph, take your phone to your boss. And I will yell at your boss and say, hey, Joseph's a really nice guy. He's a great customer.
Great customer.
He needs, well, it's true. He kind of, if he's paying contests, he's helping pay my paycheck, so I need to do that to Joseph.
That's a great point.
It's true. I mean, I've got nothing to hide. And I'll say, Mr. Joseph Odom's boss, he needs to stay and watch the sim. Okay? So
he's looking at his phone on a break.
Joseph is unavailable to work between noon Eastern and 11 p.m.
I have to watch all of them.
You can only schedule him to work for 3rd shift. Roland says Joseph's 100% getting fired tonight. Joseph, just give it a chance. Just try and see what he says. And if it doesn't work, I'll Venmo you $10 or something. Make up for your lunch break.
There you go. You can buy him a pizza.
Yeah. I think it'd be kind of funny. See what a manager says. Your manager might want to make lineups.
Right. They might be into it. Does your manager like Madden and or DraftKings or both?
Just be like, hey, I mean, this guy will shout you out. He'll shout your name for a straight minute. So please let me stop trying to sell this car and
well, he's not selling the car if he's working on the line.
Go watch Jared Goff throw interceptions.
Isn't he making the car?
I don't know. He didn't say.
He says he's working on a line. For
Oh, Joseph says, I just let him hear you talk. Here, Joseph, keep the phone up. I wish you provided his name or her name. Hi, Joseph here. Works really hard at making his lineups. He's always, I want to say whining, but I'll be nice. He's always asking for more play-by-play, and he can't watch because you make him not look at his phone or iPad. Sir or madam, please let Joseph look at his phone every couple of minutes.
Well, he's listening via AirPods or some sort of headphones. That way, that's why he wants more play-by-play and less Hall of Fame speculation.
Exactly, because he can only listen, so he can't watch.
All right.
So, Joseph, if you just let Joseph look at his phone a little bit more, we can meet in the middle somewhere. I think we can work this out. Yeah, Michael Rogers, free advertisement if you let him watch. It's true.
Well, we've already thrown Subaru a little bit of love.
Yeah, seriously. I read your slogan, Joseph Odom's boss. I read the slogan on the air. You're welcome. I don't drive a Subaru, for the record.
Yeah, me neither. My sister-in-law had one for a long time. My mom used to have one. Forester.
Earl Sparks says, that's like a free cameo by Glash Live.
There you go. Free cameo. I just reactivated my cameo.
I'm not going to get him fired. This is harmless. Because now, Joseph, going forward, when you're working, your boss is going to give you that look, and you look at him and go, Madden, man. And your boss will remember this moment and let you watch Madden whenever you want.
Darrell Henderson just racking up yards.
Bad Boys of Pop. Joseph is currently working on a line. He's part of a team that is creating a stick figure. Joseph is actually the guy who makes like the evil villains in Power Rangers, the little putties.
Throw it.
I'm joking. Jared Goff, you ruin everything. So Joseph, you haven't spoken in a while. Do you still have your job? I can't find you in the chat. I should have asked DraftKings before I did that if Subaru is a sponsor.
Well, as long as they don't have a direct competitor, so you'll be all right.
Hey, a touchdown for
Reynolds. He's in my lineup. He's not my captain.
Scotty Tuhati. Subaru is about to implement a no smartphones policy. See, I'd rather do that than just constantly ignore Joseph, who's like, can you please call the game? How about just take your phone? Maybe he did. He's cleaning out his locker, cursing my name, says Giggle Pigs. Just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to ignore the guy. I get where he's coming from. I understand when you guys want the game to be called. But if it really just comes down to not being able to view the game, you hand that phone over to your manager, and I'll give him a piece of my mind.
Yeah, even with the Reynolds touchdown, I'm in 83rd place.
Let's see where I'm at. I played him too. I'm in 139th.
Oh, we're terrible.
Todd May. Hey, Glash. He got fired and now is doing dates for rent. Yeah, boy says, this is not a game, it's real life. I know, we haven't heard from him in a while. I hope he has his job.
This game is really setting up for potential overtime, which will aggravate me to no end.
All right, Joseph's back. He says, I've taken 10 bathroom breaks to keep messaging. What'd your boss say?
Get back to work.
Or your former boss.
Pretty straightforward.
Someone, I forget who said this, but someone suggested we do Joseph's boss's name as the buzzword. That'll get you a raise. My first job was working as a bagger at a grocery store. I take bathroom breaks all the time to check my phone. One of the best tricks in the book, man. Folks need the Josh Allen rushing bonus. Matthew, excuse me. Matthew, please hold tight. Scores are being updated manually by Zach and Jim. That ball incomplete. Roland, you caught that. Former boss or his current boss. King, who scored the touchdown? For the Rams, Josh Reynolds. Mike says, can you please say hi to my wife? Not sure how to pronounce that. She wants to know that I'm watching. Hi, Mike White. Mike's wife. There it is. Joseph now says he's cool after I let him hear you.
Oh, that's nice. Hey, so not to take too hard of a right turn, but maybe this will. Nancy Armour from USA Today wrote that the NFL talks a good game on closing the racial hiring gap, but all those words mean nothing without these two words. You're hired. So whether that's coaches or GMs, we've only seen one hiring so far, and Nick Caserio is not a minority. The NFL is doing all these things for minority initiatives, and there's incentives and all of that, but it's one thing to interview a candidate or two or three, and you can interview more now. So Champ Kelly, Louis Riddick, Jerry Reese, those three gentlemen, Rick Smith, former Texas GM, will all get interviews all over the place. But then I'm not saying that they need to be hired unless they're worthy of the job. But the NFL, to her point, they can talk a good game, but until there's a little more diversity. The team president of the Broncos, Joe Ellis, said that his team, every team needs more diversity. He's like, our roster's 75% black. So it'll just be interesting to see how this plays out with the 6 or 7 openings for coaches and 6 or 7 for GMs. Especially because the black head coach got fired yesterday.
Yeah. Chris Houston, Happy New Year to you. Juan Flores sitting in second place in the free roll.
Louis Daniel says more Joseph, less BK.
Guys, Joseph has a job to do. He has cars to sell. And Brandon,
or make. I think he has jobs. I think he's making the cars.
Make. I'm sorry. Yes, he's on the line.
But yeah, this is my job, is to talk Hall of Fame and the racial divide in the coaching and GM ranks.
Chris Robinson, this is so true. The best way to get a break while working as a grocery store bagger is to offer people help with their groceries into their car. LOL, you get to go outside for like 5 minutes. Oh, it's the best 5 minutes ever. But of course, it's like the fastest 5 minutes of the day.
You can also take your time checking your phone or whatever and say they couldn't find their keys, so I'm just sitting there holding the groceries, waiting for them to dig their keys out of their purse.
Then you go back in and you go to your boss. Hey, yeah, I gotta run to the water aisle. When we put the case of water in the back, and one of them broke, so gotta go out back and find another 24-pack of Poland Spring.
Lottery stocking issues.
And then you walk by the dude that runs produce, and you're like, "Can we get someone over here to mop up the bad, ugly spot here? This dirty spot." "Oh yeah, sure. Let me just go run this water." Then you leave again, and your manager's like, "Wait a second. I thought you already delivered the water." No. I mean, produce just asked me to dry mop. So, oh yeah, I was a bagger for 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Over at the Market Basket. Those of you from New England will know what I'm talking about. Terrace, I did not give Joseph his job. He earned that all on his own. The only car job I ever had was a grocery cart. Here we go. 2nd and 8. We approach the 2-minute warning. Singletary gaining 2. He's up over 40 yards. Let's see. Chris Adams, my management, it's been a stressful day. You're always a bright spot. Well, thank you, Chris. Thanks for being here. We're only 8 likes away from 400. 450 plus watching. That is Steph Diggs, incomplete. Oh, boy. Come on. Gotta catch that. Choker. So I call it a carriage, too. I was just trying to be neutral. What do you call a grocery cart, Brandon Cristal? You ever hear a carriage?
I have not.
That's such a Boston thing.
Yeah, I've obviously heard the word carriage, but no, I think we just call them grocery cart or shopping cart when I grew up in Texas or out here in Colorado or other places I've lived. I've only heard grocery cart or shopping cart.
Louis Daniel, careful.
Is he still bagging on me?
No.
He's moved on. Good.
He just, he's tying some words together.
Does Allen have 99 rushing yards?
Yeah, man, he's having a great game.
It's 1 away from the bonus.
1 away from the bonus, and it might not happen.
You may not want to check in on my Jayhawks. They're rolling 2 seeds, 49-35 at the half.
Okay, 14's not. It's competitive.
They might win the game by 28.
That's true. Yeah.
At this pace.
Yeah.
I'll watch it, but it's my school.
Let's see.
Come on, Bills D.
Captain Blood says, Glash now needs to do the next sim from a grocery cart.
When the Rams have all 3 timeouts, this is definitely going to overtime.
Maybe we won't get to the buzzword. 10:56 at the moment.
No, this game's going to overtime.
Yeah, you might be right.
It's going to screw up your buzzwords. screw up the radio stuff I have to do here?
I do want to do the buzzword, and I think I can get the chat behind us on this, if indeed it's Joseph Odom's boss's name. Joseph! What's your boss's name? We need it.
Mo points out my Texas rolled your Jayhawks. Yeah, Longhorns went into Allen Fieldhouse and gave them the worst loss in Big 12 history. In their Big 12 history, I should say.
Sage on Twitch says, bro, thank God for these Sims when football ends. Amen. Amen.
That's why football never ends.
Football will never end here.
They keep pushing it back. Super Bowl in March.
2nd and 3. That is Higbee for the first down. Oh, the boss's name is Casey.
Okay.
We're going to shout Casey for a minute.
I'm really excited about the draft just because of the quarterbacks at the top.
I'm excited about the buzzword because it felt like it was earned tonight. Casey, Joseph, if he can listen to this, I think he'd really feel better about you watching this.
All their timeouts. Oh, we're gonna get some free football in Buffalo.
Yeah. Is this a man or a woman, by the way, Casey? That's a fair question, man. Just curious.
Come on, Tre'Davious White. They're definitely scoring a touchdown here. Like, I feel like every time they're in the red zone, you see teams score touchdowns. Almost every time. Versus turnover.
Jared Goff's going to ruin it. He's going to mess it up. You're gonna
there we go.
Jared Goff!
Tre'Davious White on the cornerback blitz. They're not even calling timeout. What are they waiting for? Go to a shot.
All right. We're at 10:59. No, not yet.
On?
We're close.
Oh, there it is.
All right. I hope when this buzzword is happening and we're shouting out Joseph Odom's boss's name, Casey, that Jared Goff throws a pick. Josh Reynolds did score a touchdown, Vince Stevenson. That did happen earlier. 11 seconds left. All right, after this play call, we'll do the buzzword. Come on, Jared Goff. You know you want to give it away.
Why wouldn't they have called the timeout sooner?
Jared Goff. He's gonna.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Out of time.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Casey. His boss's name is Casey. Casey. I feel at home. The buzzword's back. Casey. Come.
Oh,
Casey,
did he score?
Touchdown. Casey. Not the football team. Casey, not the town. Casey. The boss's name is Casey. Casey, let me watch The Sims. Casey. I need them to call the game. Casey. All right, we're done.
We're jumping right into overtime though, right?
Yeah. See, you had to say something before the game. You were like, oh, I hope this doesn't go to overtime. Here we are.
I said it with a minute and 50 left too, though. I could just feel it. As crappy as the Rams had played. Now Cooper Kupp's my captain, so I'm probably winning this thing.
Jim Powers, actually a good sim going on, and then this. Yeah, Jim, it's a great way to, keep the momentum going.
I'm in 23rd place. But more importantly, I'm running away from Kopp, so he's going to owe me $1,000 in our bet tonight. We go big stakes on the
NBA
on the NBA nightly showdown.
I'm beating him right now by 8.
I'm beating him 199.5 to 185.25.
Yeah, he's got the same lineup against me. I have 193.25. Yeah.
Who do you have left playing? Because I've got at least one, if not 2 guys in that same game he's got.
I've got Kobe White.
Me too.
And I have DeMar DeRozan second half. He's got Thaddeus Young and Zach LaVine. LaVine went off the other day.
Right. So he has LaVine and Young, obviously. I've got just Kobe White now left. Oh, I've got McCollum. So I'm going to roll him because McCollum's going to outplay LaVine.
Andrew Scarcella in the chat. What's up?
Cooper Kupp just scored a touchdown.
Go.
Final play of regulation. We're going to go to overtime. Chris Boyd, you're right. Let Joseph watch the game. Joseph, tell Casey that you need to watch overtime because we've got the final sweat of the night. Thank you all for partaking in the buzzword. We're only a couple of likes away from 400, so please smash the like button if you haven't already. I know you can only do it once a day, but thank you all so much for being here. Straight to overtime we go. Was that your first experience with the buzzword?
It was.
Huh.
Yeah, you and I haven't done a game this late. I don't do that many games this late at night. But in the coming weeks, I probably will because I'm going to be playing Mr. Mom a lot during the day because my wife's going back to work and our nanny doesn't start for a little while.
Christian has a question. Can you enter an unlimited amount of free contests? Well, yeah, I mean, the answer to that is yes. Yeah. Can you enter multiple times into one contest? Like, no. The $500 free ones, for example, you get one entry. Chris Boyd says, sweet job, Joseph. It sounds like you haven't really had to work too much in the last 30 to 40 minutes. See, there you go. See, Joseph, I didn't even call much of the game and you still found a way to enjoy it. Interesting how that works.
Really use a touchdown here. Let's go Rams.
Silly Sally, you're silly. You're blaming me shouting someone's name on your lineup that did not deliver.
Cooper Kupp house call. Here we go.
You should yell at virtual Jared Goff and not us. There's Darrell Henderson.
These Rams are rolling right now.
Gain of 9. So, Silly Sally, don't blame Casey. He's just a boss trying to keep Joseph in his line of work. Okay.
Go Cooper Kupp or Reynolds, but mostly Kupp.
First down. Of course, a touchdown on this drive wins it for the Rams. If anyone needs has a boss or a manager that's bugging them, we are happy to talk to them because you need Sims in your life. But you do run the risk of getting fired. And that will not be our responsibility. Todd May. I've never heard the bat for the baseball pump. Oh, if you scream the word bat in your building. Vince Stevenson sitting in 7th place in the free roll. Good stuff. It's Brown, 10 carries, 18 yards. How about we stop giving him the ball?
Yeah, Malcolm Brown's terrible today.
Want to
throw
thank
it to Kupp.
Yeah. Want to thank our whole team here at DraftKings. Brandon Christel here tonight. Michael, Daniel from the production team. Zach and Jim updating scores. Matthew. Your last name has the word ear in it, so please open your ear. I'm going to tell you this one more time. The scores are updated manually, as Jason Rossi likes to impersonate me. I see you, I hear you, I understand. You want to see an update in your lineup that's probably in like 10,000th place. But please, be patient. I appreciate it. Cooper Kupp, nice grab to the 24.
I feel like it's setting up for a field goal.
And Matthew, you're not sorry, but I appreciate it. All right, come on. Let's go. People have places to be.
Mostly Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph has to go back to work.
The Kupp again? He's really helping me out win this thing on my way out the door.
Give me those points.
I'm going to sleep well tonight. I'm up to 27th place. Well, I guess 24th. Wait, where am I now? 21st.
I'm in
Come on.
47th. Wow.
Cooper Kupp touchdown. Let's go, Jared Goff.
Rachel Scott, the Reynolds touchdown being updated manually.
There we go. Higbee, I got him in the lineup too.
Oh,
So who's the goal line back? Who's the goal line back here? Malcolm Brown? Is he going to redeem himself? Being terrible all game?
If Jared Goff throws a pick from the 1. Silly Sally. Fair enough. You're a good sport. Ooh, 5 wide. Jared, he's going to run it in. He fumbled. Oh, but he scored anyway. The offensive lineman picked it up, and that's the game.
But I thought when you fumble into the end zone, in real football, the player who fumbles has to recover.
Oh. Wait, but
Right?
he might have fumbled on the line. Oh, my God.
Well, he's already in. It's a touchdown.
Oh.
No, it's a touchdown. I don't know.
What?
Who had Allen in their captain spot?
So Jared Goff is not going to get points for that.
He'll get the yardage. The half a yard.
Wow. Just a perfect way to wrap this up. Jared Goff throws a pick 6 to open the sim. We dive into Hall of Fame talk. We almost got Joseph Odom fired, but his boss, Casey, seems like a great person. Let him watch. And just as his break wrapped up, he got to witness Jared Goff mess everything up again. Oh, that's great.
So what
Now
place did we
that-
finish in? I guess we'll
That
find
is
out
getting
shortly.
stored in the memory bank. All right, buddy, let's wrap this up. Player of the game and the Not My Kid award, because you need to leave.
Well, I finished in 12th. Cooper Kupp got me 23 points in the captain spot. He did score that touchdown late to tie it. But Jared Goff, 2 TD passes, 265 yards, outplayed Allen, I think. Can we give it to Jared Goff? What's his ownership?
Jared Goff. Let's see.
He should have had 3 touchdowns.
Jared Goff owned in. He's not even he's in the winning lineup. Yes, he is. It's 36% owned. 36, very low.
All right, I want to give it to Jared Goff.
Oh, boo! Come on, you can't do that. He threw a pick
Right.
6 and he just
Okay.
fumbled at the end of the game.
All right, then we'll give it, to the winning team, to his own teammate. It's just a good fumble. Fine, then we'll give it to Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, he can't, come on. The Not My Kid award goes to who? There it is. 1 rush, 0 yards.
For
Fumble.
Allen. It's Jeff Allen, right? Is he their center? Diggs scored. Let's look at the receiver numbers real quick.
It's great. And Jim
Diggs,
and Zach,
2 for 18
hats
with a
off.
touchdown.
Brian Allen, the offensive lineman.
Oh, Brian Allen. What was Diggs's ownership numbers?
For who?
Diggs.
Steph Diggs, highly owned. 20% in the captain and 70% in the flex.
Did he underperform with just 2 catches and 18 yards, even though one of those was for a score? Or is that too mean?
Lee Smith, 2 for 24 is low.
But he's Lee Smith. He's not
Yeah,
setting in
that's fair.
records for catches.
Okay.
I'm going to go Diggs.
So apparently, is there a missing touchdown from Josh Reynolds? Or is that updated? Yeah, the Reynolds touchdown's still not in here. That's a good
Oh, in the
point.
lineup? Or on
Yeah.
the stats? Oh, well, then
In
that's
the-
going
in
to
the-
move
in the
me
game
up.
center. Yeah, he's got 6 catches, 74 yards. So that's why folks are wanting the update. And I understand.
All right. Well, we'll have to get it afterwards, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to roll here, right?
Yeah, but it's all right if we need to stick around for it.
Okay. All right.
I don't know how long it takes to update.
Yeah, so this Reynolds touchdown is going to change things, for sure.
It's not going to change, though. Oh, I guess it'll change who at the top has the winning lineup.
Well, yeah, because he could maybe be a captain in the winning lineup. So
Bone Dog has Josh Reynolds, and Bone Dog's already winning.
That is Bone Dog is in first. That is they dropped their name in the chat here.
Not going to go down. Bone Dog's not going to go down by having Josh Reynolds' touchdown added.
Right, that's fair. I'm looking at Evans. Evans is the first name. Evans, congratulations. Evans is Bone Dog 84. All right. Well, that's gonna get updated. We gotta roll. So that's fine. Just keep your eyes on the Game Center, everybody. That's the message I have for you. And we'll find out who ended up winning the big contest, the $500 free, the $500 free late classic, and then any of those paid entries that you made. Real quick before we go, Jared Goff, that was fantastic. Oh, Jared Goff and Joseph Odom, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to your boss for just being a great person, he or she, for letting you watch The Sims. Brandon Christel, you are not with us tomorrow.
Nope, not until next week, whenever she puts me on the schedule. Nothing else the rest of the week. But enjoy the playoffs. And I'll be keeping an eye on this Broncos GM search as the names keep going up and up and up, and they're adding to the list of interview candidates. So I'm going to continue to talk about that.
All right, here's the schedule for tomorrow. How about this one to start off the day? Noon Eastern tomorrow. Chiefs at the Bucks. We might get a Super Bowl preview. I know. Bear with me. At noon, because the game is in Tampa, so work with me. Chiefs at the Bucks. You get Kaufman and Reed in the rain. 2 p.m. Jets at Dolphins. Kaufman and Kenny Ducey at 2 p.m. 4 o'clock, Browns at Ravens. Emerson Latzia and Zach Thompson. That game is in the wind. At 6 p.m., Texans at the Steelers. You have Kenny Ducey and Christian DeAndrea. That is a snow game. And then tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I'm here with Tom Carroll, Tommy Freeze Pops. Bears at Eagles at 8, and then Packers at Seahawks for Madden After Dark. Rain, rain, wind, snow, snow, rain. Rain, rain, wind, snow, snow, rain. And if you need that information again, go to Madden Stream's info page. The games should be available very soon, if not already, on DraftKings.com in the Game Center. 6 Sims coming your way tomorrow. Thanks so much to our great team here at DraftKings. We will see you. Brandon Christel, talk to you soon. Have a great rest of your night. And to everyone else, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you.